and welcome to this amazing show that we don't have a name for. It is me, Fiona Nova, and this is the lovely, wonderful, amazing, beautiful, exquisite, intelligent,
spectacular, amazing,
dazzling. I can't think of anything else.
My name?
What's your name?
Frosk.
There it is. It's Frosky Poo. And we're going to start this off. Breaking news. Lisa from Blackpink got COVID? You think I'm joking, but it happened. It's fully happening. Hey guys. Yes, it is Frosk. It is Fifi Fiona Chuckles. Yeah. So here's the thing. We have this stream block. They put us both F and Fs.
What happened to Blackpink? One of their singers, performers,
Lisa,
has come down with COVID. So wishing her a safe recovery.
Speedy and safe recovery to because we care about Lisa from Blackpink. Guys, we have so many minutes with you guys here.
These animals in here asking me how my Uber ride was last night. They're stalking my Twitter.
Are you, and will you answer the question?
Okay. Whoa, it turned upside down.
Frosky Poo?
I admit it. I farted, and it was very loud, and I didn't realize how loud it was because
what the hell are you talking about?
In the Uber.
I don't think I have not seen your tweet.
Oh, okay. So I was riding home in an Uber.
I
I left at like, I'm going to say 8:30 last night. And so I'm going home and I have like my noise canceling headphones on because I'm jamming. You know, you have the headphones on, you get into the Uber. It's the ultimate,
you're
like,
cool girl,
do not talk to me.
Yeah.
So
cool girl, Frost.
I'm in the car and I rip ass and I could feel it. So I was like, oh, I bet that one was a little bit louder than intended. And I expected to take off my ear cuff and hear like traffic or like ambient sounds, maybe some music. The car is dead silent and the driver is trying not to laugh.
Oh, poor guy. So what happened?
We hit every red light. I was really embarrassed, and so I distracted myself on my phone. And I wanted to sprint out of the car.
You know, things like that happen.
No, he knew who I was, Fiona.
He knew you were your Uber driver?
Yeah.
That's scary.
Yeah, he was like, I see you on the TV. I was like, this is terrible.
That's so fun. That's so fun. Now he knows where you live. That's so much fun. Yeah. I can't relate. I am not ripped ass that loud in an Uber. But you'll be fine. You'll be so... Again, many minutes here we have on this stream.
Guys, we're playing Confessions. Do I need to host?
So, no, I will be hosting.
I was told to be the guest here. This was supposed to be Gina. I wasn't even supposed to be here.
No, I am hosting this. Yeah, so, well, we've had many things. We had many things we wanted to do. But one thing I have is this game called Confessions, which you have to play with 3 players. We have no third person with a mic. I'm not going to play the game. I don't even know how to play the game. I just want to ask you things. I want to get to know you. You see, guys, Frosk doesn't talk.
She's been talking the whole time.
She's been talking the whole time because now we got to know each other. Before, Frosk would not talk to me.
I just don't talk to anyone. It's not specifically you. I'm just a very...
I know. I'm not offended at all.
I'm a very introverted person.
You're like the coolest person ever. You're like...
That's really nice that you think that.
No, yeah, you're like cool. I tell whenever I'm talking to someone about you, I'm like, she's just so cool. Like she just, you talk to her, you feel stupid because you're so cool.
That's the nicest compliment anyone's ever paid me.
Of course, Frost. I will always give you the best compliments ever. Just like that first 30 seconds where I complimented you, saying all these adjectives.
Yeah, but that's like sarcasm. Can we move on to the game? I'm awkward.
Okay. No, but essentially, I have been getting to know you. You're sillier now. I've noticed it. Me and Cass have noticed it. We're like, yo, Frost is getting silly now.
Because that's the secret thing. I just have resting bitch face on a lot of tattoos. So I've tricked you where people think that I'm cool when actually I'm actually just really goofy.
You are like a very goofy person. I used to have a resting bitch face in New York because I had to survive. It's the jungle out there. Huh?
You're
it's
looking
just
at it.
it's just my face. No one dares to
Wait,
go up
chat,
to me.
who has a worse resting bitch face? Fiona?
No, you do.
No, ready? 3, 2, 1.
I think I have more attitude. You're just like, you're scary. Like, if someone were to come up to me, they know I have a comeback ready.
Well, they know I have a knife, so.
Yeah, if they come up to you, they're scared for their lives. If they come up to me, they know their lives will be fine. It's just like their ego might get really low. Their ego might get I'm too lesbian to answer this. That's understandable. Guess what? 2 lesbians right here.
That checks out.
That checks out. Okay, so confessions. Okay, so I'm just gonna pull out some cards, and then eventually, you know, whenever you feel like you want to ask me questions, you can do the same thing.
Wait, so I have to warn you. I'm brutally honest.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
I've never
I
I've never lied in my life.
No, my actual big problem about why like I get fired all the time is because people ask me. No, I have a really good story about this.
This is good to know. Actually, talk about it.
Oh, this is so funny. And the person, if she ever does watch this, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you were in the car.
It's probably watching. It's probably watching.
We're in the car for the Louis. So I got to go to a really cool opportunity, the Louis Vuitton fashion show in Paris.
So cool.
Because Louis Vuitton did a co-thing with Riot. They gave us tickets, and I got to go with some other League of Legends personalities and some like head people at like the Riot office. Anyway, we're in this cab, and I assumed that the 2 people from Riot like worked together and like knew each other really well, because I'm like, oh, they're from the North American office, I'm from the European office, whatever, we'll just do it. The dude turns around and he starts asking me all these questions about what I think about like the sponsorships in League of Legends and all of this. And I'm like, you know, sponsorships are great. That's how the league has to make its money. I don't know why you would ever. I heard that you guys turned down this sponsor, this sponsor, this sponsor. Like, what the hell are you guys doing? You guys just need, like, we need to make esports profitable. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Not realizing that I'm totally flaming and bussing the woman who turned down those sponsors in the very next seat. And the guy is agreeing with me. He's like, yeah, I don't know why those decisions were made. And no, it gets better. As we go to get to the restaurant, this individual immediately gets out of the car, like doesn't really say, he's just very quiet, and the guy gets out of the car. I go to open the door, and I'm with Law at the time. She's a League of Legends personality. She locks the door and she goes, just so you know, that's head of sponsorships.
So brutally honest.
She still said hi to me when I saw her last.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I'm sure you had great reasons.
Yeah. Aw. Well, I bet, you know, things like that happen to you.
I still stand by my decision, though. And
Yeah.
they have turned around their policy.
Yeah, that's good. You're giving them free business advice. What's going on here? They can't be too mad. Okay. Are you ready?
No. Are we ready, chat?
This is boring.
Is there gonna be like weird sex questions in there?
It may be.
Just give me a card.
I'm gonna ask. I'm not gonna give it to you. I'm gonna ask. Okay. If I could choose how I die, it would be
How I die?
Yeah.
If I could choose?
Yeah.
I mean, I think everyone would say like in their sleep peacefully while they're old.
Okay, now this is great because yes, a normal person would say that. What other thing do you think like a person would
say?
Yeah.
Like how they would die.
Yeah. That's
Quickly, painlessly.
Okay, I guess that was just like a bad question.
How would you want to die?
Peacefully, painlessly.
I'm like, are you like burning alive, feeling it the entire time?
Okay. But who?
What about dying in the middle of sex?
Dying in the middle of an orgasm?
Like, good time.
At peak orgasm,
You know that there was a
die?
dude who was suffocated
Yo,
from
actually,
a woman
this is
sitting on his face.
Yes. Actually, that's my answer. That's my answer.
That's a terrible way to go.
That's my answer. Also, speaking of dying from sex. Did anyone hear about Will Smith saying he has had so much sex that he throws up now? What the hell is going on? He said that with his full chest. What is going on?
What I don't understand is how everyone is trying to eject themselves from that family.
I'm like,
His
I get
wife
it.
starts a show, she's like, I will have sex with anyone but him. His son's like, I will thank everyone but him. And their daughter's going through like a Wiccan like goth phase.
Yes.
Where she's like, don't talk to me,
She's
Dad.
in a full emo phase right now. We've all had one, but we know what she's going with. But what the hell was Will Smith talking about? What was he? What the heck? Anyways, this is something where I'm like, man, I wish that were me. Anyways. No.
You wish you had those problems?
I wish this is like, just like problems that like people just need. Hello. Okay. The biggest rush I've ever experienced.
The biggest rush I've ever
Yes.
experienced. What kind of stories are we allowed to tell here?
I feel like at this point you can kind of just test the waters. we could see what happens.
Okay, so I used to have a drug problem.
Yeah.
Stay in school, kids. Don't do drugs.
Wait, what did you say? Stay cool in school. What did you say?
Just
skid cool?
be responsible
world?
adults. So I used to have a drug problem, and
Drugs.
I vaguely kind of remember coming to, because I had to pee really bad. And if you're,
Yes.
unlike guys who can just kind of unzip, like us, we have to kind of like, you gotta
Squat.
really get into it. So I was like, oh, this is a great idea. I'll take my pants off. So I
Absolutely.
completely removed my pants, and I was in the middle of urination
Yeah.
on someone's rose bush. And I kind of came to as I saw the old woman like banging on the glass
Oh.
and yelling at me to get off her property. To which then I
Stop pissing on the
her
rose bush. Yeah.
To which then I take off running and I leave my pants.
Yes. You leave it.
It's the middle of the day.
Yes.
I am sprinting across a golf course.
Absolutely.
Without any pants on.
That I can picture it perfectly. It is the most vivid image in my head.
I was escorted by security onto their golf cart. They
Okay.
were very upset with me.
Yeah.
And they made me have a tiny little golf towel to
Yeah.
cover. But in that sprint, while I was being chased, probably the biggest rush.
Wow.
I think that's a great time to cut to a break.
Do you want to throw that? I have one here.
Guys, this is the secret advertisement button. When I press this button and it says the sound, we're going to an ad break. And we need to, because we need sponsors and we don't want to decline any of them. So if you want to sponsor us.
All right, that's the sound of break. We'll see you in a little bit. Okay, that wasn't so bad, was it? We're back, and we've got more questions for Frosk.
What?
We're just like harassing you with questions.
Please, God,
okay.
no.
Okay, I got a new one. After this pants story, you're my first true love.
My first true
Yes.
love? That's a sad story.
It's a sad story.
My first true love didn't make it, guys.
What do you mean?
That she killed herself.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Next question.
It's dark. It's dark.
Oh my
I
God.
laugh because it hurts.
Oh, understandable. Guys, next question. I can play
I can play the guitar.
guitar, okay.
Yeah.
What other instruments do you like?
I don't think I can play any other instrument.
You can't, okay.
I can play expert rock band drums.
Dude, that's always the best, yeah. I played drums, and then I didn't play for a while, and then I tried to pick it back up, didn't like it, because I was like, this is too hard.
We should start a band.
Yeah, I will practice drums for you, but like, now I bought a bass yesterday.
You don't know what this is? This
Because
is what is the technical term for this production?
For what?
For this segment.
The stream block?
But I was told that we can't say that word.
Oh yeah, don't say that word. It's just hangout time.
It's hangout time.
Yeah.
This is what we call supplement content, guys, around our other content.
Yeah.
You can
This-
say ancillary content as well.
And who?
Ancillary?
Ants? I don't even know what that
Reckless
word
says
is.
this is a dumpster fire, not a vibe.
It's,
Thanks. We'll take your
this is-
feedback into consideration.
I have been not reading. It was that YouTube. I have not been reading YouTube chat. I need to read YouTube chat.
You don't want to.
Sometimes he once says is that Machine Gun Kelly. I think that's a great segue.
Listen, Machine Gun Kelly is dating Megan Fox. I went to his concert the other day and watched him tongue her in the
All
crowd.
right, guys. Let's chat about it. Guys, what, how, and where and why am I not Pete Davidson? And also, why can I not become him? What is up with everyone? Pete Davidson essentially came out with a hickey on his neck, which is another subject I want to talk about, which is how old are you until a hickey looks dumb? Right? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's a good subject, but also another subject. What is Pete Davidson must be the funniest.
Yeah, he must have just a
amazing-
really giant,
yeah.
thick personality.
He must have something because these women are flocking to him, and I need to know, and I'm jealous, as you can tell. So I need to know, guys, who, what, where, and why, and how.
He's a comedian, so definitely the funny checks out. Fun fact about Pete, he also has a borderline personality disorder, and he's a good spokesperson for the mental illness.
That's amazing. I love him. I'm still gonna complain about the fact that I'm just jealous. Here's the thing. The funny is weird because I tend to be, people say I'm funny.
I would agree with
Where
that.
are my ladies? I have no ladies here.
Which is funny too, because Pete
So-
Davidson dresses like a lesbian.
Yeah, well, he has outfits of mine in his closet. So I need to understand, what do I not have? Is it because I'm not white?
I see you, Ashley, watching from Texas. What?
All right. I'm not from Staten Island. I'm very close to it.
You know,
I'm
we could
from
actually
New
make
York.
you a Tinder profile, and I'm sure we could get some hits. I think that's a great segment idea.
I've been on Tinder for 3 days, and then someone screenshotted my profile, sent it to me on Instagram, and I was like, never again. I'm never doing that again.
I met my wife on Tinder.
So what?
I've said I met my wife on Tinder.
I want to meet my wife on Tinder. So maybe I'll get on there.
Do you want to get married?
Yeah. No, I don't know actually.
Because, well, here's the thing.
No.
Oh, no,
we
it's not
can
on the
add
card. because my wife was really against getting married.
Yeah.
Because my wife is like I've talked about this. She's a very staunch feminist, and so she's like, she was like, oh, you know, I don't really believe in like the institution of marriage. And
I can absolutely get on board with that.
Well, the thing is like as a person who has been gay for as long as I can remember, you know, I wasn't one of those like late bloomer queers. I like came out, I was like, boom!
Yeah,
Just
absolutely.
500 feet away, you could see me coming.
Absolutely.
How did you propose?
What? How did I propose? She proposed to me.
Oh,
Yeah.
as you can tell, she has the pants in the relationship.
Do not be confused, guys.
You are confused.
I am not the person
We
in
know.
control here.
We know.
I'm just taller.
Yeah.
But I always wanted to get married because I was like, I did never think that I would be able to get married. I left the United
Yes.
States in like I basically left the United States just as they passed or legalized gay marriage.
Yeah.
And as soon as I left the country, I went to another one that didn't have legalized gay marriage. I was like, what the?
Yeah. I don't really. I think I don't like the legal part of marriage, but I like the, I guess the
Hold on.
symbolism.
Boobalicious
Yes,
chicken.
that's what it is, right?
It's spelled.
Who says boobalicious?
Well,
Who?
he says their personality is gay, but he spelled there, THERE.
Ah.
And I just wanted to help him out. It's the other there.
And you know what? Don't even feel bad about that. I make that mistake all the time because I can barely speak English to begin with.
She can barely speak French.
So I can barely. I'll be honest. A language I don't know. Many languages I don't know.
Yeah, it's a nice tax break too. Thank you. That's what I was trying to say. She's like very conscious about money. I was like, babes, we gotta get married to get these tax
You know what's
breaks.
great? And also the health insurance. If one of you guys got like a job, it's great.
And
you
I
know?
have to pay tax in like so many different countries right now. I'm paying German tax. I'm paying...
that sucks.
Oh my God.
That sucks balls.
Can we hear French?
Okay, what do you want to hear? What is it?
Je parle français.
Je parle français, oui. Someone says, what is French fries in French? It's pomme de
frites?
No, c'est frites. You could just say frites. But you can... Parisian French, I don't understand. When Canadians speak to me, I have a really tough... In French, I have a really tough time understanding them, actually. They say...
Is it more like accents?
There's an accent. In Canada, they have an accent.
Yeah, guys, Fiona is French.
Québec. Oui, je parle français. Je parle français.
What is your take on Emily in Paris?
I have no... why... Okay. Okay. No. Yeah, you want to know my take on that? This dreamland they think Paris is? I get pickpocketed constantly every time I go to France. You know how people are like, oh, the Eiffel Tower is beautiful. If you look under there, there's people stealing your wallet. And they're all gathered there. You don't want to be hanging around the bottom of the Eiffel Tower. It's dangerous there.
Yeah, but the thing is that Paris is also one of those cities where, like, don't get me wrong, I do think it's like overhyped as shit.
Yeah, it is.
But
there's not much.
You couldn't build a modern day city as beautiful as Paris is, and a lot of just, it's like, I'm not talking about like the Eiffel Tower and shit like that, but just like a normal street.
But most European cities and countries look like that.
What? Not as nice as Paris.
They're like, it's like rustic.
Barcelona's
It's
really
rustic.
nice.
I mean, in Italy too, it's the same. It is the most, like, I understand romanticizing it, and Emily in Paris is essentially romanticizing Paris. But my gosh, let's look at the facts here. It's a city. There's not good people there, and it's disgusting. The metro in Paris is disgusting. It's awful. And here's the thing. Am I going to compare it to the 6 train in Manhattan? No, I'm not, because that thing is horrendous. You know how people were like, oh no, COVID, right? I got COVID 10 years ago, and it was on the 6 train in Manhattan. First of all, COVID existed long before. You can't tell me. I was going in the subway, holding rails. People were breathing down my neck, and I was just licking my hand after picking my nose, holding the rail. Again, I never had sanitizer because I was just like, this is the culture. You're just walking around. You're eating a hot dog in the subway. You know, my favorite part was when COVID, the pandemic started happening, the MTA had the audacity to tweet out that they're actually going to start cleaning up the subways once a week. week? They were like, yes, we're gonna start sanitizing the place once a week. And I was like, excuse me, first of all, not shocking. I knew this already. You didn't clean the goddamn place. But now that they said it out loud with their full chest, I was like, well, now hold on. I didn't want to know that. I didn't want that to be real.
You guys had a very different COVID. Germany was like, lock it down! We will fine you if you go. I lived in my apartment for 2 years. I didn't leave. If you left, the Berlin police would. I almost said the F word. They'd roll up on you.
No, I spent most of my time during the pandemic. I spent it in Austin because I lived in Austin, Texas.
Oh, where COVID doesn't exist?
It didn't exist. Like I was in lockdown for maybe 3 days. And people were like, we're done. And Greg Abbott was like, okay, you know what I mean? He was just like, fine. But then after a point, I think I stayed there in Austin for like 3 months. Then I went to New York. I flew to New York because I was like, I want to be with my family while this is happening. So that's when I experienced New York pandemic, and that was different. It was dead. There was no one out. It was kind of scary, you know. It was like right in Manhattan. I was like weird, but guys, when I tell you I've seen everything, I have. And it was on the 6 train in Manhattan from 86 to
on Shanghai
42nd Street.
We would just we would see crazy shit. We'd always just say, there's a lot of Shanghai happening right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's wild back there.
Yeah. Listen, Texas, I've lived there. I lived in Austin for 2 years, and that's that on that. So will I go back to visit?
Listen, let me tell you, YouTube chat.
I won't live there again, but I'll visit.
YouTube chat is not about it. To which I say, then leave, fuckers.
We have that was the one, right?
I'm not keeping you here. Thanks for the numbers, mate.
I have not been reading YouTube chat, but it's okay.
Mate, they can't even get creative about their insults.
No, but you know, there are some great people in the YouTube. I'm reading it. I'm reading everything.
There's 4 people that are like, yeah.
Pay the toxic whiners no mind. That's what I say. Amen. That's what I say. The gays.
Oh,
are
here they
speaking
come.
The truth. Okay, guys, hold on. I have one more question.
Get the caps locks out.
Question. Frost, I have a question for you.
Yeah?
Ignore the haters, because I have a confession question for you.
I love confession questions.
When I was young, I wanted to be
a mermaid.
Dude, okay. This is why we're the same, because
Did you also want to be a mermaid?
Yeah.
I think Ariel was my sexual
Yes!
awakening.
Yes! Yes! Yes, I am obsessed with mermaids. When Pirates of the Caribbean had that mermaid scene with all the Victoria's Secret models, yeah, I came my pants.
Oddly specific.
I was very into it. I love mermaids. I love mermaids.
I wanted to be a writer for a really long time. I used to write all the time.
You write fan fiction.
Well, I was a huge fan. I've won awards for
I know. You are not shocking me. This is great. I know this.
But I had books, and I would just write all the time. I was one of those weird kids that didn't talk and wrote all the time and just had a rest.
You had a doodle book.
Exactly. And then someone, a teacher found one of my stories or whatever. I think I was 5th or 6th grade. And they were concerned about it because it had a lot of characters. I don't know. I was into Naruto, ninjas and shit.
Yeah.
And they're like, we think this is an active case.
Yeah. That's, yeah, when I was young, actually, I wanted to be a fashion designer.
You're very good at fashion.
I went to fashion school. I wanted to do that. I also, when I was really, really young, I actually wanted to competitively go into swimming. And I was very close. I almost joined the Junior Olympics. So I was trying out for the USA team.
So you were a very good swimmer.
Yeah, I was one of my swimmer pals when we were practicing together went into the Olympics. I think she got 3rd place. It was free. I think it was 50 free or something. But yes, I wanted to do that. My mom was like, "What are you, nuts?" My mom's black. She's the black one.
What were your events that you were good
I was very good. I was a sprinter, so I was doing 50 free. I was doing 50 fly, and then I was do the IM.
Wow.
Oh, those were my events. Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. It was, I sprint. I like sprinting. I like doing things quick and fast.
Sprint to a break.
Yeah, we could sprint to it.
Nice catch.
Yeah.
Look at that
Yeah.
athleticism.
Oh yeah, Olympics part 2. No, we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back with more Frosky and Fiona's. Oh, we're back. Did you miss us? Don't worry, we're back. So you don't have to miss us anymore. Okay. Frosk, I have another question for you. These aren't questions. They're more like prompts. I'm obsessed with
Me?
you.
Whales?
What?
Country or the animal?
No, the animal.
Okay.
Would you like some whale facts?
Yeah.
Okay, did you know that orca whales, technically not a whale, they're actually the world's largest dolphin, speak different languages. And they teach each other these languages. They have accents.
Is it dialects?
Yeah.
That's cool.
And like most people know about like the whale songs that like whales teach each other different songs, but
I
like
see it on YouTube all the time.
New Zealand orcas or Kiwi orcas will be very squeaky, and Australian orcas are much more like deeper toned, and then they'll teach and have different words.
And they're that close together too.
Yeah, and they also have different hunting techniques. Like, obviously, like a fun fact people always say, be like, oh yeah, like a natural predator of a deer or a moose is an orca whale, and you're like, how is that possible? Well, it's because they beach themselves, they grab it, and they go down. But those are only the Pacific Northwest orcas. Yeah, they can beach themselves, grab it, and then slide back in.
Holy shit.
Okay, wait, hold
And
on a
the
second.
amygdala, the part of the brain that's responsible for emotion, theirs is 10 times larger than a human's. So you think about how social of a creature we are. We can't even comprehend the relations and the like intimate connections that orca whales can make with each other. Which is why when you see those videos when people used to go and kidnap the babies for like SeaWorld, that you would just see the mother sit there and scream because their babies stay with them till they die. They never separate. And we can't, like, they have just as strong, if not stronger, emotional connections than we do. Yeah, you think about that when you go to the aquarium next time. And then also, an orca whale attack has never been recorded in the wild. So obviously, like, this is a big thing about, like, the Blackfish documentary. They talk about how the orca whale attacked but they're basically making serial killers in a bathtub. You know what I mean? Like, they're traumatizing these whales, and then of course the whale's gonna take a swipe out of them. But there's a marine biologist in New Zealand, I'm forgetting her name right now, which is awful, but she tests this theory because orca whales were never trained to eat humans. They will never eat humans. So she actually gets in the water with them when they're feeding and they don't bother her. She
Yeah.
can be in the water with these giant creatures as they're like ripping these stingrays apart, and she's just like, yeah, it's fine. They like look at her, they wave. Anytime when you see an orca whale go like this and raise its flipper up because of where its eyes are, it's looking at you. So that stupid trick that they do that they used to do at SeaWorld, where they would like, they're like, wave to the audience. That's the whale just trapped in its prison bathtub being like, save me.
Is it Natasha Visser? Is that the marine biologist?
I'd have to see a picture of her.
Guys, did you think you were gonna get whale facts today? I didn't.
Wait, so what are your thoughts on Free Willy the movie?
Free Willy?
Well, I really love Free Willy. The whale in Free Willy's name is Keiko, and Keiko was actually rehabilitated through the Oregon Zoo. So the Oregon Aquarium took him as they were trying to release him back into the, yep, that's her. They were trying to release him back into the wild, and he actually went up to Iceland. And what they tried to do is take the whale, put him in the Oregon Aquarium, where I actually got to see him when I was young, because I'm from Oregon. And then they took him to Iceland, put him in kind of like an open bay area, and then tried to get him together with a different pod. He came back, he was scarred up, the pod rejected him, and then an Icelandic village actually took care of him until he died. And if you go there, there's a statue of him.
This is like the realest one of these things we've done so far. This is so cool.
Yeah, these were.
I also am obsessed with serial killers.
I have that same. I won't say obsessed, but I have the same interests. Fascination. I'd like to know more about it. I watch a lot of true crime stuff because I need to understand.
What's the best true crime like docu that you've seen?
Or series.
Okay, the series actually, you know which one I like? Mindhunter.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Mindhunter
that
is
really
good.
was. I don't know, something about it was like very. I understood. Like I really got a lot of information from that series, but I really liked it.
So John Douglas is the author of the 80s book Mindhunter that the Netflix series was made after.
Yes.
John Douglas is also a, some would call him the godfather of criminology. He wasn't the only one responsible for it, but in movies like Silence of the Lambs,
Best movie.
Jodie Foster's senior, I can't remember the character's name,
Yes,
but he's
yeah.
John Douglas. That's who the character is based off of.
Yeah.
And he worked on a lot of different cases, including cases like the Green River Killer, and trying to find Gary Ridgway. But like, he has really good books, Mind Killer, and then if you also like, if you're more interested in like the psychology of it, there's another really good one called Serial Killer Across the Table.
Yes.
And that one is really good from a perspective of why it's important to look at the, let's see if I can remember it. Look at the what to determine the who.
Yeah.
And it just really, really interesting.
Yeah. What was I feel like I watched one recently on Netflix. It's called The Raincoat Killer, and it was about a Korean serial killer who was, and I was like, you know what I mean? Like it's just, there is just so much about serial killers that I'm like,
Why do they call the Raincoat Killer?
you gotta watch it. I don't want to spoil it to people who want to watch it, but yeah, no, it's good. It's like, it's a good, Nightcrawler's good. Nightcrawler creeped me out though.
Oh, you mean the Night Stalker
Not
one?
Night Stalker, yeah, Nightcrawler, sorry. The Night
He's
Stalker.
such a, I hate.
I know. I know.
I had just moved out to Burbank after I watched that.
Yeah, Night Stalker.
It was super hot. I was
Yeah.
so scared to leave a window open.
It's pretty terrifying.
The Golden State Killer, the documentary that, what's his wife's name?
Patton Oswalt.
That one.
Yeah.
That one is actually a really good documentary.
I've seen. I'm trying to
They
think of.
can't hear us. So they-
Yeah, right. I'm trying to think of the one. I've watched so many. Yes, I've watched that one.
Zodiac?
Sam Berkowitz
Zodiac.
is such a, that's a good movie.
Zodiac's a good movie.
It's also by David Fincher, who I think was the executive producer on Mindhunter.
I think you're right.
Was it really?
Yeah, I talked to one of David Fincher's editors, and Fincher is so obsessed with, if you guys don't know, in my opinion, David Fincher is the greatest director of our current time. He shoots super wide, so he gets everything.
Yeah.
And then he always cuts down in. And then he is so good that he's demanded his editors be able to edit in the middle of a syllable. So the constructed version of
yeah.
a Fincher film
Okay.
is like, it's never the true performance of what you got in the moment. It always is that very special Fincher touch on it, because he will take like 6 different things and edit them all together, even in the middle of a syllable, like the middle of a vowel.
Yeah.
Is wild.
This
a movie called
a movie.
early 2000s called Mindhunter with LL Cool J.
I have
No.
not. It sounds like I missed that masterpiece.
What? Mindhunter in the early 2000s.
LL Cool J.
LL Cool J.
Profilers that go to Val
There-
Kilmer's in it too.
What is?
How did I miss
I
a
need
movie
a- I
with
need a
Val
list.
Kilmer
I need a
and
list.
LL Cool J?
I need a list of this. Christian Slater. What is going on?
Very good, highly recommended. If you
Yeah.
like serial killers.
Oh man. Yeah.
What's the next card?
I mean, yeah. Okay. If no. Okay. How about this? Okay. I have an impressive collection of.
Almost said that live on air.
I was gonna say something too. I don't know if is it the same thing. I don't know. I don't want us to look like
oh,
fools.
sneakers.
You do have. You like sneakers.
I do
You
like
are a big
sneakers.
sneakerhead. Yeah.
What do you collect? That's appropriate.
Dill. No. Won't say it.
pickle.
Dill
pickles.
What do I collect? I'm not really a collector. I have a tough time collecting things, and like I don't know why. It's maybe something's wrong with me.
No, you're just not a hoarder. It's fine.
I guess I'm not a hoarder.
Yeah.
You know.
My favorite pair of shoes that I own. Okay, so this is gonna be a really like cop-out answer,
Yeah.
but I'll explain why. So in the current like sneaker zeitgeist,
Yes.
there's kind of been like ebbs and flows of like sneakerhead and popularity, and I really do think that Kanye West, like, say whatever you want about him, but in terms of like his impact on sneaker culture, he's really drove the big explosion of kind of the current,
Right.
because we had they called them the dunk riots, where
Yeah.
basically Nike dunks were just at an all-time high with the pigeon dunk.
Mm-hmm.
People had like machetes waiting around the corner for these kids to get like their raffles and be like, it's either the ankle's coming with me or the arm, like,
Yeah.
give me the shoes. And then it really kind of died down, and then it went back and forth. And Nike was actually losing for a really long time in the sneaker game until Virgil brought the 10 out, which was the off-whites. Now I
Yeah.
think it's gone way too far, but the original off-white silhouettes. But Kanye and the Yeezy and kind of changing a sneaker silhouette for as much as he did. I know that people think some of his designs are really ugly, but it's kind of hard to revolutionize on a shoe. But
Yes.
I own a pair of the Wave Runners, which are the 700 dad shoes.
Yeah.
And Yeezy wasn't, like, Kanye wasn't the first person to do the dad shoe aesthetic, but I do think that kind of the rising of popularity, that sneaker at that timeline was kind of like the quintessential popular dad shoe. Like, if
Yeah.
you were ever gonna take a sneaker in a museum for the timeline, that would be kind of the one that you pick up, probably with the Balenciaga Triple S, and sit down and be like, this was the rise of the dad shoe, and like uptick again of like the current sneaker fandom.
Yeah. My.
New Balance looking shoes.
Yeah.
That those.
Pretty rough.
My favorite part of the day is when Frost looks at my sneakers and are like, "Oh, are those the 1055s Air Riot Punch 6'9"? Yeah, are those that?" And I'm like, "Frost, I have no idea, but I bought them, and if you think they're cool, that's all that matters to me."
And you don't have to wear hype like Corey, TBH.
Yeah.
He doesn't wear super hype shoes, but he has an excellent
I don't
shoe
even
game.
know what's hype or not. I look at them, and if they look cool, like my SpongeBob sneakers I'm wearing right now, they have SpongeBob.
Fun fact, because I see it in chat here, the sneaker craze didn't start in the 80s with the Air Jordan 1. Originally, when the Air Jordan 1, which is this silhouette, released in the 80s, they were
I have a
considered
pair of
ugly.
those.
They weren't a big thing. Now, the thing is that skater culture made these shoes popular because at the time, Vans didn't release high tops. If you were a
Yes,
skateboarder, you
true.
had to wear a brace
Yeah,
or buy a
that's true.
specific brace. And when they kicked up their boards, the boards would hit them in the ankle, and that is really painful if you've you've never done it. And so
Yes.
these shoes come out. Everyone thinks they're hideous. Jordan didn't even want to take the Nike deal. Nike, basically, Jordan really wanted I say Adidas because I lived in Europe and everyone says it there.
Adidas.
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 He wanted Converse and Adidas before Nike, and then he fell into the Nike thing. They make the band shoes, because there's like that whole famous ad of him wearing the bread colorway and being like, these shoes were banned from the NBA, but you can wear them. He wasn't even wearing these shoes. He was wearing a shoe called a Fly. It's like a combo between an Air Force and an Air Jordan 1. They released them, I think, last year, that you can actually get a pair now, but everyone thinks it's the Air Jordan 1s. But yeah, these shoes didn't come into popularity until skater culture picked them up.
Well, I feel like, especially with sneakers, it's usually the skaters or like basketball.
But that was Nike's big secret, and how they actually came to power in the sneaker game is they went around to skate shops, and that's what made sneaker culture so powerful, was the collective cool of crew culture as well, because it went hand in hand with sneaker culture. It's kind of also the rise of Supreme. Like now Supreme's such a cheap...
Supreme, you see all those guys on Melrose. I see them all. They're all there.
Yeah, but in the beginning, it was a curated shop where a guy went to a bunch of skateboarders and was like, what are the brands that you want to carry?
Yeah.
What is the aesthetic that you want to sell to the shop? And it became a currency of cool and culture to be able to go in there and have these guys actually sell you something. And then skate shops started selling all of the Nike Dunks and the Air Jordan 1s and things like that, but you had to go to each individual shop to get the different colorways, and that's why it became collecting. But then obviously with like the introduction of the internet and now the bots, the sneaker game has completely changed, and people are just using robots to buy their cultural currency, to be like, look at me, I'm hype beast.
We have a problem in this country, and they're called bots. And for that, and with that, we're gonna kick it to break. Stay tuned. Hey, we're back. How's it going? First comment I see on YouTube, Fiona is kind of meh.
I've never seen a better description of just your general vibe. You just kind of meh. Was it a YouTube comment?
Yeah.
It's always YouTube. What is wrong with you? She's one of you. She is one of you.
I am one of you. I am you. Stay tuned for more introspective
It's okay.
talk.
If someone says, I didn't like Frosk as a lead caster, but she's okay on G4. I'm sorry, I told you the truth.
Fiona, kind of meh.
Kind of meh.
Okay. Okay, I have one great thing for you. I can perfectly imitate the sound of
I can't do any animal sounds. I can't even baw. Bah.
I could. You can't.
That's the best. I can't do it.
Okay.
Can you baw?
No, I can't baw, but I could do Stitch. Hello. What? My name is. Oh no. Ohana means family. Ohana means family means no one gets left behind or forgotten. So I can. What's that?
It's blue.
Oh my god. That's a good one.
That's all I got.
I could do, if I try really hard, I can do Ash's voice.
From
Wait,
Pokemon?
Yeah. Wait. Pikachu! Wait, Pikachu! Use Thunderbolt!
I think it just sounds like
You think so? I sometimes I can do it. Maybe I can't. I just got over a cold, so maybe I can't.
Wait, I can do yeah.
Yeah!
From Nami. When you spam her in League of Legends, she like
Yeah.
yeah.
I tried I tried to do Widowmaker's voice from Overwatch because she's French.
Wait, what does she sound like?
She's just French. She just sounds like a French woman who will kill you. So I was always trying to copy it, but I can't because I sound like a 12-year-old boy. All right. I once consented to.
Consented?
Yeah.
I once consented to.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a really large tattoo on my back that goes
Yeah.
from my shoulders all the way down to my butt, and
Yeah.
it's an Americana style tattoo.
I've seen it.
And these tattoos are typically rarer and that large because
Yeah.
traditionally Americana is like small flash tattoos, and so they're usually not one large piece. The tattoo artist talked to one of his buddies who is into, what is the Japanese rope tying art? It starts with an S.
Yes.
It's like-
I know. Oh my god, I know it.
I'm waiting for Twitch chat to tell me.
Oh, I know
Shirobi?
it.
Shibari.
Shibari, there it is.
Yes, okay, so there's a Japanese rope tying art, Shibari.
Yes.
And he has a photographer friend who wanted, he wanted a model who was heavily tattooed.
Yeah.
So I consented to being stripped down,
Yeah.
being tied up like this, and having photos taken of my back tattoo. And that's somewhere in a museum.
Amazing.
I think so. Or maybe
And-
he just kept it for personal reasons and told me
Yeah,
it's going to a museum.
and guess what? We're currently on the hunt for it. Stay tuned when we find Frost's bondage art. But don't tell the fans. They'll find it. They'll find it. Here, let's see. Oh, well, this is not really a have you ever come close to drowning?
I can't swim. So every time I go in the water,
But you can't swim. Like, okay, what's you can't swim?
I
Like,
can't
you just-
swim.
Can you like? Can
what,
You, like,
teaching me how to drown?
I could teach you how. I could teach you. Hey, I used to, and here's the thing. I used to be a lifeguard too, so I can also save you when you drown. So
Mouth to mouth.
mouth to mouth, as this is what G4TV wants. YouTube, I don't need to hear your opinion on that. I just want to say right now, you're gonna write something, and I don't want to hear it.
They say
I don't want to hear it.
disgusting. Where?
Where? I don't care. I don't care what you say. Okay. I know all the words to.
Britney Spears, she drives me crazy.
Yeah. I am.
That's the one that shocks you?
I know all the words to. Okay, two of these
Oh,
songs
thank
I'm
you.
very proud of. One is "Look at Me Now." I know that all by heart, even Busta Rhymes part.
Oh!
I know Busta Rhymes part. I need maybe I need a little refresher, but I can do it. There's a video somewhere, and I have it. But the second one is "People in Paris." I'm gonna say "People in Paris." I know that.
I don't, is that the word they use?
Yeah, it's "People in Paris."
Oh, okay.
People are in Paris.
That's the version I sing.
Yeah. I know all that by heart, and I know it just so vividly. So that's what. Rugrats in Paris.
Y'all
That's
be
an actually
getting-
great movie.
You guys are getting horny on Maine in here. What? Clean this
First
up.
of all, we can't blame them. Have you seen our Twitter? Okay, so here's the thing.
That was not my fault.
I've
That was
been-
absolutely your
I've
fault.
been, yeah. First of all, yes, Arcane. If you haven't watched it, watch it because I don't know what else you're doing. Vi and Caitlyn, I have refused. I have before.
I had my
before this,
second
before
sexual
Vi,
awakening
yeah,
with
before Vi and Caitlyn. I was very low-key horny on Maine. I was like, sometimes you'll see, oh, Fiona liked this picture. Oh, that's kind of fruity. And then you take it back and it's like, okay, that's fine. I am not shy to like any and all art that is Vi and Caitlyn. And 90% of it's horny. So I've just been liking them all. And I can only assume the people who are following me on Twitter, they're like, Jesus, get this woman something.
This woman is thirsty. Get her
this
some
woman
water.
some Dasani. What in the world? Yeah, like what? Dasani has salt in it. Doesn't it have like it dehydrates
that why
you.
it tastes so
I
good?
think Dasani has, I don't know if it's Dasani or Aquafina. One of those two. Maybe they
If
dehydrate
Dasani
you.
or Aquafina would like to sponsor us, please give us a call. I will gladly quench my thirst, so I will no longer be horny on me.
I always drink those. Well, I'm
There's a
just
good.
saying,
We
there's
can
some
workshop
salt
this
in
skit
it.
right now.
There's some salt in it.
What's the what water?
The best water.
So living in Europe and China,
Yeah.
if it's not sparkling, I don't like. I'll
Yeah.
accept this because it's cold.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna tell
Sparkling
you,
water.
it's hard to swallow.
I've most of my life, because my parents are full European. I grew up only drinking sparkling water. Plain water was a new concept to me when I moved out. When I moved out and I got a Brita filter because I couldn't like get cases and cases of sparkling water from Costco, I was like, I'm drinking plain water, and that's when I discovered it. But otherwise, it was always sparkling water. Europeans love the bubbly fizz of a.
It's delicious. It's so
good.
refreshing.
It's good.
I stopped drinking soda.
It feels like I'm hydrated more. But I don't think that's the case.
What is it? Is it LaCroix? LaCroix? How do you say
LaCroix.
it? We say
No,
LaCroix
you
to
guys
sound
say
fancy.
Yeah, you guys say it's LaCroix. You say LaCroix.
Is it LaCroix?
LaCroix.
I don't know. That can.
No, it's LaCroix. In French, it's LaCroix.
We say LaCroix.
You say LaCroix.
Okay. LaCroix. I didn't understand that at first, but now
Yeah.
since I can't really find any sparkling water that's not stupidly what the. Get your shit together, America.
Yo, what about
Why
Spindrift?
is everything
What about
so
Spindrift?
expensive right now?
How are we feeling on Spindrift? What's your take on Spindrift?
That's the flavored one.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
You don't like flavored? I agree. I'm not like a big flavor. The stream. I don't mind that. Yeah. I like fizzy. I like fizzy things.
LaCroix. LaCroix.
LaCroix.
Somebody asked what you guys' favorite color is.
Blue.
I'm wearing blue. Oh, look how great. I like black. I'm like a big.
I'm wearing black. That's also, bitch. That's a shade.
Yeah. Okay. We can argue that, but it is also a color. It's a color. I don't like. I have a hard time with any other color. Otherwise, it would be like red. I never wear red.
I like green and
Green.
blue. Yeah, I like jewel
I don't
colors.
think green really fits me. Yeah, but also, what are you supposed to feel?
When you look at a color.
No, like yeah, but like I guess I'm just confused.
What's
like,
the
I guess to me, yeah, like when you look at red, like if red's your favorite color, you look at red, you're like, oh, yeah, like what do you feel? What do you? Okay, pink. Yeah. Yes. Okay, but so you like the color because when you wear it, it looks good on you, right? Okay, like green doesn't look on me. I don't think I'm gonna wear it. I like, honestly, if I want to say it, and it's in my Animal Crossing town. I have in my Animal Crossing home. It looks super nice and everything, and then there's a room, and it's just pink. It's a pink. Everything's candy pink, and it's like my guilty pleasure room because I'm like, I don't want everyone. I think pink is like maybe one of my favorite colors. I won't wear it. I don't think so. But I get happy when I see pink. I think that maybe that is my favorite color. Like even when I see LED lights that are pink, I'm like, oh, that looks good. Yeah, that looks good.
Hold on, I gotta talk to chat for a second. Give you guys like a little lowdown here.
Purple's good.
I'll be nice about it. So producers, unclench.
Chat, send Fiona pink stuff. Yes, please.
All you people who are like, this isn't the G4 I remember. Where's the G4 I remember? This is made.
Is this a Cops rerun?
This is get on the ground. This is made by all those people you remember. The essence that was G4, they all grew up. They got more power and they decided to make G4 again. So when you're like, this doesn't feel like G4, that's weird because it's made by the same exact people. You absolute Muppets.
What was it that John Oliver called Adam Driver? You unacceptable monstrosity.
You mountain of a man.
Mountain of a man. You Muppet.
All of the producers backstage, they're all the old guys you used to watch. They're still writing the show, guys.
Yeah, guys. Adam Sessler is here with us.
He's literally here with us.
You know, Kevin Pereira and Adam Sessler are going to be on the loop after this, right? What the hell fell?
It's haunted. It's haunted.
Okay.
It's haunted.
What
do you
went
want to hear a
down?
ghost story?
What is...
This
give it
is
to
my
me.
best. Wait, how
on
much
that
time?
Note, on that note, break.
Wait, guys. At the other side of this ad, I'm going to tell you the scariest story
Oh,
that
wait,
I know.
think you told me about it.
It's absolutely real.
Okay,
It absolutely happened. Go
You
to the
don't
ad.
want to miss this,
You do not want to
guys.
miss this.
Just stay tuned. You don't want to... All right, guys. Well, you were promised a ghost story, and Frost will deliver.
Okay, have I told you this story?
You probably have. Is it the one at your house?
Yeah.
Yeah, with the child ghost. Yeah.
Okay.
What?
Yeah, guys.
Oh, no, here we
Buckle
go.
up.
Guys, if this story sounds familiar, I have told it on Reddit, so if you guys like to go through those weird, like, absolutely true paranormal experience, and check that account, I bet it says Indiana Black. By the
my
way,
gosh.
my Reddit account.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Whoa.
Yeah, well, it's my name, so can't hide from that one. Okay, so this was back in, I want to say, like, 2011, 2012, somewhere in that avenue. Anyway, I was out at uni, and my aunt, who I was very close to, this is gonna be sad, but it's okay, we can just move over it, everyone, we're gonna hold hands. My aunt committed suicide, everything's
Okay.
fine now, it was a long time ago, but
Okay.
anyway, I came back to grieve, but it was a
Okay.
very obviously, like, dark death.
Yeah.
So I'm in my father's house to come back and grieve with the family and kind of help make arrangements for the funeral. And you have to understand the layout of this to like understand how this mechanically worked. So when you walked into my dad's house from the garage, you're looking directly into the living room, and the couch is used as a divider between the living room and the kitchen. It was like kind of an open floor plan that went all the way back. And the kitchen was a 2-story. It didn't have a ceiling on it. You could see the mezzanine from the master bedroom upstairs. So technically, if you were upstairs exiting the master bedroom, you could look down over the rail into the kitchen and then kind of sideways into the living room where I was sleeping on the couch. That's the layout. Okay, so I'm staying up awake one night, and because I don't have a bedroom, because I'm just staying at my father's. How late is it? I don't even really know. It was definitely dark out and everyone had gone to bed, and I was watching like the History Channel, so I don't know, Pawn Stars was on or something.
Yeah. oh, old Pawn Stars.
Yeah, I'm watching like reruns of shitty reality TV.
Yeah, like Cops.
Like, I don't like Cops. So I'm watching it, and the couch that I'm sitting on has a really tall back and really like soft cushions. It's great for sleeping on, but you really have to like heave yourself to get out of it. And I just get this feeling that something's looking at me. You know when you're like reading scary stories at night and like you just have to take off your headphones and like turn around just to like ease it, and then you just put it on, or maybe like turn on a light, just to whatever. You get that type of itchy feeling. And so I'm like, I'm just gonna lift myself up, look into the kitchen, nothing will be there, it'll be fine, I'll go back to my Pawn Stores. I heave myself up from the sofa to look into the kitchen, and there is a small boy that is standing in the kitchen.
God.
He's completely nude. He doesn't have
Of course.
He doesn't have any genitalia, and his skin is really thin. I like, you know those under lights that people put in their kitchens to like soft lights, accent lights. Those are on, and I just distinctly remember seeing like the fluttering of heart and breathing, like on like almost like translucent skin.
Yeah.
And then if you took the top of his head, grabbed the skin and like pulled it back, it was like a Voldemort type of, you know, like the features were really pulled back.
They were tight.
And it's staring at me.
They were tight. They had a facelift. It was tight.
And then I wake up. And I immediately, as soon as I wake up from this very lucid dream, I'm like, oh God! I'm like rocketing off the sofa, I'm turning on all the lights, and I'm just like turning up Pawn Stars and just watching. But the thing is I never remember falling asleep. And I've had like lucid dreams before, but like never that lucid.
Yes.
Anyway, it gets worse.
Yeah. Yeah. Watch out, guys. Buckle up.
The next morning, my stepmom and my father at the time, they're like, you know, lights are on, that's kind of weird. I was like, oh, you know, I just can't sleep very well. We kind of go on with our day. But the thing is I keep having these same dreams. I dreamt of him maybe 3 or 4 times. I don't remember how many times, but I kept having the same one. And I distinctly remember kind of on the day that it came to a head, it had happened multiple times. I never remembered falling asleep. I always saw the same boy. And then I would just lurch awake and then turn everything on.
Yeah.
And was like obviously suffering more and more from like insomnia and sleep deprivation. Is that my stepmother had come down, and I think my dad that morning had taken my younger siblings out to get them ice cream or something, like something to cheer them up. So it was just me and my stepmother in the house. And my stepmom is like, if like Martha Stewart and Oprah Winfrey had a baby and it did Pilates all the time, that's my stepmom.
That is like the most perfect.
She's not like a hippy dippy type of like spiritual person.
Right.
She's very like, we got to get the kids to the soccer, and I'm making the toast right now. I'm doing the work, like
she
that
doesn't
type.
have tarot cards, but
She's not reading my future or anything.
Got it.
So she's just like, we sit down, we're having coffee, and she's just like, I've noticed that the lights have been on, and I really want to check in on you. Are you okay right now? And I tell her I've been having some really crazy dreams, and she goes, you know, I've been having some really weird dreams too. I go to explain my dream, I'm not joking. As I'm explaining it to her, she's like, I've never seen someone like turn whiter, but she's like getting really upset, and she goes on to, well, yeah, she's.
You can only imagine. You can only imagine the color. You can only add.
Do I look half to you?
But she's your stepmom. It could have been anyone.
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, she begins to tell me that she had been having dreams where there was something wrong with the kids, and so she opens the door, going to cross to check in on my younger brother and sister, but while she's crossing, she's like, oh, I should check on Indiana. So she leans over the balcony to look in and check on me, and when she leans over the balcony, she sees that someone is standing in the kitchen, and then she wakes up.
It sucks.
Yeah, you want to recap on that? Yeah. She sees someone in the kitchen. I think that's the crazy part, because it has like you have two angles here. You've got you. You've got two angles here. You've got two sides of the story. You've got you seeing someone in the kitchen, and then someone who you didn't even have to explain it, said, I saw someone in the kitchen. Now you're like, okay.
Here's the best part. So while we're not like hippie spiritual people.
No, they don't have tarot cards.
My grandmother is, and my grandmother, when she had cleared out my aunt's belongings, she had burned sage through the house to like cleanse it. And so we had a box of my aunt's belongings, like her Bible and some of her clothing and stuff, with the sage in it. And without saying a word, we're both like, get the sage, cleanse the house. Yeah. Never had the dreams again.
That is like, those kinds of stories, especially hearing it from like a friend and a trusted voice.
You can verify the story.
Yeah, I see Frost, the way she's saying it, I'm like, this is a trustworthy victim of ghost paranoia. You know what I mean? I'm like, I trust that. So yes, I do believe ghosts are real.
Did you guys ever research like who the little boy might have been?
The little boy. Yeah.
I mean, so like other things that I collect a lot of information on are like weird paranormal urban legends. And technically the boy would fit more the description of a gray, which is what you would call a certain alien.
Yes.
And that's kind of the best way to explain it. Like if you were to explain what this thing looked like to like someone who was like, I'm a UFOologist, would you like to see my card? It's like, no, Cassim, put it away.
Yeah, shut up, Cassim.
Yeah, shut up, Cassim.
Shut up, dude.
Kevin Pereira.
I kept reading that. I was like, that would be funny to say. I didn't want to steal the chat's joke, but that was funny. I mean, that sounds real and lifelike. And how did that change you?
Did it change me? I think that I was more open to weirder experiences after. Like, I'd always been into ghost stories, but like, there was another thing where I was in, so my wife, her family is English, and they live in a traditional Georgian lane house. So this house is like almost as old as America. Like just think about that.
The concept is,
for Americans, very strange. And it's like a Weasley house. There's rooms on each floor, and it's literally 5 floors, but every floor just has like 2 rooms on it, and then you go up again, and there's 2 more rooms, and then and my wife always has the feeling that everyone does, like when you turn off the lights, that everyone's like sprinting after you up the stairs. You're like, And she had a imaginary friend when she was younger that she used to play with, and as I was walking down the stairs, I went by her old bedroom, and I, like, out of the corner of my eye, I saw what looked like, you know when you see someone move, kind of just walking into a room?
Yes.
And I thought that she had walked into that room, and so I was, like, super confused, so I walked in, like, Josie? And couldn't see her, and then Josie comes up behind me, and then I'm like, what is happening? And she's like, we need to get out of this room right now.
That's so quirky and random.
Yeah, so.
Oh my gosh.
One more.
Is it the yelling one?
The yelling one?
You told me once you heard someone yelling.
This was one that happened in Italy.
Okay.
And I didn't see it. I just felt it.
Yes.
Yeah, Josie saw this one. So this one was seen by my wife. We were in Venice, and we stayed off of the main island on one of the smaller islands that you cross to by boat to get onto it. And we stayed in an old mill that had been turned into basically apartments that we then Airbnb'd out. And the first night that we stayed there, I just got a bad feeling. Like, I'm a little bit of a paranoid person anyway, so I'm like, it's probably fine. So I'm just like not sleeping at all. And I can tell it's just coming from like this corner of the room. And the room was really strange. It was shaped like an L. And so if you were in the bathroom, you could see the corner of the kitchen and in the bed. So I'm in the bed and it's like this corner of the kitchen that's freaking me out.
Yeah.
And then I think it was like our second to last day in Venice. I had gotten no sleep because I'm just staying. But I'm not going to tell my wife that, babe, I think the room is haunted. I feel something in here. I'm just not going to do that.
Yeah.
And she was getting ready in the bathroom. And I was just like sitting on the bed, like texting on my phone. And I hear her say my name in like a concerned, like confused way. And then like in a very scared way. It was like a, Indiana.
Yeah,
and then she literally like bolted out of the room.
I think that's the one you told. Yeah.
And I basically run after her, and she's just like, she's freaking out. She's like, there's something, it's low to the ground, it's dark, I don't know what I saw, there's something in the room. And she thinks that she saw like a small shadow or something in that corner, and she thought it was me, and that's why it was like confused, and then the alarm of realizing it wasn't me, into the panic of, I have nothing else to do but to run out of this space, just leaving me in the room with it. What the hell? I have no idea.
Older than America.
I mean, it was definitely older than America.
Like, you could only imagine. Yeah, 66 years old. Wow. Yeah, you seem to have a lot of. Do you ever feel like you attract this kind of like paranormal type thing? Because I believe in them. I totally believe it exists. My mom attracts a lot of that paranormal, and she tells me things, and I'm like,
that shit scares me.
yeah. And I have one where it was like in France my mom was experiencing like a woman. She was talking to a woman at some point. I was like, I don't know. I'm 12. I don't know. But I'm like, but things were making sense. Like when you grow up, things are making sense. And then I'm like, my mom, I feel like attracts those kinds of spiritual. I don't think I do, because I've never had any kind of. I believe in them, but I've never had that kind of weird. And if I have, I think I'd take a flight home. And I would sleep in my parents' bed if that ever happened. Oh my gosh, I don't know. I mean, like, oh God, I don't even know how old she is right now. It was probably like, she must have been like 45 at that time. I might not have hit the age. Yeah, she has all these kinds of ghost stories. She's seen everything. I am not that. So, oh yes, right. Our beautiful Kirby has reminded me that it's break time, baby. We'll see you in a little bit. Pinkies up.
What up, fam?
Hang loose.
We are back,
We're back.
and we're now going to learn more about Fiona Nova because I'm the host now.
Who said that?
I don't know. I did.
Who said that? Absolutely. Frost and Fiona Ghost Hunters. Imagine if we went to
I'm telling you, I've been
hunt
trying to pitch this to
ghosts.
G4 to just send Cassim, you, and me to a haunted location and not tell us anything.
Sending black people into a haunted location is like maybe the
I
funniest
have to
kind
make
of.
sure that I get out, Fiona.
No, here's
that's
the
why
thing.
you're coming.
Here's the thing. Yeah, no, here's the thing. It's funny because you have two sides of the coins. You have you and Cassim. They're going to be very interesting and everything. Then you got to get me. That's the entertainment. That's people laughing at me like, what is she doing? And I'm like, if I do not get out, I'm gonna fight.
Imagine
you
us as ghost G4 ghost hunters.
I'm gonna start like I'm gonna like a right hook, a left hook on the ghosts. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Halloween Horror Nights is like, oh, what happened? It
Did
turned
the
black.
stream crash?
No, I think it's still live.
Oh, nice.
Still
Okay, are you
up.
ready?
Yeah.
I've never stalked anyone, but I did.
Why would that start that way? Am I supposed to find
I like
something
how this
better or worse? What is the what? Okay, I've never stalked someone. Yeah, I haven't, but I haven't followed anyone. Why would I? No.
Do you hunt like exes, you like Facebook pages? Are you one of those people?
No, I try not to. Whenever I break up with someone, I try to remove myself completely from the because
Universe.
the universe.
You're like, if I could just eject
if I
myself
could
off this
just
planet.
leave. No. I think I've had those moments where like after like an ex, you kind of get like you wonder what they're doing, or if they've just you're just wondering.
You're like, I hope they're more miserable than I am. Check.
Yeah, like, you could like hope, or you're just like, yeah, what's up with her? And then you see it, and you're like, okay. And now you feel like bad.
Are you guys friends with any of your exes?
No, okay, that's a great. Okay, Kwani asked, "Are we friends with any of our exes?" I will say this: I have tried many times to be friends with an ex. Never worked out for me. It was never good. But all of my friends who are like, like they're all like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna have brunch with my ex and her family tomorrow." I'm like, what? Like, how does that work? How are you doing that? Like, mentally, are you okay? Are you good? I don't know. Like, I guess I don't know. I've never had that.
I was really okay. So I was trying to sleep with this girl.
Yes, and
Okay, but I was really professional about it because we worked together, and I was like, I don't want to do this in like a working capacity, but we were getting kind of flirtatious. But I was
Yeah.
like, okay, at the next like event that we do together, I would love to take you on a date, and if it doesn't work
Yes.
out, like that's totes fine. But I would love to like actually be serious about this.
yeah,
So we chat on Facebook Messenger a couple times back.
Facebook Messenger.
I know, right? That kind of dates it. Tells you exactly when this happened.
It's like on AIM.
And then it comes to the next event, and suddenly we're still working together because she worked really closely with my team, but
Yeah.
she's like totally ghosting me and just very like awkward. And I was like, okay, yeah, I can take a hint. Like I back off. I go to find out that was the event that she got together with my best friend,
Yeah,
and he is the male version of me.
yeah. That has happened to me.
Huh?
Yeah, it was Machine Gun Kelly.
Machine Gun Kelly.
It was actually Machine Gun Kelly.
Better though. So then I move
Yeah.
and I'm working with her at full-time capacity, and
Uh-huh.
he invites me. They're happily together. Very happy for them.
Yeah.
We go over, me and my wife, not my wife at the time, we go over to their house for dinner, and it was just like this really awkward bisexual triangle of like, she wanted to sleep with me, I wanted to sleep with her, I'm now sleeping with her, he
Yes.
would sleep with everyone.
Yeah. I've had those, but is that really considered an ex? I guess what is an ex in your?
It was a lot of tension over dinner.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That has happened to me. I have been with women who then go with someone that looks like a male version of me. That has happened. It doesn't hurt my ego.
Don't you hate that?
No, I don't know. Does it hurt? I don't know. That's. I love that story. That's like one of your best stories.
I once committed.
I once committed, period. I don't know. What do you commit?
A crime?
A crime?
Have you ever committed a crime?
No. And I'm not gonna say
I literally told you my shrieking story.
I'm not going. Okay, you're picking the worst ones.
I
had to go through to find the best ones. I curated it. There's a bunch.
No, I'm finding a different one.
Okay. Constantly trying to get me fired, guys. Frosk, dangerous.
You've
Arson,
never,
like I don't
done
understand
anything?
what like a committed an act to something. Yeah, I've committed to something.
I
A
love the
girlfriend.
smell of. What do you love the smell of?
I won't say it. But that was an easy one that would have been immediate. I love the smell. Periwinkle. I love the smell of a bakery and cookies.
Where's the
else?
sex question?
What else am I supposed to say? Do I love the smell of gorillas? Like, what do you want me to say? I love the smell of my dog's breath. I love fresh baked cookies. I love pancakes. I love the smell of that.
I
in the
nearly
morning.
choked.
Fresh rain. I love that. What is it?
I nearly choked.
I nearly choked on prosciutto once because of the fat. Okay. Also, I was probably. Gosh, I keep saying 12 because I think at that I'm 12.
A lot of things happened to you when you were
Yeah, but
12.
like I don't think I really was 12. I think that's just the number I give. Maybe I was younger. I don't know, 10. I don't know. Yeah, I ate like a prosciutto and I started choking on the fat. I don't think I swallowed it properly, and my mother, she just went in there and just took it out. Like there was no like a
when your
like
mom
a,
is like
my
elbow deep
mom
on you.
is elbow deep trying to get this prosciutto out of my throat, and it's like a string because if any of you guys have eaten prosciutto, there's the fat, and the fat kind of you can't break it. It's just like a string of fat. So it's just in my mouth, in my throat. My mom in full mom mode. Like she got superpowers and just like entered in there and grabbed it. So yes, I nearly choked. Yeah. What magicians? Yeah, it's like the rope, the napkins.
Okay, here's a good one.
Yes.
I don't like to boast, but I'm pretty damn good at.
I'm pretty damn good at making movies.
That's true.
I'm pretty.
Please tell me.
What movies have I made? Well, I only made one movie, but yeah, I like making movies. I'm pretty damn good at making things look good, or like knowing what looks good.
That's a good skill.
Yeah. I know when it looks good or not. So I think that's like one of the bigger skills that I have. And the movie I made is called The Laundromat Off Malibu, and it is you can't right now, but I'm going to post it on YouTube soon because I have to submit it to a couple festivals before that. And then and then I'm going to make another movie next year. Early next year, and it's gonna be a French one. We're gonna film it in France. So, yeah, I'm doing a lot of stuff. The other project I did was a comedy series called Dead Little Roosters, and it was an interactive murder mystery that I directed and show ran. I love murder mysteries. I love thrillers. I love drama.
Is that like the end goal that you want to be a director?
Yeah, probably like action. I like action. I love movies that have suspense and are like exciting throughout. Yeah. Love all James Bond movies. Like that's like, gets your heart racing. Knives Out was great. There's this great underrated movie, Man of Uncle. Oh, so good. Those like amazing. Guy Ritchie, honestly, is probably one of my favorite directors. Weirdly enough, because he makes bangers. I mean, like there's a movie that is underrated. It has Matthew McConaughey in it and like Colin Farrell, and it's called The Gentleman. Oh, yes. It is probably the best. Like I was watching. I was like, this is the funniest and most entertaining movie I've ever watched, and the script is like so good. So yeah. You got anything else for me? You got anything else?
If I had to dispose of a body,
If I might have committed something. If I were to dispose, I would have put it in a meat grinder and fed it to the pigs.
calm down, Fargo.
Because how else would you dispose of a body? It'll pop up somewhere else if you don't do that. Yes. Got it. DNA in pigs.
I once super glued.
Super glued my fingers together.
Why?
For fun. No, because I did it by accident. I was super gluing something and it all got on my finger. And the feeling when you get super glue, it's like, it like cakes over your finger. So it feels weird. But if you pick it off, it feels like your skin's coming off. So you have to just kind of let it sit. And it's suffering.
What movie should be made into a video game?
Ooh.
That might be a good question to answer after we come back.
After we come back from the break. Let's answer that right after the break, guys. You don't want to miss this, I promise. Stay tuned. You're back, and we're back. And I think I found an answer to the question, which was, what movie would you make a video game? And I thought of Inception, and we were talking about it, and I think the layers, or the dream states and layers, could be an interesting mechanic in the game. So that would be my answer. What would your answer be, Frost?
I'm going to steal from the peanut gallery and Westworld.
Westworld?
That's a good answer.
Tyler Perry's Medea Goes to Jail? That's just GTA. That's just GTA. Tyler Perry.
We both picked Christopher Nolan, and I picked Jonathan Nolan. We both picked
We're
the Nolan
both
brothers.
Nolans. We're exactly like the Nolan brothers. Actually,
All of Nolan's
the same.
best and most received films were written by his brother. I'm not saying who's the more talented one, but
Yes.
wait, is this a card?
There's some. Okay. I have a good question for you. My ultimate fantasy.
What?
My ultimate fantasy. Yes, Frosk, answer the question.
My ultimate fantasy?
Yes. Answer the prompt.
My wife is in chat, guys.
Yeah. Keep going.
So here's the thing.
Yeah.
And this is like a totally...
And it doesn't have to be sexual. It could be anything.
Yeah.
Really.
So I secretly always wanted to be an actor because I think every child does at
You
some point in their
are-
life.
Can I say that you are, when I see you in D&D, I'm like, you have that actor feeling.
See, I think I'm terrible at it, and my
no,
wife
you're
is.
great.
So my wife has a professional theater background.
Ah.
She works with real actors,
Yeah.
and she's a set and costume designer. And so when I was like in Germany, I was like, "Do you think I could be an actor? Like maybe I'll take acting classes." She's like, "You're terrible." And I was like,
Okay, to be fair, a lot of people who are bad are actors, okay? Have you seen Riverdale or any CW show? Like, you'll be fine.
But I literally just talked to my agent today. I was like, "What do I have to do to get the Batgirl part? Like, I will work out every
The
day."
Batgirl?
Yeah.
Wait, what happened? Oh, right.
Yeah,
Batgirl.
when they replaced Ruby Rose.
Yes,
But
yes,
I
the
tried
Ruby
really, but
Rose.
yeah. So my greatest fantasy would be that if I ever got like if I ever like really tried to be an actor, because I think that would just be so much fun. Because I'm having so much fun on Invitation to Party.
Yeah.
When you get to like
Yeah,
play a different
exactly.
character.
It is a lot of fun.
But I feel like that's gonna be the closest I'll ever get.
No, I think I absolutely you have to just keep on audition. It's like a bunch of auditions and okay, as someone who's been in front of the camera and also behind it, like in front acting and also behind it, whenever I'm behind it, I'm like, thank God I'm not an actor. Like, you know what I mean? Because I'm just like, God, they gotta learn lines and they get stressed out and it's cold there, so they gotta have their spaghetti straps on.
And you're like, for this next shot, I'm gonna physically
yeah,
choke them to
yeah,
make sure that I get the shot.
And I'm like, man, I'm just here comfy, kind of just telling them what to do. So, I mean, and obviously directing is hard. I'm not trying to diminish that. But acting's tough. And sometimes I'm like, I'm good. I don't really want to be an actor. But I think you could absolutely do it. I've done just a couple acting things, but I'm
You're like
good.
a full voice, like you're a main character.
Oh,
in a
right.
video
Voice
game.
acting. Yes, that's different.
No,
No,
that's
it's
the
the
same
same.
thing.
It's the same,
All the
but
voice
different.
actors out there were like,
It's the same but different. It's the same as in like it's the same kind of work. It's different. It's a different method of acting, I guess, right? It's voice. You have to be a little more with voice acting. You have to be a little more.
talented.
No. It's like an acting. You have to actually feel. You have to actually like act like a real person. Like you can't be too dramatic or exaggerative. Because then it looks like you're being too theater and too like much, right? But in voice acting, it actually feels like you have to, depending on the project, right? You have to kind of up it up because you just have voice. You don't have movement or anything else to show your expression. So that's how I feel about it. And also, if ever you guys are interested in playing a game that I voice, it's called The Gunk, and it's
Shout
coming
it
out
out.
December 16th. And you get to play as my character and hear a lot of sounds. Like me dying. And if you suck at the game, you're gonna hear it a lot.
YouTube chat is like downloading now.
It's my voice. It's my voice. I didn't really.
Was the character like you? Like, did you feel like you got to play yourself?
Yeah. I mean, she's a little more. I feel like it's like a in between of me right now. I feel like I play it up for the camera, but I'm very like chill. I'm not like a crazy.
I would have never
I'm not like
expected that.
very.
from you.
I'm really a lot more chill, but like, and then there's Chuckles and Ollie, right, from Invitation to Party.
Some chuckles.
She's like high up here. It's in the middle. I had to hit a middle ground for that. Ollie is like my favorite thing ever. I think about her constantly. I'm like, what would Ollie do today?
What's Ollie's greatest fantasy?
Ollie's greatest fantasy? That's a good thing that I bet Jeff Galante would love to know. Ollie's greatest fantasy is to, Ollie's greatest fantasy, honestly, is just to, like, be wanted by people and also be married to Octavia Anastasia.
Oh. Ollie is such a kicked puppy.
I know, but she loves it. She loves the attention. So kick her all you want.
It wasn't just me though. No spoilers, guys, because invitation party comes out tomorrow.
Yeah, that's.
There was a lot.
2 days. Friday.
2 days? Is
Friday.
today Wednesday?
Today is Wednesday.
Guys, sorry, you have to wait 2 days. There was a lot of sexual tension.
I started it. Yeah, okay, the next episode, yeah, because you have 4 horny people, and then like,
No,
what do you
I was
expect?
an innocent bystander. You guys did this.
To be fair, the bunny ears didn't help. Like, the bunny ears was just an accessory to
Those
make
are
sex jokes.
very erect.
And I put them up. Yeah. This is guys, you don't want to miss D&D Invitation to Party, because that is a really good show.
Whoa. Hold on, chat. So they're talking about my Jordans. Okay, so
$2,000?
I
do not have
have
that
real
money.
Jordans, but I'm wealthy. I'm not a dipshit. These are not real. I would never pay $2,000 for shoes.
Jesus, I would never do that either.
These
I'll be
are
honest.
replicas,
Good.
and
And good for you to own that, because I, as someone who would also want a replica because I cannot afford $2,000 shoes.
who's buying that?
Tell me where I can get that.
And I'm never supporting that market. Screw you, scalpers. I'm never supporting the bots. No, all of my shoes, I either get replicas or I get from raffles or retail. I've never bought shoes resale. Now, I have plenty of real Jordans. I own, I think, 3 different replicas, and I'll always say when they're replicas, this is a replica. This is not a real one. However, I own a lot of real ones. I'm gonna say like this one probably fell off the back of the truck, if you know what I'm saying.
the back of the truck. Okay, Frost, you ready? If I could ravish one celebrity, I'd choose
Amy Adams.
Amy Adams.
Yeah.
I would do Catherine Hahn. No, just have you seen Mrs. Fletcher on HBO Max? I'm attracted to Catherine Hahn.
I wear replicas because I like the style and the color, not because I'm an idiot who's gonna pay $4 million for the same shoe in a slightly different shade of red.
Listen, guys,
Guys,
money's hard, okay? It's tough out here for
I'm
a
trying to
pimp.
buy a house.
You're trying to buy a house. I'm trying to just skate by. So I can't just pay for $2,000 shoes. Okay. Okay, this is a good question. The most shocking photo on my phone. Say it.
On my phone?
Yes. This is
I
the
think,
game.
I think I have a photo. I can't get it too close to the camera because it never works, but I'll show it to you and I'll get your facial expression, and that will be all that you need to know about it.
I don't think you're gonna shock me. I have some really weird shit on my phone. What is that? What is that?
Oh, here we go.
That's cute and funny.
That is a BDSM
Frost.
yordle.
You know what? We're gonna do the yeah. Hold on, but that's just arcane. That's just arcane. That's just arcane.
He's wearing
Okay.
a full
Okay.
harness.
Okay. Hold on. Okay, you think that's shocking. That is shocking. But hold on.
Oh, look at this
I
pumpkin.
have two. I want to show you. Oh my god, that's like a cursed image.
It looks like a glory hole.
Yeah. I am showing. This is one of 2 of the most shocking pictures on my phone.
Okay, guys. It is a pencil sketch that is outlined very darkly in pen on a white piece of paper of a erect penis at about a, I'm going to say 75-degree angle.
75. It's a 75.
But the balls are not underneath
They're
the
up
member, they're on top of it.
And then read the text before that.
What if the balls were above the dick like this? So someone had the
Sure.
thought and executed
And
on
executed it amazingly. I have that.
We can't show that photo.
What? What would you like to show?
Controller says I have permission from them to focus the camera, but we're not going to show that camera.
Oh, here, I got a good one.
You're not gonna show this? have the worst pictures on my phone. I have one of Cookie Monster like dressed up.
Okay.
What is that?
It's Gex.
Ooh, Gex.
Yeah, she's a Gex. Look at this.
I'm not. I can't show my weird ones. I'm gonna get in trouble, seriously. I can't
Oh, this is me for Halloween.
I can't show.
Oh, that's cute. Yeah, it was Jack Skellington. And this is the pumpkin my wife made. And tell me that doesn't look like a glory hole.
I'd like to show one. I'd like to show one of my images. That are not bad.
Oh, that's, what's his name?
Dude, so ugly. Look at this beautiful image. Looks disgusting.
I forget what his name. He has a name.
Roger.
No, that's Roger's little cousin.
Guys,
Right, yeah, you're right.
clap in
You're
the
right.
chat for Kirby, one of our
You're right.
excellent
Oh,
producers, for
amazing.
focusing the camera. I want to
Thank
see
you.
claps.
Yeah, we're gonna get some claps.
Claps, you absolute animals.
We got some claps.
I'm watching you.
Somebody asked
If Joey said
Okay, there you go.
Somebody asked
Good
if,
Muppets.
Invitation to Party is live or not. They were confused because
It was live the first time.
it was live the first time. Yeah, so the first time was live. All the episodes are, well, we're going to try to, are going to be live, but because Thanksgiving and Black Friday, we have Friday off, we pre-recorded this Friday's episode.
So we recorded it on Monday.
We recorded it yesterday.
Yeah, and it will debut
So, yeah,
on
it will be on Friday. But most of the time, like 80% of the time, they will be live. It's just when we are not, you know, for the holidays especially, they're probably, most of them are probably going to be pre-recorded. But yeah.
When we told our improv teacher, Jeff, that
Yeah.
we were doing long form scene work improv for 2 hours live.
Yeah, he keeps telling us like how we like this is not something normal people do.
He was like,
he keeps
why are
reminding
you
us,
so stupid?
yeah. He keeps reminding us that like calm down. This is like hard. Like I don't know why you guys think you need to be perfect with it because we're all kind of perfectionists. I know Kasim's like worried, sick, he can't sleep because he's just like I need to be perfect, right? But like we're all trying to do our best, and Jeff, our improv teacher, has to really remind us that this is like one of the harder things you could do in your life is to do long form improv for 2 hours. And like, he keeps reminding us that because it's tough, but I think we're kind of nailing it.
It definitely was something. Something got nailed this time.
I think it's good. I think we're doing great. I think we're doing great, and it's gonna get actually better.
It will definitely get better the more practice that we get at it.
Yeah, it's gonna get better, and I'm really excited to see how it goes because our characters are pretty awesome. You know how you remember in the beginning when we were like, and then we did it. And we're like, oh.
We had a bunch of D&D session zeros
Yeah.
to establish backstory. So the things that our characters, like when Octavia says to Ollie, "This is all your fault for kicking a dwarf down a well," that happened.
We had a session that it happened.
We had to play that.
There was a story of we went into the jail. We got into jail because there's a story that happened prior to that. We had a session about it. So, you know, we've got history. We've met each other. We know each other. We're all great, amazing friends. And I love them all. Ollie loves them all. And it's an ad break. Is this going to be the last one?
yes.
Yeah, this is the last ad break, but stick around. We'll be right back. Hello, we're back. We have more things to talk about. Also, I know we didn't talk about this, but Mr. Beast essentially remaking Squid Games. Did you see the set?
I feel like don't get me wrong, very interesting and cool, but also kind of missed the whole point of Squid Games, don't you think?
Yeah, people are saying he missed the whole point, but oh my gosh, he built it like straight, and a lot of that was actually just VFX. In the actual,
yeah, they built it too.
VFX most of the things, but he made it real. So I was just looking at some of the pictures and I was like, oh my god. Would you play Squid Games?
I mean, technically, the show tells us that we're all playing Squid Games.
We're all in the Squid Game. You just don't know it yet. All right, Frost, hit me with another one.
Okay. I worry
that I will lose my job.
I worry about that too. That's why I put myself on every show.
Yeah.
I hedge
You're
my
in
bets.
every show.
I'm like, if Booster gets canceled, boom, X-Play. If X-Play gets canceled, boom, Invitation to Party. If Invitation to Party gets canceled, what are the chances all three of them
I'm trying to get it on X-Play now. I'm trying to bribe them to put me in stuff. But then they ask me about games. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. I have no idea. So I'm just not going to do that.
I once licked
a lot of things.
I know you did. My weirdest habit
is I bounce my leg up and down a lot.
Restless leg syndrome.
Yeah.
I feel you. I hate
this capitalist society that we live in.
That is causing us to play a Squid Game.
That is causing us to play Squid Games.
I once jumped
my little brother because he took my shoes.
Did you knife him?
I knifed him. No, I'm joking. No, I know. I don't jump. I'm not violent. I don't jump people.
The worst rumor I've ever heard. No, let's actually change this. Have you ever heard a rumor about me?
About you?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, really? You guys suck. Where's the drama?
Have you heard some about me?
No, actually.
Oh, no. Are you trying to talk? Oh, wait, like in G4 or like on the internet?
Just in I'm sure you've heard one on the internet.
No, I haven't.
Nothing?
Not about you.
You know, like half the internet hates me.
Hey, girl, same here. Girl, let me tell you about the hate I got, okay?
Do we need therapy? I'll vent.
No, I've had enough of that. I remember I was really bad at GTA 5. Okay, so I was playing games with these guys at Rooster Teeth, the Achievement Hunter, and I love them to death. But my God, they would attack me whenever I played GTA with them because I never really played that game and I was learning, and they sent death threats. They put my address online. They doxed me. They did everything because I was bad at GTA 5, and they made my life a living hell. I couldn't for like months. I was like freaking out, you know what I mean? And then obviously it's, is it because I'm bad at GTA? No, it's because I'm not a white man. But,
don't hurt their feelings.
Yeah, I know, but
I'm waiting for YouTube chat to chime in.
I know,
Wait, this
YouTube
just
chat's gonna
from
come
YouTube
in.
chat.
YouTube chat's gonna come in. YouTube chat's gonna come in and say, no, it's just because you suck. But yeah, I sucked. But that doesn't mean I deserve that. And anyways, I got a lot of harassment, and then there's actually a petition out there, petition that people signed to get me off of that channel. Yeah, a petition saying, we don't want Fiona, X mark on it. And then there's also a video on YouTube of a guy essentially saying how bad and awful I am. Has views. It has people and saying like, she doesn't deserve to be here. She sucks. And like, there's also other people complaining about it. There's threads about how much they hate me.
I feel all of this in a deep emotional level.
Yeah.
People
don't like us. What's up? What's going on?
I called
what do we do?
My previous broadcast publicly, although I had also done it privately, for being whitewashed.
Yeah.
Especially
You're whitewashed?
No, because the whole broadcast is nothing but mostly white Americans.
Right.
And then people tried to like turn it around and be like, well, the Korean broadcast is only Korean, so why wouldn't you call that out? I'm like, actually, the English Korean broadcast is also only white dudes.
Yes. Yeah.
And the Chinese English
Yeah.
broadcast is also only white dudes.
Yeah.
And so is the North American one and the
Yeah.
European one. And like people, they called me racist against white people. I was actually canceled for that. I was bullied out of League of
Yeah.
Legends for that.
I've gotten that. I've gotten the same. You're being racist to whenever like I make like a joke.
Yeah.
I say jokes and like.
That's why what's the
I say
old
I'm
joke? I
racist.
love joking about white dudes. You guys, you take the joke so well.
Don't
You
okay,
take them
YouTube,
right on the chin.
YouTube,
You
chill
guys
out.
are so
YouTube,
good.
be cool. YouTube, be cool. Be cool. We get it. I know you want to type. You want to say something about that, but please be cool. Be cool.
Oh, we got one.
we got
Sorry,
one.
can't watch. Leaving. Bye.
Bye, Felicia.
Bye, Felicia.
Yes. We got 2 minutes, guys. What else can we complain about? What else? We got 2 minutes, guys. Listen, we didn't, we're here. We're trying to have a good time. We're here for a good time, not a long time.
Not a long time.
Where can people see you guys?
You can see me on. Am I plugging my Twitter at, or just the shows? Okay. Well, you can see me on Attack of the Show, which will be returning after this and also next week. So stay tuned for that. And you can see me and Frosky Poo on D&D Invitation to Party, which is happening on Friday. Every Fridays. You don't want to miss it. It has great character chemistry and amazing storytelling by B. Dave Walters. And you can also see Frosk in all the other shows, like Boosted, X-Play, and any other programming that will be coming out at G4, because she is everywhere. Where can they find you, Frosk, on Twitter and or other social media outlets?
Yeah, that's twitter.com/foreskin. It's spelled F.
Oh my gosh. I actually thought, when you said that, I was like, is that your use? Because, it has all the letters needed to sound that way.
It's Icelandic for frog, Froskurin, which is why I don't know why I picked it.
I think that is the cutest thing you've ever said.
Froskurin?
Yeah.
Aw.
That is adorable.
It actually
Icelandic
stands
for frog.
The frog.
adorable.
Froskurin is frog, but Froskurin is the frog.
Wait, Frosk is frog?
Yeah.
You're frog?
I'm frog.
Get the hell out of here.
And Bjorknin is bear, and Kotherin is cat.
Frog? Okay, we're wrapping it. Okay, Froskurin. You can find Frosk at Froskurin. You can find me at Fiona Nova. Please be nice to me. I cry a lot. I'm a Cancer. And call the show. Oops, all lesbians? Is that not the show?
I would call this show Never Happening
Never
Again.
happening again. I'll call the show The Fired. Yeah, The Canceled. All right, yes, you can find us all on Discord. Come join the Discord.
Yeah, YouTube
We're all there.
chat. You can leave us all of your feedback in our Discord.
Yeah, Discord. Come in there, YouTube chat. We love you. Anyways, we joke around, but we love you. Anyways, stay tuned. We have Kevin Pereira and Adam Sessler on The Loop.
The
Is it
Loop.
The Loop. They're coming in. I know you love those guys so much. You love them so much. You're going to watch it. I know you are. You're going to love it. And we'll see you guys all later.
Well, hello there, friends. And because we're on the internet as well as television, hello there, foes. It's good to see you and your rage. It's me, Kevin Pereira, and you've just stumbled into Attack of the Show presents The Loop. My guest today needs no introduction, but I'm actually going to Google him anyways to give him the Wikipedia summation of his introduction, which is a thing that is being developed in real time, Adam. I'm sorry. Spoiler, his name's Adam. Adam Sessler is an American video game journalist, television personality, and consultant. Well, that's professional and vague. He is best known as the former co-host of the video game review series X-Play and the editor-in-chief of G4's video game section. It's time to update the wiki. Ladies and gentlemen, Adam Sessler is here.
Hello. Okay, hold on. I've got to make a comment about that Wikipedia entry. Oh, the best part is, this was a long time ago, but there's that section of Wikipedia where people who are writing the pages can have discussions. And so one of the discussions, I think, was regarding my sexuality.
Oh.
Whatever. But
is that what it said? Adam's sexuality is best defined as whatever.
And they said he claims to be married, and we believe, and like more or less, we believe it's an Asian-looking woman, which is like they just couldn't like commit to Asian woman. You know, my wife's Korean American. And this is where it gets really good. But she may just be a decoy like Ava Braun.
What?
And I'm like, decoy, I think they meant beard. And it's like, you went right for Hitler's girlfriend. Like, there's so many other people that we could have like used as an analog for that.
Yeah, there's no in between. There's no margin. It's one of the bookends for you.
Yeah, it's like, what's the theory? Like how long something takes to invoke the Nazis?
Yeah, for you, it's one sentence
exactly
in a Wikipedia comment.
About my sexuality.
Did you leap into there by any chance? Did you ever try to correct your own Wikipedia?
No. I think I one time at a Comic-Con or a PAX panel asked someone else to change it because it had my middle name as something different. I can't remember what it was. Like my middle name's Michael, and it wasn't like a bad name or anything like that. It was just like, how on earth did that become my middle name?
Everything in your article, I think, has citations needed on it all over it. I think it's just one big speculative chunk of text.
Yeah, I'm trying to be that person in Wikipedia. That's my goal.
Well, we got to update it because it says the former co-host for the video game review series X-Play and
current.
Wiki, get on it. This is
returning,
current. Yeah.
A relaunched, a rewashed.
Did you even update your LinkedIn?
Oh, LinkedIn. I think, like, I'm not even on Facebook. Yeah, but there is a Facebook page. My theory is...
Is it one of those fan page kind of things where...
No, I think because I just never wanted to do Facebook, but I think at the old G4, someone on the web team actually created a Facebook page for me, and then maybe they lost their job, and it kind of got Donnie Brasco'd and it was stuck behind enemy lines.
Yeah, the keys are locked somewhere in an encrypted vault.
Like, the funniest thing is there's all these people that got really angry at me that I wasn't accepting their friend request. I think it was like Michael Pachter. You know, the gaming industry analyst. He's like, you never accept my friend request. I'm like, that's not me.
That's not me.
It's my picture, it's my name, but not me.
Are you sure? It does show the Adam Sessler on Facebook is in a beard enthusiast community. And I don't know if that's facial or relationship.
Let's not check the Ava Braun enthusiast community, or really we should just call that Facebook.
Yeah. It is an unexpected delight to be chatting with you right now. Not because chatting with you isn't delightful.
Oh.
I wouldn't expect anything but. The last time you and I sat at a table.
Yes.
With microphones much like these.
Yes.
We were discussing G4 in a very different context.
Very different context.
Because you and I had a bit of a song and dance there over 10 years ago, 12 years ago, 15 years. I mean.
Yeah, I think something like that.
Yeah.
Eons. It was 2012. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a long time ago.
Yes.
And in the rear view is all that rich history, right?
Yeah.
Out the windshield, I did not expect to see this.
No, because this was not a gleam in the parent company's eye, I guess is the best way to phrase it.
The parent company has beady eyes that cannot gleam.
Yeah.
They are Vanta black. They absorb light, reflecting nothing. No, I'm kidding. Love our corporate sponsors. In fact, shout out shop.g4tv.com. Adam, did you know if you go there and use the promo code RADDY20, you can save 20% off your order before it expires.
Oh, that's great. I was feeling a little chilly. I could use a shirt.
Shop.g4tv.com. Don't worry, friends, if you missed it, there's going to be plenty more of them in this casual chat format. So I'm delighted that you and I are sitting here again.
Yes.
It was unexpected. And when you got, was it a bat signal in the sky? Was it a phone call? Was it a Slack? Were you trying to log into Facebook and you realized there were some messages there saying, Adam,
Yeah.
we need you, please come back?
It was pretty much, okay, so it was pandemic had started. I had left the company I started with some other people. I left that company before pandemic. Pandemic hits, and it's like, wow, okay, my new direction map just got a lot smaller. And then I got a text from Blair asking about my availability. And I had heard some rumors, I would say, for the past year and a half. And I was like, I think I know what that is.
I was hearing rumors for like 5 years.
Oh,
I feel like there was a start
I
and
was
stop.
hearing rumors that I put more substance in.
Yeah.
I was hearing stuff, like 5 years ago. And I'm like, sure. And I want a Shetland pony that sings me to sleep. But no, suddenly I'm like, okay, I think there's some substance to what's crossing my desk, I guess.
So I was going to ask, where were you in your life that you were able to accept these rumors and entertain them?
Yeah.
Right? Because you
let's
said
see,
pandemic.
I was unemployed and stuck at home.
Right where they wanted you.
Even having, we just went through the launch and everything. I imagine that if I was more gainfully employed, I might still have made the change. Because it's hard to work for a living. I think that's kind of, I much prefer this.
Sure. And in that interim, though, it's not like you stopped playing video games. It's not like you had to put that face on for television and grab a controller and pretend you care about polygons.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of in your DNA.
Yeah, no, and I was consulting. The last time that we saw each other like this, I was consulting on Friday the 13th, the video game. They had just started their Kickstarter, and I was trying to drum up interest. So it was 2015. I believe it was October because, horror games.
Right, Halloween.
All that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I did that. I did some other consulting. The tech company that I started was still very video game centric. It was machine learning to help understand what people were talking about with video games. So it's always been there. It's all I know. It's like I can't make more friends in other areas because I'm just not that type of person. So I just have to lean on the existing ones.
That's a good strategy.
Yeah.
That's good life advice for anyone.
It's just, yeah.
So I know we've been writing the promo pony well in advance of launching this thing.
Not a Shetland, though.
Not a Shetland that will not sing you to sleep. Those are very expensive. It's a lot of very, very hyper training.
But one day.
One day. Dare to dream. In fact, you know what? Let's bring out the pony. Open up the stage doors. No, we've been doing a lot of promotion for it. What has been a common refrain for you? What are the common questions you're getting? What is
how is it different? I like the one so are you excited? I'm about to go, no. And PR's right next to me going, huh?
Yeah. I've been more plussed about Black Friday deals, I got to be honest.
I mean, all I know is I'm missing Succession this week. And
you didn't miss Succession, did you? Did you actually miss it?
No, I mean, I could watch it on my laptop, but I like to sit on my couch. Yeah, exactly.
That requires a sound bar.
So I would say that the other one is what brought you back.
Yeah.
It's my feelings were not, I was not quiet about them. And so a lot of it was, what was it? And I love that question because it was because I was presented with an image of the station that it's that's what I want. And it's young people. It's a diverse group of people, both in backgrounds and backgrounds. That's, I guess, how you do diversity. But in the games they play, how they grew up. I mean, it's that kind of thing. It looked like this is what I know the gaming audience to be, or I know the G4 audience to actually be, or
at least the audience you want to attract and program for. Right?
That's true. Yeah, and it's cool, and I want to do this. This sounds really exciting, and I forgot I like the creativity of coming up with bits of having an idea. in my head where I can actually turn to someone and maybe it like becomes manifest. Whereas like during that interim period, I play a game. I could come up with 3 sketches. I could come up with a review. But it's like, where am I going to put that?
Right.
It's like, you know, and then I tell it to my wife and she's like, stop. I don't care.
Hon, I love you, but find an outlet, please. Please do. I can just imagine you covered in like hot glue and pipe cleaners at a Hobby Lobby trying to, I got to make this bit.
Yeah.
I need a rat puppet. I need some googly eyes. We got to figure this out.
Oh, my
So
God.
what, look, I know you get this question a lot, but it is the top of the pops here. So what are you playing these days?
What am I playing these days? Halo Infinite, since they went and decided the week I'm down in LA to actually like release the game early.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, I booted up Skyrim with the anniversary, and it was so stupid of me. I started like I 36. It was like, you know, only a little bit of time between, you know, having been down here because I live up in San Francisco, so the viewers know. I come down here. I was going to go back for about 3 days and then come back down. And during that time, it's like about 36 hours where I have to be at the airport. I'm like, I just want to see what Skyrim looks like.
No, Adam.
And like, I started, and I'm like, oh no, the feeling. I've had the feeling happen. I'm like, I could just maybe get to that first dragon.
Okay, hold that thought, if you will, because we have much Skyrim to talk now. Because I'm very torn on this game. I think The Office is as well. So we're going to take a bit of a break.
Okay.
We're going to collect our thoughts on dragons and arrows to the knee. That's in the game.
Arrows to the knee.
I still got it. And when we come back, we got more with the legendary Adam Sessler. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Legend? Yeah.
I guess so. I mean,
It's what popped into my head.
I mean, it's better than visionary.
Oh, hello, friends. We are back with Don't You Call Him a Visionary. According to the wiki, former co-host for the video game review series X-Play, Adam Sessler. All right, so before the break, we were about to dive into Skyrim.
Yes.
You made the classic mistake of, I'll just give this a quick boot up.
Yep.
Let me just look at the title screen.
Yep.
Let me wake up on a wagon and see if I remember these textures.
Yep.
And what happened to you?
Well, I was like, then I, made the character. And I was like, oh, you know what? I haven't played a Dark Elf. And, what is nice is 10 years later, I now know things I didn't know when I did the review for it. And I had early code, which was, can you actually play a stealth character this time? You could not in Oblivion because the game scaled, it scaled with you. And, you can't stealth kill Oblivion monsters. They're kind of up on the sneaking thing.
Sure.
They're like, whoa, well, hello there. And then they bite your head off.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, yeah, I could do stealth magic. That sounds like fun. I haven't done that before. And then that feeling, oh, hold on, I could do this. Oh, I bet that dungeon's going to be really neat when I play this character. And I start making plans. And you can't make plans when you have to be at SFO again in 36 hours.
Yeah, there's an itinerary. That's your plan.
Yeah.
You got to be on a plane.
Yes, exactly.
And here you are sneaking around from dungeon to dungeon. I took a bit of flack for not not getting that sensation. I didn't get that feeling.
How
from
dare
Skyrim.
you not
I know.
force yourself to feel a way,
No,
Pereira?
I know. I have a taste and a preference, and it differs from someone. I guess I'm
oh.
a monster. Update the wiki.
Oh, yeah, this isn't Sundance Channel with its Iconoclast series. Yeah, this is Get in Line, buddy.
So I know that they get a lot of flack for re-releasing, for updating, for putting it on new platforms. They wouldn't do that if it didn't sell.
Yeah.
If people didn't rally around it.
Yeah.
If I didn't get the tinglies then, do I hop in now? Or has gaming gone so far that the only way to get that rush again is pure nostalgia?
God, that's really interesting. I can't imagine that it would suddenly grab you. Maybe. I mean, look, I know that there's games I didn't enjoy because of the period of life that I played them in. You know, like if I feel like a sense of urgency in the world around me, there's certain games that aren't, like Civilization is not fun to play. If you like are worried, like, you know, how you're going to make
It's hard
ends
enough to
meet.
navigate.
Yeah,
so.
it's
That's a fair point. So any game I played between like 0 and 38, my anxious brooding period, I should probably go back and replay.
I mean, there's some things. I mean, because there are games where I felt like I didn't like it, and at a certain time, I'm like, oh, maybe I'll go check it out. I'm like, I do like it this time. I wouldn't say that necessarily would happen with Skyrim, but it's. I mean, look, it's older. It makes me get very excited for Starfield, which is the space tinge game that's coming from Todd Howard's team over at Bethesda. It's almost like I'm going out for that last dinner with that lady I used to date, and we're never going to talk to each other again. It kind of has that feeling.
Yeah, you've already changed your status, but we'll clink wine glasses one last time.
Yeah,
and then off we go. So now Starfield. Mm-hmm. All that we've seen is the logo, right?
And the release date.
Okay. Oh, great. So those two morsels.
Yeah, I mean, there was a trailer sometime earlier this year during that thing that could have been E3 that really wasn't.
Right.
And so I believe it involved, it was like, you know, a pre-rendered, I think it was pre-rendered, if anything's pre-rendered anymore. You know, I think a person in a spaceship going to space, which, you know, it said all of nothing about the game, and I think quite cleverly. Because if it was going to even try to hide the space aspect of it, that's probably a bad idea.
Right.
Yeah, so we know nothing. I was actually talking to people on XPlay, and I guess they've seen some materials where it's been described as Elder Scrolls in space. Something I'm not tempted to read too much into. Like, it's like they didn't say Fallout in space. Elder Scrolls is more successful than Fallout. Even though Fallout and Elder Scrolls themselves, I think, have very, very clear things in common with one another. Mm-hmm. So, though it would be funny if you had a sword in space, I think that'd be hysterical.
I'm okay with
I'm playing a
space
game and I'm still using, you know, a sword and bashing, you know, knights on the head.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Now, Microsoft makes the purchase.
Mm-hmm.
Turns out gamers have opinions.
Dude, that's weird.
And folks clamor. And I don't know if you've noticed this, but I got the sense that when, you know, Sony has great first-party games. They have good studios. And it seems that that's celebrated all the time. Good on you, Sony. As a PS fanboy, I love everything you're releasing. Do you think? I think you know where I'm going with this.
I know where you're going.
Face.
I can't wait for you to talk about it because I love to throw shade on this argument right now.
I don't understand why Microsoft can't make even a hint or a whisper of a similar move without them being equated to all sorts of negative things, which shall be unnamed. Why the dichotomy with Microsoft like buying Bethesda and bringing those games in-house exclusive?
Well, the part that I thought was so funny, it was the collective denial of all these Sony fanboys who are like, well, it'd be ridiculous to lose all that money on us Sony players now with Microsoft. I mean, it was like, yeah.
They've already, clearly they're developing multi-platform. They're going to release it on our console, right, guys?
You can take the plastic off the cushion. She's not going to come back to you, okay? It's like, it was kind of, really, if you wanted to see how probably young men try to handle a breakup, It was like Sony fanboys trying to understand. And like, I love Sony. I love their games. I cannot stand their fan base whatsoever. I've been on the receiving end of their collective insanity too many times. And so I just ruefully enjoyed every moment of that. I'm still enjoying it right now.
I love that. I love how much
I mean, it's just like trying to structure that argument. Like if I type it enough times, it must be true. It's like Samuel Beckett. Like a lot of his characters, especially in like his famous trilogy in The Unnameable, the last of it, these characters, like, it's kind of like they need to keep talking because if they don't, they cease to exist. Right. And it's that's how I start to see sort of like that reaction to Bethesda.
All right, so let's talk the core, the meat of the existence that is your role with XPlay.
Yes.
These game reviews and these opinions of yours.
Oh.
How have they evolved over time or devolved? I don't want to be presumptuous. How has the process changed? Is it still the same today as it was 12 years ago?
No, that has changed. Oh, I mean, so 2012, I leave G4. I got lefted, let's put it that way. Then I go to Revision 3. And so this is actually my first foray into the world of YouTube and MCNs and stuff like that. And while there are huge disadvantages, it's just, you're always feeding the beast and stuff like that. One of the advantages is we didn't have to do a 3.5-minute review. We're not tied to a 22.5-minute format. And it's like, oh, wow, we can talk about the game as long as we feel necessary. And so suddenly we were doing 7 to 8 minute reviews. And one of the things I really had loved doing back at G4 was less the video reviews, but I loved writing my own reviews that would go up on the website. Because there, I could go, you kind of want to hit a minimum word count, but you can go long, and I could wax.
You can make
poetic.
that extra reference and have that creative flourish.
And that allowed me to do the thing I've always believed in, which is like looking at the game also in a larger, like artistic or cultural context. And so that allows for certain types of digressions. One of my favorite ones that I wrote was the Uncharted 2 review, because I was trying to like explain what that magic was in that game. I felt it reminded me of when I went to go see Raiders of the Lost Ark as a kid with my dad at Grauman's Chinese Theater. Like that sense of like amazement and wonder that such a thing was actually possible. That doesn't work in a 3.5-minute video review because you've got to get to the meat and the potatoes.
Right, Adam, I'm sorry. I had to insert 2 ad breaks into you just explaining that. I'm sorry.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, great. Make sure you go to shop. I'm not going to do it right now. Continue,
okay.
Please.
Oh, yeah. If you put in the code Adam Talks Too Much, you don't get a discount.
All right. You know what? Shop.g4tv.com. Use the promo code Ratty20. I don't know why I'm shouting it now.
And now you can get me just maybe a couple of sweatpants because I'm chilly down there.
You know what? On that note, I'm going to actually go to commercial, and we come back, we'll talk about how the review process has changed.
You got it.
And someone buy this man a sweatshirt. 20% off with Ratty20. I'm a talking ad. Look at me. We'll be back. Hey, everybody. We are back with more from the host of G4TV's X-Play and future president of the network and future CEO of the Comcast Corporation, Adam Sessler. Real pleasure.
Wow. That's
Remember us on your journey, us
okay,
little folk.
you got it.
Who wave the towel in support of you.
And if I'm in Philadelphia, I'm supposed to have the cheesesteak, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Just show up
and
to
I run up the stairs like the Rocky.
arms in the air, let the
Yeah.
pigeons flank you, or
Yeah,
doves,
got
or
it.
whatever they were in the
Got
movie.
it.
Then
Yeah,
go
then you
right.
have to break the bell more.
Yes, you have to karate kick the bell.
Oh!
It's like a Street Fighter mini stage. Instead of beating up a Honda on the dock, you got to take out the Liberty Bell.
Okay, that sounds good. I assume they have it out there for all to just kind of take a swing at.
That's exactly what
it's
it's there
it's
for,
an
yeah.
Excalibur.
It's actually a new TikTok challenge.
Oh.
You steal stuff from the restroom at the school, and then you go and you punch the Liberty Bell.
I can't wait for like these stories about the TikTok challenges and everyone freaking out. They're like, "There's a new TikTok challenge. It's called Shoot Someone," and it's like
And somehow video games will be blamed for it.
Oh, of course.
Oddly enough,
Yeah.
which is maybe a topic for deeper in the episode. We were mid-chat before a
Yes.
commercial break about how the process has changed, and you were saying that, you had this, I won't say restrictive, but interesting televised format where you had a precious few minutes to
Yeah.
make media about
Yep.
a thing. You enjoyed the more blog version of that because you could take some time with it.
And then we were able to do that more in video form.
Video on digital, yeah.
And I really enjoyed that. I'm very proud of a lot of the reviews I did during that era at Rep3. It was about 2.5 years. And then, I go into the consulting stuff and start the tech company. And when I started back here, I knew things had changed in this process, but I'd always kept in touch with like PR people I knew within the industry. So I was kind of like aware of things from afar. But, games have changed significantly in two big ways. Most games are just much bigger. And like it takes more time to get through the game. And then there's also games now change over time.
Yeah,
that, when I left, there was a
to
disc.
blow into the cartridge or
Yeah.
polish cloth on the disc.
Yeah.
Because that was the game and that was it.
Yeah, exactly. And now
day
it's
one, there's a massive patch, which might be different from the review copy you got. And,
rarely, but yeah,
and then
I'll touch on that.
And then 6 months later, there might be a whole slew of end game content or DLC
Exactly.
that suddenly opens up all sorts of possibilities.
Or something like Destiny 2, which is a much different animal than it was, originally. And so that idea of we're going to give it our definitive take on the game here, and we're never going to talk about it again. You can't really think that way anymore. To your comment about the day one patches, I don't mind day one patches. I like to play the best version of the game possible. But where that does happen with early code, this isn't in all cases, they would also like you to play the day one patched version of the game if you're evaluating it. So while these games have gotten bigger, there are many instances where the period of time to play it in advance of its actual release or the embargo has gotten much smaller.
Yeah.
And that to me is very unfortunate because even when reviewing a game, you're not playing a game like a normal person. Like normal people don't play 10 hours straight of a game 3 days in a row.
Right.
When you're suddenly doing even more, like it's 15 hours, 3 days in a row, it's like things like the repetitive nature of some of the activities are become so much more apparent than someone who's dipping into it, 2 or 3 hours.
Right.
And it's one thing that I always have still had to become cognizant of, that like I can only give what my experience is, but to kind of sometimes step into the shoes of what would a normal person react to.
The
with
fetch
something like
quests
this.
or the resource gathering or just the general grind
Yeah.
of any play loop, of any cycle
Yeah.
might be extra grating when you, to your
Yes.
point, have to barrel through it in 4 days instead of breaking up that experience.
Or like, someone's be like, if you're playing one of the new Dooms, you're like, well, I don't know, you just run around and shoot things all the time. Suddenly
Well, that's the
something like that
distillation,
might
yes.
become a little bit more like, wow, it really is just kind of you run around and shoot things. But for everyone else, it's like, oh, I can't wait to get home and run around and shoot things for an hour.
Well, how did you feel like Ratchet and Clank recently? Like I had no need to play that for the hours on end that I did. I wasn't reviewing it professionally.
No, but I mean,
But I sank every tooth that's left in my mouth into that meal.
That is, I would say like that and Forza Horizon 5 this year, like as different as they are in style, like they are so perfectly made like polished and technical that the sheer like physical pleasure of holding that controller and doing those things on the screen is just like, it's so good. And that's something. That's a rarity, but it seems to be happening more commonly now in game design because we're all the learnings of previous generations are always coming into play.
Yeah. You mentioned that the time to review is becoming less and less, and obviously for your profession, that can be difficult. That's a challenge. I'm sure it's strenuous and probably frustrating. For the consumer, I also hear, like even Battlefield recently. There wasn't a ton leading up right to it.
No.
And then gamers seem to catch on, not just with, I'm just picking that because that's the last comment I remember from a Shack News discussion thread. But, anytime there's game's coming out in 48 hours and we sure haven't seen a lot of reviews of this thing or even previews, that's starting to signal to the audience that there might be something wrong with the game.
I mean, even more than that is... back when I actually was consulting, there's one thing I did try to indicate to a few people I consulted with, which is let's take Sony. Sony's pretty good about something, and that's a fairly consistent lead time on their embargoes. Typically, it's 1 week to 10 days ahead. They're able to do that for the most part because almost all of their games are single player, and so there's not like those X factors of servers or anything else like that's there. But now that they've done that sort of 10-day lead, if they're able to do it, if they ever change to a 2-day lead on a particular game, man, if that isn't a strong indicator to me who's used to that pattern going, I wonder what's going on here.
Right.
And there's other publishers where they're wildly inconsistent and you start to actually get a sense like, okay, I think you're I don't know what the desire is. If it's like, we only want you to play a little because maybe that'll hide some of the stuff, or sometimes the game just isn't ready.
Right.
And that's still not a great thing. But
it could get ready. Maybe that day one patch will solve it. And to your earlier point, that's something for folks to remember. Like maybe the developers really don't want you playing a version that they know isn't finished, that they've caught some obvious bugs on.
And that's absolutely, I mean, developers can have a lot to say. In a lot of things, and I even know this from when I've talked to developers a lot, is it's kind of like when we do videos and stuff like that. We're going to see things in that no one else is going to see because we've shot it so many times. We've seen the process of it. Like I can see bad lighting, or I think the timing on that joke was a little bit off, or I wish they had cut it like 1 frame earlier.
Sure.
Game developers can see that. And, one of those struggles I think always is getting, the forest for the trees. That, you could always make something a little bit better, but at some point you've just got to push the baby bird out of the nest. And if it falls to its death, then it does.
No, most creative work is never finished. It's just merely abandoned. Yeah. At some point, you have to, you got to let it go. Yeah. You have to.
Yeah. And sometimes they let it go at the right time, and sometimes you might have needed some more homeschooling.
Right. I want to point out, by the way, you may have heard a mystery voice. Is it still there? Vanessa?
Mystery voice is right here.
That's Vanessa Guerrero.
Hi.
Hi.
I know Vanessa.
Producer / holder of the keys to Adam's Facebook.
Oh, we found it.
Oh, really?
She can get you in.
Oh,
Vanessa's got the codes.
Yeah.
I can get into the Facebook.
Vanessa's here to keep me on track, but also Vanessa knows more about everything
she
than
does.
anyone ever has a right to, and I don't know how she does it. So Vanessa, at any point, if you need to throw a stapler at me or just interrupt, by all means, please do.
Perfect. I don't have anything, no math up here, just a lot of video games and references to like the Epic of Gilgamesh.
No.
So.
Let the Pocket Protector crew figure out the numbers.
Hey, if Triceratops could function with the brain of a walnut.
Me too.
They always say it was the size of a walnut.
I think so, yeah, but it was a very efficient one, a very efficient walnut. There's a, I don't know if I've ever had this discussion with you. There's a symbiotic relationship between gaming press or a gaming entity, a media empire, if you will, even in the early stages, the walnut-sized stages, and the folks that make the product.
Yeah.
Well, I remember reading... Actually, I remember experiencing old G4. There was a moment where there was discussion of like, hey, we have to look. We want to speak critically about something. And I don't recall if this was a video game product. But it's like, we want to be critical about something, but we got to remember, like, without that access, we can't speak.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? There's a hand. Someone's getting fed, and you want to be, speak openly and honestly about something. But at the same time, if that hand says, oh, you bit my knuckle, you're not getting review code next time. that sounds like an impossible tightrope to walk, and you've been in this industry for eons, and you've been very outspoken, and very authentic. Have you felt that push and pull?
Oh yeah, and not because I deserve to, or that the game company was actually doing something. There was a period of time where I think I wore too many hats. You were there. Remember Halo 3?
I vaguely remember Halo 3. I feel like I saw the trailer, but then there was
And then something happened.
There was a commercial.
Something happened. When we pulled out of the Halo 3 trailer, it was bad. And
let's set the table just a little bit more for the new viewers, because there's a whole new audience watching this new G4. This was a monumental moment.
Yeah, it was the first time as G4 we were broadcasting a press conference in its entirety. It was
live.
Microsoft. It was in Santa Monica. It was at the Santa Monica High School Stadium. I don't know why I remember that. Oh, that's because I will never forget that week for all of my life.
I was like, I wasn't on site for it, but I was certainly in a G4 control room when it went down. Yeah.
And when they were broadcasting it, they started to cut to commercial. I think it was during the first Mass Effect trailer. And it's like, oh, that's not good. And at midnight, you have to do station identifications. If not, you get fined a few $1,000s, I think by the FCC or somebody. And that was going to happen during the Halo 3 trailer. And I was being asked to take the audience out to break. So for those of you, Jeff Keighley will never make me forget it. You can hear in the video, I'm like, so are you guys enjoying this? And that's me trying to buy time. I'm trying to remember, think of how, maybe the trailer's about to end.
Hold the door.
Yeah, this is exactly.
Are you enjoying this trailer? There's a commercial on the other side.
And then I couldn't do it. I put the mic down, and the mic actually picked this up. If you crank it to 11, I found that out 2 days later. We're like, I am not doing this. I am not going to be the guy who has to take responsibility for doing the dumbest thing in the history of things. Anyway, it was a disaster. The disaster actually gets worse that Friday. I'm not even going to relive that one. I just can't. I will have a panic attack.
we don't want that.
Anyway,
but
as a result of that incident, I was like, can I take over the editorial and how we deal with these things? And it was just because I felt that we needed to save some face in the light of the industry. I was able to repair everything with Microsoft by just saying, hey, those people aren't there anymore. Those decisions won't be made. You'll be dealing with me. But at that point, I'm hosting the show. I am offering my opinion, and I'm dealing with the game companies. Those three don't work in the best. I wouldn't say I ever softened a critique, but I sometimes got stressed that this opinion is going to have these reverberations.
Interesting.
And I think at the end of the day, I maybe pulled my own punches a couple of times. Not that the opinion changed, but maybe I didn't sharpen my teeth as much. Because it was just oh God, because that's the other thing, because everyone thinks, I see a lot of these discussions about the corrupt press and stuff like that. And it's just, if people could especially people writing about games, if they were able to actually get money from the game companies, they wouldn't live like they have to on these meager salaries. Right. It's absolutely asinine. But, when you're doing TV and you need to have content, especially TV, because we can't have more than 22 and a half minutes a day. We can't have less than it either. And so you're always we need more, we need more. And so, you don't really want to go out of your way and make sure that you close the door. And of course, there are some personalities out there that, have done very well for themselves by antagonizing the industry.
Right, that's true.
In and out, and they do fine, and they don't get games.
I was going to say, they're not going to have the exclusive access, and that's the road that they've decided to
And a
try.
lot of business models, this one included, getting that review up on embargo means views. End of story. You go a few days later, you have left so much on the table. You've left money on the table, and that's unavoidable.
In honor of that Halo trailer moment, I have to take us to break.
Okay.
I'd love for you to delay me or try to stop me from doing that. If you
Are
don't
you
mind,
enjoying this? Yes.
Are you enjoying this, friends?
Hold the door.
No,
yeah.
Okay, he's actually very good at this. We're going to take a break. When we come back, more with Adam Sessler.
Don't go.
I will not be the one
don't go.
who takes us to break. Yes, indeedy. Hello there, friends. Welcome back to Attack the Show Presents The Loop. My guest today is Dr. Adam Sessler.
Doctor?
We are knee-deep. I can change it.
No. I mean, originally I was like last break. I was the president of Comcast.
You were legendary president of Comcast.
So is this a PhD doctor or is this a I'm going to cut you open doctor?
Dealer's
It's a
choice.
mail order thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
The certificate is in the mail. You can.
Okay,
you can put it
okay,
up.
yeah.
But, congratulations.
Yeah, I graduated from the University of Lambada and got my doctorate in doctoring.
We are spoiler friends. This show normally live. Today, this is pre-recorded.
Yes.
And so if you're chatting along, I hate to burst that bubble, but I guess we could do some generic chat interaction real quick.
Yeah.
That's great. You guys are awesome. Oh, do you see that comment, Adam? Wow.
I love my fans.
They're the best. Wow. F's in chat. Thank you all.
Chat's going crazy.
They're going, it's
Wild.
scrolling so fast.
Whoa.
The reason I mentioned we're pre-tape is A, I'm unprofessional and I'd like shattering the fourth wall
Yeah.
like Kool-Aid. But B, for the folks that are watching this, we are on the precipice of a Thanksgiving and a Black Friday.
Exactly.
Two great tastes that go great together, apparently.
I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, and I believe this is airing on a Wednesday. And I just don't want to give anybody the perception that I like them so much that I will fly home the Wednesday of Thanksgiving week.
Sure.
So, yeah.
Sure. Okay, so now the table is set. You have a rich tradition that is the Thanksgiving game.
Yes.
What is this year's Thanksgiving game?
You know,
Or for those who don't know, maybe we take a step
yeah, let me
back.
talk
and
about
we-
what my Thanksgiving game is. Is that, usually all the major games come out by Thanksgiving. There's an exception this year with Halo Infinite, I guess, campaign. That's coming out 7th or the 9th. I don't know. Whenever our wonderful editorial guy, who isn't me, Danny Pena, hands me a code.
Right.
So Thanksgiving game was always, I finally got some time off from what was the second busiest time of the year, the other being E3. And it's the game I, by choice, decide to play over the long weekend. And I really like, I think one time, I think it was Metal Gear Solid 2.
Solid choice.
Yeah, because it's like I fiddled around with it for a while, but I didn't have that time to really. That's a game you got to sit back, relax, and just kind of let the weirdness flow over you. I believe one year there was a Halo that did that. This year, it's tricky. I want to go back to Skyrim.
Okay.
I absolutely adore Forza Horizon 5. I didn't review that one. That one was done by Frost. Excellent review. I've never been a racing car guy, but this one seems to have gotten its hooks in me.
Same.
Also, I'm trying to play through Dark Souls 3. But this has been going on for months. I just keep on dipping into it during a downtime. It's almost like I'm using it as training for Elden Ring. Because I have never ever reviewed a Soulsborne.
Yeah.
I've played them. I don't think I've ever finished. I may have finished Sekiro.
Do you enjoy the process of playing those games? Because
I
again,
really like Bloodborne.
really.
Yeah, that one. Yes, it's one of those. I was resistant to them at first. I do think they're. I think they're meanly inaccessible. I cannot stand the fans that they have. These are really some of the most rotten people out there. The people who define their self-worth is, I finished Dark Souls 2 twice. It's not that hard. You all suck, people. It's wow.
Yeah.
You just say unscrewable.
And they manage to sound like that.
Tattoo it on your chest.
They manage to sound like that even in text. In the YouTube
exactly.
comments, it's just ASCII dripping out all over the comment section.
So I never wanted kind of to support their demented, outlook of the world. But they are really cool games. One of the key things.
I just wish I could see chat right now.
Yeah.
I know we just established that this is a pre-record, but I'm sure it's mwah.
I
Chef's
mean,
kiss.
it's it's like Dark Souls fans are the Naruto fans of the modern era.
No.
They're there for me to poke with a stick.
Okay.
And the older I get, their insults are just meaningless. They're like, you're just old. I'm like, yeah, I know.
Yeah. That's just a lack of respect for experience.
Yeah,
That's what you're
exactly.
showing, actually.
So I like them. I love the art in those games.
Yeah.
Just like the creature design and all that stuff. And, one of my most favorite games ever is Ghosts and Goblins. And I always loved that game because every level was designed so differently than the one before it that became the reward of the game is, ooh, what am I going to see next?
Right.
Anyway, I'm completely stuck on this boss in Dark Souls 3. And it's just like one of these days, I just want to get past it.
So this might be a chunk of your Thanksgiving Day.
Yeah,
game play?
woe be it to my wife because she knows that I'm playing the Souls game.
Oh, okay.
Because it's like, wow, didn't know you could string those expletives together in such a clever way. That sounds scary. Or because she's a lawyer, and during COVID, she's also like on with other lawyers or maybe with a judge.
Yeah.
Hear this
Honey,
whack and fraz and dazz and do.
You know, the Zoom noise suppression can't filter out all those words.
It also it happened when we were reviewing Back for Blood. I was playing with other people on XPlay, and I kept on referring to one of the enemies as Mr. Handsy. He's got a really big hand, and I guess she was deposing somebody.
No, Mr. Handsy!
It's like, Mr. Handsy, stop it, Mr. Handsy. And, they have no context for this, and they're like, wow, nice household you got there.
That's all the context they need.
Yep.
Oh God. Okay, and then so Black Friday is upon us as well, and for some that is a rich tradition of sleep deprivation and stepping on necks
Yeah,
to save a
stepping on
couple
necks
dollars
and-
on a Blu-ray.
And like really exporting images of America that only can warm the cockles of the rest of the planet. Especially the ones where like, wow, what they're killing each other over a Cabbage Patch Kid, and I would like to feed my child.
Dare to dream.
Yeah.
Now I still see slick deals spreadsheets with shout outs to the big box retailers are going to drop the price of something by $10 to try to get you in, which, $10, a steep drop.
Yeah.
But in the day and age of digital delivery and plenty of developers and publishers offering coupon codes directly and whatnot, like does Black Friday still have a big meaning? No.
Well, also, you need to have a supply chain that isn't like, my colon down at the San Pedro docks here. What?
if we
we
were
can't get
live,
some Metamucil sponsorship in
if we
this
were
house?
live, I would ask Discord for a Photoshop of that right now. But no, unfortunately
So
not.
yeah, it's still gonna be very, very, very hard to get a new console.
Yeah.
It's very, very easy to get a game because it's digital, and obviously during COVID, because so many people play games. I mean, the industry wasn't hurting in terms of getting games out was hard, but in terms of games being available. But I would say that the use of digital, downloads just accelerated faster than anyone expected because, did you want to risk your life to go into a GameStop?
Right.
I mean,
people were long predicting the shift to digital, obviously, and there were many charts and many graphs from publishers, developers, and retailers with that chart, and you just dialed it up. You sped it up like 5 years because of the pandemic.
Yeah, and which is fine. I'm not, I'm not a huge fan of like game packaging. I don't think it's great for the environment. I don't know how much we are going to change the world if we get rid of that. But I had to get rid of all of my game packaging when I moved back to San Francisco from Los Angeles because LA apartments are big. San Francisco apartments are kind of like Manhattan and Tokyo.
Yeah.
And I didn't have the space. So I had to throw those out and put them into binders. Also, I don't even like special editions of games. Like,
really?
It's like the games aren't attractive. It's like the same problem that really plagues horror books in sci-fi novels. It's like I probably read more of them if they didn't look so ungainly when you're holding them in your hands and you're out in public. And just game packaging is just like, it's ugly.
But so are we talking like, throughout your career amassing physical copies, limited edition things, special editions, press, unique collectibles and whatnot?
I have a handful of those. There's a few neat things I've received over my years.
You kept some of those?
Yeah. I have the Scarborough Fair gun from Bayonetta that's in like a glass case. They made only a limited number of those, and it's just so cool. And I got this 9-year-old godson who doesn't really understand why a grown person that complains about his back all the time has access to all of these cool things that he can only dream of. So
but the process of paring the other stuff down, was that difficult or emotional or surprising?
No,
to
getting
you?
rid of the packaging. I had to go through like half a bottle of Makers with my wife going like, "You're doing great, baby. You're doing great." Yeah, I mean, it was probably the closest I'll ever get to giving birth. That kind of like meaningless encouragement and like some degree of opioids as well.
Sure.
it was tough, but once it was over, it's like I didn't miss any of that stuff.
Yeah.
You know, look, here's another thing. I don't hold on to my old consoles.
Really?
Yeah, I don't have enough space.
You donate, you trade in?
I usually give it to like some of my friends
Okay.
that like, you know, don't like aren't like as into gaming or, you know, they don't have the money or something like that. Yeah, it's, you know, that way, like I can talk to them about things in my life. It's kind of essential. They're like, now I can be like, hey, you play that Spider-Man game now that I gave you that, you know, PlayStation 4? And then, yeah.
It's just funny that I don't know, and we've never had a conversation that would lead me this way. I've never seen photos of a man cave or a gaming den or whatever your setup is. But for some reason, I imagine you with like a tasteful LED lighting strip, backlighting, some sort of fiberglass structure with your collectibles and your years of game collections and your whatnot.
I have a bookcase that's filled with comic books, like hardbound collected editions, because I think those are good. I have a really big Captain Quark model I got from Insomniac, the Scarborough Affair.
Cool. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't fetishize that stuff. I know everyone thinks that I look like other people's desks, but yeah, I kind of like the clean lines and a nice sofa. So
Love it. I like appeasing our corporate overlords.
oh yeah,
And I love ad
do
breaks.
they need a back rub or something like that?
We're going to give them one right now in the form of a commercial break. When we come back, we actually have your questions for Adam Sessler plus a fun X-Play related game. You don't want to miss it. Or maybe you do. I don't know. I'm not you. You live your life. But we'll be back after this.
I'm into games.
Alrighty, friends. Hi, it's me, Kevin Pereira. Unimportant at best. My guest today is X-Play's host, gaming journalist,
you're
iconic,
important.
Legendary visionary, Dr. Adam Sessler.
I don't like being a doctor.
The president of Comcast. I'm just
President
whipping
of
them all
Comcast,
together
yeah,
now.
and the United Nations.
That's right. We're going to have to
Yeah.
go 17 by 9 just to fit your lower third on the screen. You
Yeah,
just have to
well,
add
look,
some extra real estate.
Xavier is really the fault
right,
of that.
yeah.
I'm
He's
like,
got-
I want more names.
He's got such a title.
Yeah, it's and now King has been added to
Yeah.
it, which I'm just like, okay, now he's royal.
He's an endless scroll, and we
Yeah,
love him for
he
it.
is.
Now, Adam, we are not live at the moment, unfortunately, because again, the engagement.
We have passed away. Yeah, we've passed on.
This broadcast is pre-taped, but we didn't let that get in the way of hearing from the amazing fan base that you have. We asked the G4TV audience if they had any questions for you. Turns out they did, so it's time for a brand new segment because we have never done this before.
Oh, so it's like a world record.
Literally, yes. You're a record-breaking guest, Adam.
Oh, that's amazing.
It's something we call Chat Has Questions. We have answers. Let's answer them.
That's an amazing segment name.
Wait, but there's the graphic. When you see it, it'll be there.
Oh,
You
It'll
better
be sweet.
believe.
It'll be pretty sweet.
And now, massive reaction to that amazing graphic.
Whoa!
We outdid ourselves this time, didn't we?
Wow, there's like 10 to 15 minutes put into that.
Literally dozens of minutes were put into that.
Wow, I gotta try that sometime.
All right, so chat had some questions. We have answers. We're going to answer them right now.
Okay.
Adam Sessler, in no particular order. Here come your questions, good sir.
All right.
Let's fire them up. And when you see them, you're going to know that someone from chat asked this of you.
Really?
And it's going to be filtered through me and these screens. And once they're up,
What a revolutionary format.
hey, there we go. Old redacted username asks, hey, Adam, how do you feel about VR and the implications of large-scale creative and social spaces such as VR Chat Neos, VR, and Rec Room? Oh, I think there's supposed to be a comma there. So VR Chat Neos, which I'm not familiar with. Maybe this person works for Neos, and this is free advertising.
Great, possible.
Great move to put yourself there. But yeah, VR and VR spaces, let's say, communal spaces. Have you spent much time in them?
No. And it's not like I'm against VR. I'm actually in a VR game. Yeah. It came from Twisted Pixel. I'm blanking on the name because I did the VO for it a long time ago. I'm going to have to remember later.
That's okay. Chat will correct
Get up
us.
right now.
Chat is going to correct us. Don't worry about it. We'll get there. But okay, so let's maybe we'll have a broader VR conversation, but also the VR space thing. Have you done a VR chat or done any Rec Room or anything
No,
like that?
I haven't done any of that. I'm not really. I think the biggest issue with VR still is they need to make it more accessible to more people, not just with cost, but like I don't have the space. Like, we were talking about earlier, I had to get rid of the boxes for my games.
Right.
And it's kind of like, VR as it was originally conceived, I think imagined that its early adopters would all be living in the suburbs and that they had, and didn't drive, so they had space in their garage. I don't have that. I also very strongly believe that VR is going to become more widely accepted, not on the backs of games this time. Because I think it's still very hard to sort of program and really maximize something in VR that works and feels essential. I think sports are going to be the biggest thing for VR.
Oh, interesting.
Because imagine, like, pay a few $100s and you can sell an infinite number of 50-yard line tickets to the Super Bowl.
Right.
Or like, I love boxing. As much as I love being back at G4, I do not think it's ever going to allow me to buy the front row ticket to a prize fighter match. And I love boxing, but hold on, I'll pay a few $100s so I can at least be that close to the sweat flying off of someone's face
You want it hitting
when they get hit.
lens.
Yeah,
You want to have to wipe it
and
off.
something like that. I really see that being the big push. In terms of the stuff like the chat, being in kind of a virtual space with other people, I think it's cool, though I don't think it's essential. I don't think it solves a problem that exists, but it might create more problems. Look, like the harassment thing is real.
Yeah.
And I just think sometimes we get seduced. Well, this is just a very Silicon Valley thing. It's like, most of them are blithering idiots down there, I think. If you're paying attention to the Theranos trial and everything, you're kind of like, how did this happen? It's like everyone is it's just this kind of like just echo chamber. And I think unfortunately, a lot of VR and the whole conversation around metaverse is just this kind of thing where they're like, I think the idiots out there want this idiotic thing that we're devising. Like, that's really how I do think people think out there. And once again, it's just, I don't think anyone's clamoring for VR because there's not that thing lacking in their lives that VR solves.
Yeah. Oh, yes, Vanessa.
I just looked it up. Is that video game Wilson's Heart?
Yes,
Adam?
Wilson's Heart. Yes. That's
Fantastic. Additionally, there is also a Creed VR boxing game that is amazing and a fantastic workout. And also, you just made me realize that I'm dressed like the Theranos lady.
No, you're not. You are.
Yeah,
you are.
yeah.
You know what?
Vanessa's very
then
well funded,
pretend that I'm Walgreens and you can almost bankrupt me.
Write a big check.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
There's gonna
Sell you
be,
a lie.
Yeah.
blood on the floor behind the stage. Because
Exactly.
apparently that's something that happened in their weird Keurig testing machines that would just kind of spin it around.
Which,
and
I just
spew
love they
blood
spun it
everywhere.
and then they just went over to the drugstore and did the actual.
test. But no, so there. I mean, obviously, okay. The Creed boxing experience is one that sticks out
Yeah.
for Vanessa. Half-Life Alex for me
Yeah.
was sort of like, wow, this is amazing. And then I hung up my headset.
Yep, exactly.
Which statistically, overwhelmingly, the majority of VR headsets get used within the first like 72 hours. It's like the first week of ownership,
Yep.
and then they all get hung out.
Because it requires too much of the user.
Yeah.
You know, and I tip my hat to people that are committed to VR. I'm
Yeah.
not going to ever disabuse someone of enjoying something they're doing, except for fascism.
Sure.
That I will disabuse you of. But it's just, yeah, I think we are so far out from wide acceptance because something essential hasn't been done with it. And I think sports are the right avenue for that.
The number of times I've been excited, I've owned every Oculi and Vive that you can, and every time one comes around, I am excited by the new bells and whistles, the new Guardian, the video pass through, the whatever it is, and I usually get 2 of them and try to entice the wife to get into that VR community as well, and we'll play a couple hands of poker, or maybe we'll do some rec room or a little VR chat. Inevitably, she will be harassed in a VR space.
Yep.
I will do my best to diffuse it or make a portal and warp us to another area.
Yeah.
And then the next night we're back to streaming Netflix
Yeah,
or
it's
holding controllers.
So much about tech and the tech industry, and not the games industry, is predicated either on like human beings aren't inherently evil, or they're not. I don't even think human beings are evil. They're just awful, or like kind of the Zuckerberg approach, which is more like, you know, somehow not having any moral values whatsoever is like, you know, one's highest calling, and so you don't pass judgment.
Well, their mission as well, their stated mission, and if you ask any Facebook employee or Meta employee now.
Oh, it's not Meta.
No, it's not. It's not
It
Meta.
sucks. I actually have a good friend
space?
that's named Mita, and so when then suddenly, you know, they make that change, and I saw her name, and I'm like, oh boy, that
They got
sucks.
permission.
Yeah.
No, their stated mission and goal is to connect everyone. They're on a mission to connect everyone. But it seems like in that pursuit, which righteous or not, in that pursuit, they didn't stop and think, should everyone be connected?
Yeah,
and what tools and moderation and stop gaps need to be put in place so that when the wrong dot gets connected to everyone else, how can you mitigate the damage from that?
No, it's just, and you know what? There's one other person that, you know, was kind of fascinated by connection, and it was Kojima, and we got Death Stranding out of it. I would really prefer Death Stranding to January 6th. That's kind of, I mean, I don't think that's even a value judgment.
And we did it. If at home you had January 6th, the metaverse and VR chat on your bingo card, lucky you.
Yeah.
Check the tally when we come back from the break. We'll see if your bingo is valid, and we'll have more questions for Adam.
B-I-N-G-O.
We got through one, and we can't license that.
B-I-N-G-O.
Adam, that's not in our library. That's not. It's definitely not a.
What's his name?
Does bingo belong to the people?
I think it does.
Is it Creative Commons? Welcome back to Attack of the Show presents The Loop. I'm Kevin Pereira. My guest today is Adam Sessler, and chat has questions. We have answers, and we're going to continue on with this one. And maybe I won't ask 40 follow-ups.
Okay,
we can get through more of the chat questions.
Okay. They need their day in the sun.
No, well, let's
The
get to it
chatters.
right now. Yes, shine the bright light that is the beacon of questioning from our dear chatters. Our next question is from the actual devil. Surprise,
Oh.
surprise. Big fan.
Better than all those fake devils.
From the Dark Souls community. If you were trapped on an island with all the other G4 hosts with no food, who's getting eaten first? I'm right here, Adam.
I mean, well, no, I was thinking
right here.
Cassim.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
It's
that's
just,
fair.
it's just like, yeah, B-Dave is like, there's more of him. Mm-hmm. He's our tallest.
Yep.
But I think we could catch Cassim pretty easily and subdue him. That's my sense.
He's like Kobe beef. He seems very relaxed. He eats very well. He's easy to catch.
Sure.
His marbling must be fantastic.
Yeah, you might be onto something there. Do we know if anyone rubs his belly?
I know he does constantly.
Oh, well, then,
when he comes to my
then
desk,
I
he
think
kicks a
so.
foot up on it and then just starts massaging his stomach while he asks me how my morning's going.
Then you know what?
And
Yeah,
doesn't listen to
then
the answer.
definitely Cassim. Yeah.
I don't. How do you catch a chasm? Is it like a ruler on a cardboard box?
Oh,
with
I think
like
you just lay out the spikes.
That's it.
And then you chase him and he'll like step on them and yeah. He's
Okay.
like, I can't move. We're like, that's the point.
I can't move, guys.
Yeah.
Guys. Nah, I can't cast him today. No register. All right, there you go. Cass, I'm sorry, buddy. Love you, but apparently
Yeah.
your dinner first. All right, next question from our community. Makeup Plushie asks, knife or bat?
Knife. Yeah.
I appreciate
I went to the kind of high school where like these were like questions that were asked. And
by the teachers. Well, they were issuing you
Yeah.
your weapons when you
knife
checked
or bat,
into class.
knife or bat, cake or death. The guys who tried to like charge on people with bats at school. This is El Cerrito High School.
I know El
the Richmond
Cerrito.
Unified School District. Yeah, if you know El Cerrito, it was not for the good things. like Skyline High School in Oakland, where like Tom Hanks graduated from. Like they're like, we will not play you in football because we sucked at football,
Yeah.
but we were really good for the post game fight.
We'd get you in the bleachers.
Yeah,
That's where we
exactly.
win the game, is the parking lot. You're not getting to your Miata.
Yeah, when I saw fights with bats, it's like those things like they always came like charging in, like kind of like really telegraphing like something's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Knifings are kind of like you just like kind of walk down the hall, stick it in, and keep going. So, and I think that's more my style.
El Cerrito represent.
Yeah, yeah. They made me the man I am today.
I like that. Just the question of knife or bat could have, warranted 2 or 3 follow-ups, but for you, it was just a second of consideration.
Yeah,
and
knife.
directly to knife.
Yeah,
okay,
knife.
there we go. Next question from our chat. We've got Minty says, Adam, given your tenure in the games industry, does the Activision situation today make you feel like there has been any progress in the games industry at all for equality? Or has nothing changed? Now,
Yes.
a disclaimer before we answer this. This is a pre-tape.
Yeah.
And history is happening
As of now,
while we're discussing.
Bobby Kotick is still at Activision.
Right.
I have every hope, and I have actual professional thoughts that he will not be here even by the end of this week. That we're taping. I think the hole has gotten too deep. Even though the board expressed their support, if you go back and you read the
I was
board's
just going to ask you
decision-
about that
Yeah.
because, okay, we are taping this about a day after the big article hit.
Yeah, in the Wall Street Journal.
Wall Street Journal claiming that Bobby was a
Absolutely good reporting. Wow.
Yeah.
That's quite the piece.
yeah. And we're a day later, and the board, as you referenced,
Yeah.
released a statement supposedly supporting
I mean,
Bobby.
it was. Now, if you go back, yes, it's a statement in support. It makes absolutely no case where they say Bobby Kotick is essential to stay at the helm of Activision and righting the ship. It says something that's so pro forma, like you can imagine an old, like an AI, on a Commodore 64 would have produced something like this. And so I think it's, it was kind of to assuage the markets, or I would even wonder to test the markets to see if the share price in Activision dropped. Now, the question is, did it drop
Understandably.
because Kotick might leave or because Kotick is there?
So you
I
think that release potentially could be A/B testing the market's reaction to supporting
just
him
because
or
the
dumping
board
him?
said that, and one thing that we do know is that Kotick has stacked the board with a lot of loyalists, but at the end of the day, they have a fiduciary duty to the shareholders. And the one thing I'm fairly certain of is that if they want to, and I hope they do, the SEC vis-a-vis the Department of Justice can take action now against Kotick. He clearly misled investors. I mean, he went to the trouble. They hired a law firm. This was all part of the old revelation back in the summer, that they hired a very respected law firm that came in to audit this sexual harassment problem there at Activision and pretty much gave him a clean bill of health. We now, that obviously was passed on to the shareholders. We now know that Kotick, who could have said, hey, well, I was told it was fine, and he knew it wasn't fine. That's what the article really points out. And that could mean that he was misleading shareholders. At that point, if the board feels like, okay, there might be charges brought against him by the feds, that's going to just suddenly turn the share price of Activision into just a top, and you're going to need to kind of stabilize the ship there. Capitalism is going to be the sole deciding factor to remove him. I don't think he has the moral authority to run that company, either. But unfortunately, that's kind of the world that we live in. That's not enough in most cases.
And so to that question then of, are we surprised that the Blizzard Activision situation exists today? Has the industry made progress from,
I do. I don't think it's massive progress. The fact that these situations came to light, and there was widespread intolerance that this could be allowed to go on, or that this was allowed to go on in the fashion that it did. Obviously, this hit Ubisoft as well. This has hit a lot of companies, and it's not like suddenly the problem emerged in the last 2 years. This was endemic, and it's not even just endemic to games, but games really do have a lopsidedness in gender.
Yeah.
And so they can be really, really ugly within the game industry.
I've heard film and television also has issues.
Oh,
I've heard manufacturing has issues. I've heard
it's
warehousing.
Remember earlier in this show when I said I don't really have much care for human nature? Yeah. I mean, but the thing is, we're actually bringing it to light. And I think that's good. I think there will be progress. It's one of the reasons I'm really happy here at G4 because I've seen it firsthand. That I've never counted. There's a lot of women that work on XPlay. I think there's a lot of women that work on Attack of the Show, and that's going to prevent certain things from happening in the content of the show, and things. You go back. What was that? It was one of the Kardashians. I never knew what they sounded like. It was on 24 hours a day at old G4.
Yeah.
Still don't know what they sound like.
You weren't keeping up with them? I mean, it was on the monitors everywhere.
Right, but there was no volume control.
Sure.
So, they could have sounded like James Earl Jones, for all I know.
Just imagine vocal
Anyway, so
fry.
remember one of the Kardashians did that ad for, I think, Pepsi?
Yes, where they're quelling a riot. Was that Kendall?
That was Kylie. I
Kylie?
believe. It was either Kylie or Kendall.
It was, I'm a Pepsi.
Yeah.
And the world's a better place. The riot is quelled. The uprising's done.
A lot of people were like, how on earth does that much money get spent? That was like a 90-second ad. This was not a small production by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah.
I mean, this went through a lot of hands. But if all the hands look like the same person, and I know at the time, I think the head of the agency inside Pepsi actually was female and a person of color. I might be wrong on that. But still, it's like if most of the hands are the same, then you don't have that person in the room who goes, or maybe you do have that person in the room, but if all the other hands are the same, they're like, we've heard that before.
Right. There's enough checks. It's the checks and balances, the gaze upon the product which is being checked, all the eyes look the same though. So it's really not a thorough check.
So I think one of the things with what's happening with Activision, what's happening within the industry writ large, what's happening in a lot of American society, that it's one of those where it's never going to change fast enough, and that's good. That's the only way to move things forward. But I also sometimes just want to worry. I don't want people to become too despondent where I'm going to say, no, nothing has changed. You see that a lot because there is such a sense of like, oh my God, not again. And it's like you do. But I've been in this industry long enough. Things have changed. They still have to keep changing. So.
Fair point. Let's do one more question before we take a break.
Okay.
Vanessa, do we have another one here? We have Kadosho says, Q for Adam. What titles are your picks for Game of the Year?
Some games. I mean, look, there's some that I love Ratchet and Clank. I love Psychonauts 2.
Yeah.
I love Death's Door. I love Forza Horizon 5. I love Deathloop. I really didn't like Metroid Dread, which I'm notorious for. Me and David Jaffe, the original creator of the original God of War series.
Yeah.
He and I are absolutely simpatico on that. So the only thing I'm going to say that is not in contention on my list, we do not plan to have a monolithic list.
Sure.
In fact, we could talk about that. I don't like monolithic outlets.
Yeah, so what's the process for like X-Play's Game of the Year?
Oh, I have no idea. like we're only in November and we just launched. Like that sounds like a millennia off.
Sure.
So,
Okay.
But I can tell you, everybody working on X-Play has a list in their head, and that's what I would like to tap into. Is like let's learn about everybody and what they like, rather than we need to get in the room and fight and come up with a big compromise.
Right. So, well, but okay, before we do the break thing.
Yeah.
Metroid Dread.
It's look, it's not that good. It's not the worst game. This game did not come over to my house and shotgun my squirrel or something like that. It's just not good. Aesthetically, it doesn't look that good. It's like, ugh. And all these things that everyone keeps on defending, saying like, oh, but that's what Metroid is like. That's what Metroid is like. I don't buy into that. Metroid was the way it was back in like the 80s. Because like no one really understood game design for a home console yet. And so I'm going to forgive that. You know, they're like, well, that's what Metroid like. And like, as I like to say, just because you poop your pants on Tuesday and no one says anything doesn't mean it's a good idea to do it in the temple on Sabbath. It's like it's the stupidest. It's like, oh no, but that's how things were. Okay, let's like drown women to find out if they're witches. It's like, no. It's like contemporary game design should be designed so most people can like get something out of it. And here they're hiding stuff behind walls. You have to. And it's not even the backtracking. The map sucks. And everyone's like excusing it, like, oh, look, Grandma didn't say something racist at dinner, so like let's applaud Metroid. Oh, it's like the Dark Souls of fans.
The controls are okay though, right?
They're fine.
That was the note I wanted to go to break on. We'll be back with more Adam Sessler after this.
I mean, seriously. Metroid.
We are back with gaming industry icon, X-Play's own Adam Sessler. Yeah.
Not like Carl Icon, but
Nope.
yeah, corporate raider
Or like the ones on the
extraordinaire.
desktop. No.
This is-
We
yeah.
click and drag. We go to the recycle bin. We yanked you out.
Oh,
Put you
yeah,
on
that's true.
The desktop that is this,
Yeah,
this
yeah,
network.
yeah. Instead of empty trash, it's now like nope. We're like we actually
knew
need that
better
script.
than to permanently scrub
Yeah.
the hard drive of your bits, Adam.
It's a good idea.
We knew better. We are neck deep now in a Q&A segment. Time is rapidly running out on this
Whoa.
program, but I'd love to get to some more of these questions
sure,
and
sure.
answers if we can. So let's get back to it. Chat, you had questions. We have answers. I think that's a motto for an office supply company. I'm not quite sure. But hey, Adam, you are the... Oh, hey, Adam, asked Jordan.
Oh, I love how you
They all
are the
start with
coolest
the hey,
person.
Adam.
That's
We
on
can't
me.
do
I'm
that
so
one.
sorry.
No, that's pretty good. We could skip past that one if he's the coolest person. No, this is from not Adam Sessler. Hey, Adam, you are the coolest person to me. I don't have any big questions, but what or who got you into gaming and what games are you playing nowadays? Okay, we kind of touched on that. Oh, but there's a second half. Ooh. Also, any head care tips for someone who recently became bald? This is by passing by the car. The what? I cannot see it. It might look big on your screen, but it's not. Passing by the
Passing
screen.
by the SCR.
SCR?
The SCR.
Sure. The old
that stand for
SCR.
something?
Screen? The scene? The screen?
The scram.
The scram. The scram.
The scram. Yeah.
So what got me into gaming? This is kind of sad and pathetic. A need for friends. It's
Was this like an arcade sort of thing? Like
no,
there was a blinky screen?
I did like arcades. I like playing Ghosts and Goblins at the arcade. But it was also, it's like when the Nintendo came out, like the original NES, I really, really, really wanted it because I really liked Super Mario Brothers. Like I just wanted to play that game. I think I never had this confirmed by my parents. Like where I went to school in Berkeley, California, it was a private school, and the majority of my friends were quite wealthy. I was not. And I think that my parents always knew that I was kind of like painfully aware when I went to their houses for the weekend. I was like, this sure isn't like my house.
Yeah.
I
I keep banging my shins on cool toys.
and that,
Why
you know,
doesn't this
that-
happen
that-
around my parts?
The NES might give me kind of a leg up. I mean, I definitely had more friends coming over to my house in a short period of time, and so and I just love playing it. And also back then, once again, I wasn't getting games all the time. I was rarely getting. You couldn't rent games back then. Like Blockbuster, barely existed and they hadn't gotten into games. And so like you enjoyed what you had. I'm really glad it was Super Mario Brothers, and eventually this game called Metroid. Yes, I have played it, Internet. I played the Metroid. That doesn't mean like just by playing it, I have to like every version of it.
I guess you're more of an Xbox guy.
Yeah,
That's fine.
It's like it's like a James Bond fan was like just loved Lazenby as much as Connery. So God, Metroid fans. Anyway.
But so as an entry point to socialization, this is what this was the milkshake that brought the boys to your proverbial yard.
Yeah, and then when I'm playing nowadays, we were just talking about all that. Now ball tips.
Yeah, now this is a big one.
Important.
My brother ventured down the rabbit hole of head care at around the age of 26, 27 years old, and he still struggles with the regimen to this day. I'm not quite sure how.
Okay, so important things. You probably want to start wearing hats. I really recommend that. At the very least, put sunscreen on your head.
Yeah.
It will burn. It hurts like hell. The hair was protecting you from that before. Put moisturizer on the top of your head. It will dry out. And you can get pimples on your head as well. So you might want to just kind of bear that in mind. That can come from wearing a hat, actually. It's a horrible irony. The other thing is, as I did, wear a beard. Some people look great with with a shaved head and nothing here. I look like I went through chemo.
So you just take the Woolly Willy and shake some of the metal shavings down to the bottom.
This is the stuff that you can obsess about. Like I like nice straight lines, like in my beard. I enjoy getting it. It's like that way you can still do like what is among the more masculine of activities outside of like race car driving, which is getting a nice shave with the straight razor.
Yeah, it's manscaping. Everybody knows that. It's right there at the top of the list.
Yeah.
And now when you create a character, when you're diving into Skyrim again.
Oh, bald.
So you don't escape into dangly
can I
golden
just tell you
physics-based
how
blocks.
irate I was last year about Animal Crossing and that a bald option was not there from the get-go.
We like to think representation in gaming is so far advanced, but no bald option?
No bald option.
Now, was that in the summer update? Was that in the most recent?
I don't know. Like I, like everyone else, played it quite
go back to
obsessively
it.
for a month and a half, and then eventually I saw what other people were doing on social media. I'm like, I'm never gonna pull that off.
Yes.
And so I just gave up.
I came across a tweet that was like, you can use these recessed lights in your kitchen to add a splash. I was like, this is a game?
Yeah,
No,
it's just,
I need to fix the lights in an actual kitchen. I don't have time for these virtual chores.
And someone else said, like, this feels like chores. I'm like, that's what it is.
Yeah, welcome to gaming.
But somehow I can complete them here.
Right. Well seated. I didn't have to
watch me pay off my debt. Not in real life, but.
As of an update, you can be bald in Animal Crossing, and they added another curly-haired option as well.
Wow. I mean, I guess that's the other thing. It's like, you know this from Nintendo. Remember, like, with the Wii, they had the motion board, or whatever it was.
Yeah, the Wii Fit board.
Yeah, for Wii Fit. And like when they showed it off the first time, like they showed that like when it measured your weight, it would actually change your
Mii would be updated.
Mii.
You couldn't escape.
And everybody in North America was like, that ain't gonna work here. But like it kind of like there is that kind of thinking in Japan. Like, you know, once again, my wife, you know, was born in Korea. She understands the East Asian culture of shame. And it does not work as well here. So that's why I think the lack of bald characters in Animal Crossing did denote something. It was a judgment. I think I am found lacking. I really do think so.
The conspiracy hath been revealed.
Yeah.
Let's do one more question. I'm asking the room. Great. Jordan says, hey, Adam, what's your favorite LA burger place? Is it Pie and Burger or Apple Pan?
Oh, it's Apple Pan.
Yes!
Yeah,
Okay.
it's Apple Pan.
Now,
I don't even know what this pie and burger is, but when you said it, I'm like, what kind of Apple Pan ripoff is this? Apple Pan is one of the best burgers.
Okay, now, pardon my ignorance. I've had many a burger, have not had the Apple Pan experience. So
it's on Pico, right by Westwood. It's across from that mall that doesn't exist. I think it's a Google, or it was going to be a Google office.
Now, let's assume I can ask an AI to get me there. What will be the burger experience of the Apple Pan burger?
That's the other thing, is that the Apple Pan experience, the building itself, I think it was constructed in the late 20s or 30s, and it looks really odd on the block that it's on. The only seating is on a horseshoe counter. And the place is popular enough that people go in and they just kind of stand against the wall. And it's got this whole quality where you stand against the wall and you just know where you are in line. You don't, you know, there's no one's waiting in line.
Don't take a number. There's no, excuse me, it's
you know, and then there's another custom where if you're by yourself, you kind of say, hey, I'm a single, if only one opens up. And then like you try to figure out somebody, like someone will go, actually, I'm a single too. I was here before you. It's in like a lot of guidebooks, and tourists panic.
If you're taking notes at home, Adam was asked what the best burger is. Thus far, we know where the building is, what the building looks like. We know what materials the interior is made of. We know the seating arrangements. We know
you don't know which burger to get yet.
We have no idea if they have
Hickory
meat patties.
There's two burgers.
This has got to inform the way you review video games as well.
There's the hickory burger, and Vanessa, what's the other one? Is it
The
just a
other one is
burger?
the
It's not.
steak
There's a
burger.
hickory and a barbecue or something.
The hickory burger is the OG, which is the one that has the hickory sauce, not to be confused with ketchup. The steak burger is the one that is more relish and pickle based, and also for COVID they switched to outdoor seating.
Ooh, that ruins everything. But anyway,
I was like, yeah, because I can tell so much of Apple Pan is experience for
They
you.
have mastered the art of proportionality in a burger. And they understand the importance of one key element that I think gets overlooked, which is iceberg lettuce. And it's like, because like, if you want to really upset me with burgers, put on some dark greens. It's like, because like, it's not like burgers must have lettuce.
Some sauteed spinach or something.
Burgers must have crunch to go with everything else.
Right.
And guess what? I love a dark green salad. I don't even mind kale. Not on my burger. You know, I need the crunch, and they just stack it thick with good crunchy, some of the best iceberg lettuce this side of the Midwest.
So as much as I know you love quantifying these reviews, 5 out of 5?
Oh, yeah. It's like a 6 out of 5.
Okay. Well,
I have a different scale when it comes to things other than games.
the burger scale breaks mathematics. I don't know how that works, but when we come back, Adam will be rating and reviewing a bunch of other things, assigning numbers
Important.
to
I
that,
like that.
which he loves. The Metacritic will be unleashed when we come back. More with Adam Sessler. Hey there, everybody. It's Attack of the Show presents The Loop. I'm Kevin Pereira. My guest today is Adam Sessler, and thanks to him, I've got the Apple Pan website open on my,
Yeah, because
my
it's
laptop.
good.
I get it now. So, okay, so with the review thing, so many, game companies maybe didn't do themselves a favor by putting the number on the box. Maybe they didn't have a choice. A number seems like, well, I don't know if your scale's out of 5 or out of 10.
We're out of 5.
Right. No, I'm in general. Like, I don't know.
general.
Because sites shift and they change, right? So you're out of 5, another site's out of 10.
Yeah.
You give a game a 5, that could be very damning on like a Metacritic or an aggregator.
Oh, God.
Unless they're weighing something
You said
properly.
Metacritic.
I know. Well,
Yeah.
So that's why I bring it up, because a lot of people rely on the Rotten Tomatoes of the gaming world.
Oh, my God. Which is crazy because, like, it's 50%. Oh. Yeah, Rotten.
So
Also, it's like we're fresh. It's like, what? Oh, yeah. And Metacritic, the guy who used to run Metacritic, he and I, like, we did not see eye to eye. He tried to tell me what our scores meant one time. I didn't want to be on Metacritic. Because
you didn't want X-Play numbers ending up on Metacritic.
Because I know how that site, I don't think it's used as much anymore. That site was used for bonuses for people who make games.
Right.
And it's like, no, I'm just a critic. It's like, and also I think it's even suspect how much reviews affect the sales of most games. I think they can affect the sales of some single player games that are out there because that's sometimes the diciest purchase because the replayability is low. Not that I give a crap about replayability, but I know consumers do. And it's also, I just don't like the scores. The scores are there just because it's like, it's a good way to end a video. It's like, we've been doing them without scores and there just is that like, is the video over? It just doesn't have that tonal close to it. And also, it's
until
like,
I get the hit the subscribe and drop an elbow on the bell,
and
the video doesn't
many
feel over.
People, they're like, what would you give it? I'm like, I don't know. I liked it. And it's like, I never have come up with the score. Like I'm playing it. I'm like, well, this is a 2. I'm actually thinking, well, I don't like it because of this, this, and this. And I start to formulate it. And I'm like, well, given how I feel about the game, the shorthand for those feelings tends to be this. But I do not start with the score. I never want to start with the score. I just more or less just like, yeah, I guess if someone really is like driving past me and I can say one thing to them about a game, I can go 3. And that's it.
Right. That's so tough too. Cause like what makes, I know you offer like a score for the holistic experience that is the game, but if you're like, let's just breaking down the graphics of something like an indie game that relies on a black and white color palette of pixel art.
Yeah.
Versus...
There's actually a phenomenal game that's out there right now called Untitled. And it's doing kind of like it's somewhere between 8 and 16-bit, like the really blocky graphics. Yeah. This is like a Metroidvania. Very, very interesting how they're putting the whole thing together. But yeah, graphically, I'm not a huge fan of the 16-bit graphics because I don't understand why you would ever do that by choice. Because I had to live with it. More, I struggle with like kind of the depth perception challenges that it presents. But regardless,
it's stunning though. I'm looking at unsighted imagery
but
here.
It's one of those games like this game is great, like really, really, really good, but no one's gonna like go crazy about the graphics. I mean, same with Tetris, one of the best games in the world. And it's like you would never say it's good on graphics, good on audio, good on controls or anything like that. It's just genius.
On the spinach green battery draining screen of my Game Boy, it was fine. But I will say in VR and even on an OLED, the Tetris effect.
Oh, Tetris effect
in 4K.
Is like, it's so good.
Is a great argument for graphics in gaming.
Not Miyazaki. Who's our buddy?
Mizuguchi.
Mizuguchi.
Yeah. Q Entertainment. Amazing creator.
The minute I heard this was his, I was like, well, duh.
Yeah.
Hold on, I never thought of this before, and it's just genius.
Yeah, so. I played the demo on a PS4 when it first came out, and immediately ran to Best Buy and grabbed a VR headset. And I already had VR headsets, but I'm like, I feel like this was made for that experience. And so I fumbled with hooking that up in the living room, sat on a pillow cushion because the cords weren't long enough, put it on, and started to cry.
It's so good.
At the very first level, when dolphins are swimming up above because I got a Tetris and the music is swelling.
I think also that works so well as VR because it's such a simple game.
Right. Numbers are returning to X-Play. That was a discussion that was had.
They've returned.
Yeah.
It's kind of like herpes. They can't go away.
the gift that keeps on giving. These numbers of yours.
Yeah, and ever so often they flare up because someone disagreed with it. And it's
So,
like, oh.
all right. So then the Metacritics of the world, and I'm sorry to keep saying that name.
No,
a
yeah,
bunch,
it's okay.
But it was, yeah, no, because I could see it's trigger warning for Adam specifically. You know, you mentioned something that when I found out, it was so depressing to me, was to hear that livelihoods could be predicated in the aggregate numbers that were handed out. Which, look, I get like, hey, you're going to get a bonus if your game performs well. You're going to get a bonus if your game sells well. In theory, that sounds like, okay, that could be a good money motivator, a perfectly innocuous carrot to dangle at the end of a stick. But when the literal numbers that people are assigning your work for whatever reason get aggregated onto this one specific site, and whatever that site says determines if kids are going to private school or not.
And it's also, I'm not absolutely up to date on how salaries and everything works within the game industry, but a lot, like that bonus, those kind of bonuses are kind of essential.
Yes.
It's not what a bonus is supposed to be, which is you get an extra scoop of ice cream or some more, whipped cream or something like that. No, like this is like dinner.
Right.
And like that's, I did a rant about it at GDC once, and I was like, if the press knows among itself that we probably couldn't even pitch a tent together, like much less like come up with a common consensus on these things. And we're not supposed to have a consensus. I mean, it's just the whole thing made me sick to my stomach. It still does, but as I said, I don't know if this is practiced anymore. Metacritic as a site does not, I don't hear it mentioned anymore,
right.
But I do know even as early as 2012, there was a certain publisher who actually threatened to withhold review copies of games unless we changed our, no one remembers this, but in 2012, we changed our review scale. We had 0.5s.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. And that was because a certain publisher, I'm not going to say which one, the person at this publisher no longer works in games anymore. So I don't want anyone to think that this practice has continued, but they would withhold review copies of games unless we changed to something that was closer to a 10-point scale because it was more amenable to Metacritic.
Is that because a 5 out of 5, a perfect score for an X-Play was
but
seen
a
as
4 is an 80, which is considered the low end of good.
Right.
Because, and that's the other thing, it's why we don't do the 10-point scale, is that people think that, like, I think it's because everyone's so young and they're like either are still in school or they're fresh out of school. And in school, like 70 is bad. Like you're in trouble at 70.
Right.
And so if you're doing a 10-point scale, like especially is that means 7 to 1 are just declamations of crappy.
Right.
And I'm just like, I'm not going to make that
the joke is,
distinction
did the
anymore.
game boot? Okay, you're a 5.
Yeah,
let's go from there.
Exactly. And it's just, it's pointless.
All right. Well, Adam, you've been very gracious with your time. We've talked a lot about gamings and how we review games and how we perceive them. But now it's time for a little game.
Oh, I like games.
You're going to like this
Is
one.
it hoop and stick?
It's very close to that.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
very close to that. Maybe on the other side of a graphic? Yep, there it is.
That's a menacing graphic. I just want to let you know. Like, we're going to play a little game.
But didn't the jazz and the big cartoony star, didn't that diffuse it a little bit? Or do you
that just underscores the sense of
You think
menace.
this could still be Squid Games?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, pay no attention to the laser dot that's tracing your chest.
Okay, good.
Don't worry about that. This is far simpler on the heels of you exclaiming your love for rating systems.
awesome.
This game is called Out of 5, Adam, and you get to rate an assortment of fun things out of 5, and we're going to go through it, I guess, as fast as we can. We're doing a timer on the screen, Vanessa. What are we doing?
Now, do you need me to do it?
We're going to go as fast as we can until we got to get a break.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Do you want me to do the whole out of 5?
Well,
Of course
actually,
we want that.
Yeah, I think that would be good. And,
I think we need to.
Yeah, and as much as that might slow the pace down,
Yeah.
that is where we're going with this one. So, okay, out of 5, Adam, we're going to start with Twitter accounts with anime avatars.
1 out of 5.
We gotta stop the game
Actually,
now.
no, we got to go negative on that.
Is that?
I know.
Can we do that?
A -3 out of 5. We all know who those people are.
What? Anime fans? Employees at Crunchyroll?
No, it's like there was that thing, Bamer bait. I'm not going to say what the real word is. And they all had
anime. Okay,
anybody. It's more reliable that there's a jackass on the other side of the account than even like kind of the default egg accounts. Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes I just block them proactively.
Audible, it's not on the list. What about someone that has an NFT as their avatar?
We'll just upset the world. It's like I don't know how you know.
2 Ethereum out
Yeah.
of 5. How about pickled fish?
Oh, that's like a 5 out of 5.
Pickled fish?
Oh yeah, I love it. I'm a Jew from like my family's from Central Europe. If it doesn't taste miserable, how do you know you're eating?
Touche.
Like dark rye. I mean, who comes up with that?
I love that pickled herring and dark rye.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, pickled
no.
herring.
Someone stepping on the back of your shoe.
2 out of 5.
So that's someone giving you the heel. Someone stomping on the back of your foot. That's not as bad as having anime as an avatar.
We all make mistakes. Having an anime avatar is never like, oops, I did it again.
You went out of your way for that one.
No,
Okay.
it's like, oops, I'm a Nazi. It's the same. It's like,
You could trip and fall into fascism.
yes.
How about wrestling?
Like, wait, as an activity? Wait. Oh, as something I'm
As rating
rating
it out of 5, yeah.
Oh, we're talking about all wrestling, the type Xavier does, the
Let's go with
Olympic
that type.
Greco-Roman.
No, let's go with that type. Let's go with superstars, combat sports, wrestling.
It's a 4 out of 5.
For the storylines?
I don't know a ton about it. I've gotten to learn so much because of Xavier.
Yeah.
And I actually really want to go to one now and just kind of see it. Okay, you want to know how I really, really know wrestling? I'm going to sound like the biggest snob in the world. The great cultural critic French Roland Barthes, when his famous collection of essays called Mythologies, he wrote this famous essay about professional wrestling. And this is back in the 60s, so it was a different type of wrestling. It's absolutely a fascinating read. And that was kind of how I first started to truly appreciate wrestling. It was the French.
The French got you into wrestling. What was the description or the dissection of wrestling that
it was kind of the way that the role of the character and kind of how it interacts with the crowd. I mean, like he's correct. It's not. It definitely is not like thumbing its nose at wrestling, but it's taking kind of a French philosopher's point of view of professional wrestling.
Okay. Watching the sunrise.
I'm trying to think of the last time I did that. But that's definitely a 5 out of 5. Well, it depends on what I did the night
5 out of
before.
I was going to say, a 5 out of 5
because
is...
sometimes seeing the sunrise, you're like, oh, I have not had that feeling for a long time.
Yeah.
But it comes with where are my pants?
Right.
But it
Swatting
can be
some red
really
Solo
pretty.
cups out of the
Now
way.
I just wake up early because I'm older and I get scared.
That's
like you
fair.
wake up, you think about the world, you get up, I better go see the sunrise. In that case, it's a 5.
What about watching the
out of 5.
sunset?
4 out of 5.
Not as good as that old sunrise.
Even the way I live in the West Coast,
Yeah.
and now see like the sunsets are there.
Beautiful.
Because you know what they say? It's like it's the crap in the air that kind of gives it all those beautiful hues. It's grim.
Yeah. How do you feel about the coming resource wars? This doesn't have to be out of 5. I'm just curious.
How do I feel about the coming resource wars? I've been saying this was going to happen for 30 years. I was one of those guys in college where I'm like,
Berkeley.
there was a whole theory called the North-South theory. That does date that far back, where like people who were paying attention to what was happening environmentally knew that like it was then going to become like most conflict was going to come out of like resources and not sort of ethnic or religious conflict and things like that. That we almost kind of come up with ethnic or religious conflict because we just want to have conflict.
Right. And that's I can grab onto that.
Yeah.
That I can harness and shout at a neighbor. The other stuff is way
when it's
too
like
much
we
for me
need
to
water
grab.
and you have it.
Yeah.
That's what it's grim.
Well, there are other things we need in this world, like a commercial break, Adam.
Whoa,
when we come back,
that's a resource.
We're going to round out this game. More with Adam Sessler when the loop continues. Hello there, folks. We are back with the reason I breathe. The only reason to get out of bed in the morning, Adam Sessler.
What?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
man.
where I've arrived. It's immense appreciation
Wow.
and also, I think, clinical depression, but that's okay.
Okay, yeah.
We were, last we caught up, we were talking about the coming resource wars.
Yes, the coming resource
But
wars.
that was in the midst of rating some fun stuff. So
Yeah,
maybe we can
exactly.
get back to assigning numerical values
Okay, let's
to
do that.
experiences in this world. This is out of 5 with Adam Sessler, and we're going to go with petty gossip.
That's a 4 out of 5.
Have you been known to gab?
Oh, well, I actually prefer to listen. Well, look, I'm not really a journalist, but I run in a circle of other people that do reporting and stuff. We all hear things.
Sure.
So, yeah, there's that petty gossip. I work in the entertainment industry as well. I like, really, petty gossip is so much better than actual gossip because that's like Les Moonves.
Right.
And
Yeah.
that's grim and scary.
Yeah, actual gossip can have
Yeah.
deep ramifications.
Yeah.
The petty stuff is that's
Well, it's like sometimes it's just like, oh my God, horrible things are happening. Where petty gossip is like, did you see those shoes? Did you hear why they had those shoes?
Right.
So, yeah.
you said you're not a journalist.
No,
You don't fancy yourself one?
no, not in the least.
Now why is that? Is
Having
that
worked with people like Patrick Klepek and knowing people like Jason Schreier and stuff like that, I know what a real journalist does. I don't do that. And I know a lot of people say games journalist, and I think it's because we haven't come up with another word. I think I'm a lot closer. Obviously, I'm a reviewer, and I'm kind of like a Maureen Dowd. Like, you know, a columnist for the Times or the Post or something like that, because I'm always going to be opinionated. Ever so often, because I am well connected, I might come up with a story. But it was not so much that like
You haven't been
I'm out there
hounding someone
looking for
down.
a scoop.
right? You're not.
There's real people that do that very well. I absolutely hate stealing their thunder with that title.
Out of 5, Adam, wearing pants at home.
2 out of 5. 2
Yeah.
out of 5.
Has it been tough to adjust to a post-pandemic pants wearing?
Well, also, it's like I think like many other people, I discovered really nice sweatpants.
Yeah.
Like
Athleisure.
Brooklyn, I don't think I'm allowed to even mention their name, but yeah, I'm just not going to say that word. You can bleep it. We should get them as a sponsor.
No.
Like really soft, high-end sweatpants are awesome.
I'm with you. I've been going with athleisure. I've been putting on like actual pants and decent shirts-ish.
Oh, do you know
because I
how
feel a
many
sense of
jeans I
responsibility, but-
bought in the week leading up to launch?
Yeah.
I was like, I guess I need more because I'm probably going to put mustard on these, and I
Yeah.
can't wear that on camera.
Yeah, I've got about a month before I revert back to my my Crocs sandals and my hiking
I mean,
pants, and that's about it.
a good morning game wearing nice sweatpants. Oh, it's good.
Okay. Now, what about pot?
What kind of smoke?
It says pot, and this could be for a succulent, but I think this is the devil's lettuce, jazz cabbage.
This is indeed the
So
devil
this
lettuce.
is a tough one. For me personally, it's a 2 out of 5. I do not react to it well. It's just
Anxiety and panic attacks.
primarily that. As I like to say, I suddenly decide to go over all the bad decisions I've made in life.
Sure.
And it's horrible. There's so many other people out there. They're like, "Oh, you should try this. You should try this." I so don't want to ever go through that sensation again.
No,
I
man,
just
it's
don't.
the wrong strain,
But
and
God,
plus you got to burn it with a nail.
I do not
No.
fault anybody who does it, although people would get in trouble for drinking on the job. And it's like, there's so many people I see that are stoned on the job. There's probably some jobs that, if you're working in an Amazon warehouse, I bet that's a far better way to pass the time. If you're interfacing with the public and you have that glazed, I don't care what you say look, it really can be like, it's like, you know, like I have like half of the Erewhon like health food stores here in LA. It's either they're stoned or they're anemic. And I can't figure out which, but you get the same kind of lacking service.
All right, we're going to rapid fire these, so no
Okay,
need
rapid
for
fire.
the pregnant pause.
I'll just give you the number.
Smoking.
1 out of
Garfield.
5. 1 out of 5.
Clowns.
4 out of 5.
What?
Yeah. I mean, my wife is terrified of them. I think Killer Clowns from Outer Space is a fine movie.
That's a great, the
Yeah,
cotton candy
so,
cocoons. And,
yeah.
okay. Licorice.
3 out of 5.
The moon landing.
5 out of 5.
Well
it
done.
happened.
Well, allegedly.
It happened.
Allegedly.
It happened.
Okay, well done, steak.
1 out of 5.
And Zack Snyder.
1. Is there like that? He is the anime avatar
avatar.
of visionary directors. Yeah.
Okay.
How do you mess up zombies in Vegas?
That intro sequence was the movie that I wanted.
Yeah, which clearly was made for the trailer.
Right? I
Yeah,
mean, that's-
it's like, oh, but remember that PS3 video game Lair?
No,
The Dragon Combat game?
I don't remember that.
Like,
I'm
it
gonna look it
sucked
up.
because it's like, it was Factor 5 who did those incredible Star Wars fighting games on the GameCube. And this was like motion control on the PS3.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And it's like, somehow that game got messed up.
Yeah.
And like, I always think of Zack Snyder with that. It's like, how did you get zombie? I mean, it's like, you almost have to applaud someone. It's like, that is creative navigation to screw that up.
Last but certainly not least, pineapple pizza.
Oh, 1 out of 5.
Okay, that's it. I can't.
Well, that's why you're on the other end of stage A. It's like, we can't get near each other. It's like two
Yeah.
Ron Silvers touching each other in RoboCop.
we're never gonna fight each other at the crafty table. I guarantee you that.
Yeah, well, that's good.
It is. We are at precious moments left, dear Adam. As such, it's time to grab the saddle and ride the promo pony on out of here. You'll see. There he is. There he is.
Oh,
I didn't know that was how it was gonna make its appearance, but that is
Wow.
terrible, Vanessa.
that looked, I gotta be honest, that looked more like a horse than a pony.
No. Terrible. Like we'll learn my vernacular. Terrible is amazing.
Oh no,
I know.
I mean it too.
Run it again.
Like dumb is amazing.
Run it again.
Okay,
Give me that pony.
but really, that's a horse. Let's take a look. That looks like a
The
full-size.
census scale is tough
horse.
here. That's a very, if you think about how much real estate there is, the horse could take the whole thing. We'll get to that later. You can rate
Okay.
our promo pony later.
All
But
right.
Adam, let's ride the promo pony.
Yes.
How can people get more of you and see you and just inject you directly into their eye holes and veins?
YouTube.com/XPlay. There's so many videos. There's new ones going up every weekday. Also, Tuesdays and Fridays, we will be doing the live stream here from this very stage, but on the other end of it, where we don't like pineapples on pizza.
That's fine.
And obviously that we're available as a regular show on the G4 cable channel. And then if you need to yell at me, go to my Twitter account at Adam Sessler.
Love it. Adam, thank you for being so
Oh,
gracious.
no, this is fun.
With your time. I know this is again pre-tape. It's been a crazy week.
Yes.
But it's always a delight to
And
have
it's
you. in
not
the-
over yet.
Not by a long sight.
They say I see my family at the end.
Friends, Adam might see his family, but you can see some amazing merch and delightful deals if you go to shop.g4tv.com. Use the promo code RADDY20 if you want to save 20% off your order before it expires. I want to thank you for tuning in to Attack of the Show, The Loop, not because it says it on this card, which, spoiler, it does say that. Also, I love my family. No, I want to say we're taking a break for Thanksgiving Day, and we'll be back on Friday with a pre-taped episode of Invitation to Party. That's our D&D show. I predict chuckles and laughs. Maybe some dice rolls as well. Who knows? Also, check out g4tv.com/schedule for more details on when and where you can check me out, check out Adam Sessler, get our D&D show. We got an esports show called Boosted. There's so much
There's a lot.
content. We're teaming with it. Our seams are bursting, and you can rate it yourself. So far, I'd give this show a 1
Out of 5.
Thanks, Adam.
Oh, my pleasure.
Thank you all for watching. Goodbye.
You know, I hear the cast on really is.
All right, and welcome to your rerun of Cops. I'm Golden Boy, alongside with. Oh, I didn't realize that actually had an overtone. That did not hit me until it hit me. Oh, geez. Welcome everyone. Welcome to G4 After Dark. It's Golden Boy and the Black
sir.
Okage here. Corey, how you doing today, buddy?
I'm all right. It feels good to be back on America's favorite fake tech show. But yeah, what's good? We in the building. It's America's #1 connoisseur of beautiful women.
Okay.
G4's biggest stepper.
Okay. That's fair.
Hashtag G4 Hot Boy. You know what it is, man. What's good with you?
Okay. Hashtag G4. Okay, that's fair. All right, go ahead and do that. I'm good.
I love this.
I'm actually been pretty tired. I'm not gonna lie. It's been.
So you're starting off the stream with a lie. Then you just said you were good, and then
No, I'm good, but I'm tired. Like because it's been a great week. Boosted launched, which was awesome. Got to be on X-Play. Thank you.
I was gonna ask you how you was feeling
You were
about
on
that.
Boosted as well, which was great.
For sure.
We had a great time on there.
For sure.
Many things happened.
Yeah, I'm glad that you said you were okay because I was actually a little bit concerned about how you felt like before, and I should have talked about it off stream because this morning was a little bit rough. Is it okay if I talk about that?
Go on ahead, Corey.
Yeah, so it's crazy, man. True story, man. So this man was almost late to come to the office today, and he was speeding on his scooter. And outside of the actual G4 studio, we have a giant Dr. Pepper vending machine.
Yeah.
And this man crashed his scooter into the Dr. Pepper vending machine.
I did.
And then like a fire broke out. It was the wasted sign just appeared out of nowhere.
Yeah.
It was all
Actually,
slow
we have live footage. We actually have an image.
That's
of security,
exactly what it looked
the
like.
security camera footage of that happening.
So GB was just lying on the ground, and it was just like little birds going around because he was just like dazed. And whatever.
Yeah. There I am, and
then, true story. If I'm lying, the camera's gonna shut off. Vivi came out of nowhere. That's our boss, and she came with a box of Pizza Hut pizza, and she took out. It was pepperoni. She took out 2 pepperonis, and she put them on his nipples. And for some reason, he just felt better afterwards.
I did. I felt great. It was the pepperonis. They were placed in the perfect locations, and everything worked out well. So there it is. Folks, yep, there I am.
No, jokes aside though.
Shout out to Jamerson though, by the way. That actually is
a great
really
edit.
good. That's a good edit.
Jokes aside though, we got our first little week and a half down. We did Boosted. We get the launch start. Like, how you feeling about everything? Because I'm not gonna lie, when we did the rehearsals, I was a little bit iffy about it all because we did it out of order when we rehearsed.
Yeah.
So I was like, where is this going? But then when the actual launch date came, everything came together, and it was a beautiful thing. It was a positive vibe in the air.
Yeah, for Boosted or just in general?
Or in Boosted too, because today was the launch of, not today, but the other day was the launch of your show too.
Yeah.
Everything.
I'll tell you one thing. For the launch special, it was, that was a lot. But for Boosted, we'd been planning for like weeks up until this point. I believe we're like about 6 episodes planned in for all of this. So what was even better about it was the fact that, unfortunately, Battlefield 2042, not the best game, but we based the episode around it. But I think what helped out was all the crap we did, kind of like this. Or do you have actually, Kirby, I believe you have the preview up over here. Yeah.
Oh, that's why she had this clip up. So y'all been planning to try to clown me. Okay, go ahead. Play the clip.
Well, I didn't plan anything. Kirby's the one who pulled this up. We can go ahead and run the clip.
Oh, so Kirby got a vendetta against me because she was just talking about me being nice to. Okay.
Bring the volume down to half, by the way, just for the headphone users out there.
Operation Harass TBH. That's what's going on.
Yeah. So here it is. Now, don't ask questions about me dressed as the gobbledygooker.
Make sure to play the full clip too.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's run that back.
The ridicule.
The scooter jokes.
The meme. Oh, I know you're gonna get me tomorrow, but today.
And I'm expecting it.
I better make sure the check clears this week. You better make sure. Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Make sure it does. This man took too much pleasure in that all.
I'm not gonna lie. It feels like I ate some box. It's not bad.
Yes, sir.
God.
G4 Hot Boy.
Let's talk about what you said at the end there.
Yeah.
Because I'd be shocked if that makes it to TV.
I think it should. I think it was appropriate. I don't see what's wrong with it.
Yeah.
Like eating box is good, man. It brings your beard out. I'm not gonna lie. If you would have seen a picture of me from like a year ago, with like it's still a little bit patchy. It's still getting there.
Yeah.
But like it's much better. A year ago, it was just like hair on like randomly on my face.
Or you just had patches.
Yeah. And then I was talking to my OG, and he was like, "Dude, you need to eat more," And I started doing what I had to do.
Okay,
and,
congratulations.
Yeah,
I'm very happy for you.
And look at me now. Vivi saw my beard online, and she said, "You know what? We need to get that man."
That's
on
the guy we
television."
have to hire.
That's the guy.
That's the talent. That's the talent. Dear Lord.
What's the name? One thing I actually wanted to talk about though is when are we gonna get like a gym in the budget?
You know, I was thinking about that because I have not had a single opportunity to go for a run in this last like week and a half. But actually, besides the obstacle course where I was dying.
Yeah, you was breathing real. I ain't gonna hide. Yo, my man was sweating after that.
I was
like,
dying.
hey, yo. You know what's funny? I read the comments on YouTube and people were like, yo, why didn't TBH run the obstacle course? I'm not gonna lie, y'all didn't want me to run that because they would have got smoked. It wouldn't have been fair. It wouldn't have been fair.
Okay, let's relax because, you know, when we approached TBH about being on Boosted, he was all like, y'all gonna make me run an obstacle course? Like you saw his face, eyes wide open. He was a little concerned.
Because you guys didn't tell me until like 12 hours before. I wasn't mentally prepared.
That's not a me
It
thing.
came out of
Take it up
nowhere.
with Vivi.
That's
Okay,
all, but
take
I wasn't upset with the idea of running it. It was just like, yo, if we're gonna do something like that, could you let me know ahead of time?
Honestly, I really, I think we were all like really happy to have you on because you definitely brought a fun vibe to it, and it was good, and we had a good time. So I do appreciate you coming on Boosted last minute. Like that was actually pretty awesome. So
No, for sure.
shout
But
out
let's
to
get
you.
back to this room, this weight room. Anyways,
Let's get back to the weight room.
Let's talk about it.
Let's get back to the
I know we got extra space in here. Like all we need is
We do.
like a dumbbell rack, maybe like some jump ropes, maybe a squat
All I'm
rack.
saying is Blair is like super into tonal and Pelotons and stuff like that, right? Come on, Blair, hook it up.
Get a
dude.
couple of treadmills in there because one thing I know is like I want to look as good as possible while I'm on. Because one of the narratives that I'm trying to change when it comes to gaming is like I always preach being a multifaceted person. Like just because you're a nerd doesn't mean you need to be lacking in other aspects of your life. So like I take my health. I like to take my health seriously.
Take your
I
health
like to enjoy.
No,
it.
it's true. Take your health seriously. It's
And
very
like,
true.
and I'm gonna be honest. If we can keep it a buck, any Comcast G4 fans, they deserve the best, and I want to look my best for America's daughters, bro.
There you go. You snuck it in there.
Yeah,
Actually, you didn't really snuck it. You didn't really sneak it in. You just went out and just tossed it out there. You got a lot of people in the chat though that are cheering you on. They feel like you look great. Well, actually now it's all Keck W's, but yeah. I mean,
What does that mean?
It's just laughing. It's just
Okay.
LOL.
Yeah, I'm a boomer. I don't know,
It's just
dude.
BTTV emotes.
Yeah,
You
I
know?
don't know.
Do we have BTTV emotes enabled on our Twitch stream at least? I know on YouTube it's a different thing, but I know like that whole thing. That's TBD. Okay, TBD. Moving
is-
on to a conversation with TBH.
I'm old, dude. I don't know what any of these goddamn acronyms mean, bro. I was like, okay, like.
Why are you limiting it to just America's daughters?
You right, bruh.
Yeah.
I should be like Lil Wayne, bruh. I just want to smash every girl that I'm joking. Let me stop.
my
Let me stop. You right, bruh. We going international next season.
So, so we have some news stories. We figured what we do with this is we'll take some opportunity to just riff off of some things that are happening in the world.
I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't read none of them notes you put in the Slack.
That's fine. I expected you not to.
Let's
so
go.
that makes it even better. So here's the first one that we got in Florida. There was a Deltona man that was caught filming up an undercover agent's skirt in Home Depot. So how do you mess that one up? Because there's a lot of layers here that need to be broken down.
I think the better question is, why did this story speak to you?
Oh, honestly, I looked at Reddit. Reddit/Florida man, and I found this story, and it was stupid.
Have
and
you
I
ever
thought
done
it
the
was
Florida Man Challenge?
No.
So the Florida Man Challenge is you go on Google and you type in your birthday and then Florida Man afterwards, and then whatever comes up, you get to see what
All right.
crazy thing happens. or
Let's do
whatever.
it. Let's do it. Here we go.
I think on my birthday, what came up was man like high off crystal meth like wrestles an alligator or something like that. Like something funny happens every single day of the week in Florida.
Should I do it the day I was born or just November 8th in general?
Yeah, you could do November 8th, or it doesn't matter. You could do November 8th with your actual, like, when were you born?
1987. Right? See what?
What?
What? Let me try.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
And something funny always comes up. The chat should actually do the same thing. Everybody do the Florida Man Challenge. Type it in.
Yeah, I'm actually doing this right now because I'm genuinely curious. I kind of messed this up though. I just do
your birthday?
November 8th. Let's see what we got. Florida man, November 8th. Let's see. Florida man asked police to remove mugshot from Facebook after theft, only for them to replace it with booking photo. That's actually a good one. Let's see. No.
Florida's a wild place. That's where I'm not from there, but that's where I came from before because I was living there. I had an alligator in my backyard.
Yeah. There's a few bad ones here that I don't think. Okay. Oh my goodness gracious.
Every day of the week.
Florida man throws 8 Molotov cocktails at Department of Children and Families building after kids were taken away. Gee, I wonder why. You know, like
It's
what the heck?
it's different down there, man. I remember when I was living there, right before I had moved, and we had a lake in the background, and I guess an alligator moved into the lake.
Yeah.
And then they sent out a notice to everybody living in the complex, and they was like, "Hey, don't be alarmed, but you know, there's a big ass alligator here." You know, and this is what pissed me off. Then they said, "We're not going to do anything about it because it's not doing anything right now. So depending on how if it destroys the ecosystem, we'll get somebody to take it out. But for now, he's okay." We get a message a week later, and they was like, "Hey guys, he's not destroying the ecosystem, so we're just gonna let him chill in the backyard."
No way.
Yo, this is a true story. I used to jog back in that area. Long story short, I stopped jogging back there, bro. I was like, I'm good.
I totally would. I would stop going over there. I would move.
Yeah, because
at
I
that
was
point.
afraid that like I was gonna get near the lake and he was gonna be outside the lake talking about some woogie boogie. I was like, have you ever seen how an alligator kills its prey?
Never have. I've never been close enough to an alligator, and I never
So
intend on
it does what's called an alligator roll, where it grabs its prey and then it literally rolls it around until you die. It's a move in wrestling as well that they used to teach us.
Oh crap.
Yeah, they incapacitate their opponent that way. It's a horrific way to die.
Yeah, it sounds that just sounds dark. By the way, speaking of just dumb things, well, that wasn't really dumb. That was more dark, but it was also pretty funny.
That's it,
another one for my birthday. Florida man charged with DUI while riding on a lawnmower. Don't know how that one. Like, what do you have to do in order to get the attention of the cops while riding on a lawnmower drunk? You have to be doing something stupid.
He probably didn't use his turn signal.
He did. He's like, I'm not going left here. And then he goes right, and the cop's like, that guy's a problem.
Excuse me, sir. You made an illegal left turn. The light was red.
He like shows up. He's like his front lawn. He's like swerving left and right. It looks like he's got SpaghettiOs all over his lawn there.
Florida is just it's its own world.
It really is.
You know, one thing I will say I missed about Florida is like it is clean down there. I'll say it that much. Like,
Yeah.
compared to like LA.
Yeah.
It was clean down there. It was much nicer to drive, and I didn't have to worry about somebody breaking in my car every 5. There's certain parts of town I don't even take my car.
Fair enough.
Like somebody asked me to hang out this weekend, and I was like, "Can I drive my car down there?" And she was like, "Catch an Uber." I was like, I was like, I don't even know why I bought this thing. It's a waste of
You're
my
like,
time.
that's so funny. You're like on the phone with your friend. He's like, catch an Uber. Okay, you can catch yourself
I'm
later.
thinking about getting a scooter now. I'm like, bro, he might actually be onto something out here. Like,
I actually am.
he might be.
I
onto
actually
something.
am. We have another story, by the way. Let's pull this one up here. Florida man Paul Mitchell arrested after sushi flipping rampage. And this
Do
one
you
was
see that? Because I don't see that on. Oh, I'm bugging.
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
I got it.
it's up there.
Florida man.
Now, this is one that I have to click on and tell the story because when I read this, I genuinely thought that this was the most ridiculous thing. So basically, according to an arrest affidavit, Mitchell, 52, entered the hibachi buffet in Pinellas Park and was not happy at all to see the sushi he wanted on Saturday was not being served. Police say that Mitchell became angry and started flipping several plates of sushi that were on the hibachi buffet line. Investigators say that Mitchell then walked to the front of the store and battered the store manager who was recording the sushi flipping escapade. So let's unpack this.
Can you bring the picture back up, Kirby, for me real quick? I'm not gonna hold you. Like, I probably sound like a jackass right now, but he doesn't strike me as the type that eats sushi. I'm just gonna put that out there. He looks like the type that was just looking for a problem, and he probably thought that was like easy picking going into that spot. So that's what I got out of it. And if
No.
like he did. You can't tell me that face is the face of a man. It's like, I'm in the mood for a spider roll. Like, it just doesn't strike me as the. Doesn't strike. He looks like he's looking for a problem.
Yeah, it probably. But also, can we discuss the fact that the manager, rather than putting and quelling the situation to rest, is filming it instead because, you know, you got to get the content in 2021.
Yeah.
He's trying to get viral on TikTok somehow, some way. And he's just like, guys, this is my opportunity. And he's like filming, and then he gets battered, which I love that choice of words. Like, did the manager go to the police? And he was like, he battered me. And it turns out he's got like a tiny bruise on his right arm.
Battered. What do you put him in, like, seasoning and stuff and fry him? Like, what are you talking about? You battered me. That's just a weird word choice. I got battered.
Yeah, just what a. Yeah,
Is it shake and bake? What the hell is wrong?
Oh,
with you?
society. But you know what though? In I guess in cheerful news, right? We should celebrate this. You know, apparently in South Korea, BTS gets a pass for military service. So yay! Way to go,
I don't know
BTS.
I don't know what I'm clapping about. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm probably gonna make a lot of people mad. I have no clue who. BTS
No, that's
is.
perfectly fine because I don't really know a lot about BTS.
You know, I don't know a lot about K-pop period. But the funny thing is, like, I had to do a recording for X Play last week. I think it was the Call of Duty review. It was one of them, or the Battlefield one.
Yeah.
But they put a BTS joke in there. I think it was the Battlefield one. And
Yeah.
I even had stopped after I read the script. I was like, I would never say that. I was like, I don't know. And the funny thing is, somebody had left in the comments like, TBH would never say that. I was like, I'm glad people spotted that. I have no clue what this is. Bro.
Well, thankfully, we actually do have someone on site who knows a lot about BTS.
Who, Kirby?
Kirby. Come on, Kirby. No. I want to put you on blast.
So what in specific do people love so much about like K-pop? Because I'm generally just ignorant about it.
I'm new to K-pop. And
Kirby's new to K-pop.
That's all thanks to Michelle, who works here. She got me into it. A long weekend of music videos and the lore. And
So you're into the music videos, the lore. You're just into the world of K-pop.
The lore. What does that
Yeah,
mean?
right, you
the
said the
lore
lore.
of K-pop.
so some of their music videos have like backstory and like hidden like there's just layers to it.
They remind you of almost like old school 90s music videos where they actually put effort into it and there's more to unpack so you can watch it multiple times. Is it kind of what you're saying?
Yes, like, oh my God, he did this thing in front of this store, and this store has backstory to their graphic novel, which is a thing.
Wait, they have a graphic novel?
novel?
BTS is a graphic novel?
They have like a graphic novel in one of those video stories. I am new.
What video?
Sorry.
Wait, video story? You mean like IG stories or like
I'm still learning.
Oh,
Those fan cam things that people
the fan.
they're like the animated stories that people follow that are like
So
Yeah.
do they mostly sing about love? Like what do they mostly sing about in like K-pop?
dancing, having fun.
Yeah.
Heartache.
I wish I could tell you the lyrics. I don't. Yeah, it's like positive stuff for the most
Okay,
part. You know,
okay.
it's. I mean, like I'm not like I don't listen to it. They don't like as far as it goes for me is like either.
Yeah,
Seeing,
you like bachata, we know.
Oh yeah, no, I mess with some
know.
bachata any day of the week. Bam.
know.
Like I don't know. I think it's just like people just attach themselves, right? It's like Backstreet Boys, like when or NSYNC, like. People will just attach themselves onto something. They become super fans. But it just so happens that in the age of social media, it just gets amplified times like 1,000. Can you imagine if Backstreet Boys and NSYNC were popular today? Like that same level, or Beatles popular today? Like that'd be insane. Because we're all so connected now. So it makes sense.
Yeah, like they'd be even bigger. Like especially with that story, like Free Britney Spears or whatever. I saw that trending. I was like, she was locked up, but I didn't even know. But yeah, I can see what you're saying. But I think this. Go ahead.
On the Britney Spears thing, crazy enough, I think she tweeted or posted something saying
Yeah.
it's good to hold dollar bills again.
Oh yeah, so do you don't know the Britney Spears situation, right? I'm
I don't
assuming.
keep up with
Okay.
none of this
No.
stuff.
I only know it from my wife. I only know
So
it from my wife.
What, they locked her because they thought she was crazy?
They didn't lock her up. Well, basically what it is that her father, right, had ownership of her money. So essentially she did not work for her money. She worked and the money went into a conservatorship.
Yeah, because she came into the
conservatorship.
game when she was 16, so they took advantage of her.
No, it's because the meltdown.
Oh, okay. So he took
They
responsibility.
said she was
of it.
unstable.
Okay.
So then they took over her financials. But then when it was deemed, like at this point, she's like, yeah, I'm pretty good now. I don't need this anymore. But then her father and like, I guess her sister too, I think. Her father, sister, and mother. They all jumped in and were like, nah, you still crazy. So we still got to do this. We still got to hold your money hostage. Or
Conservatorships are usually reserved for maybe elderly people that are
Yeah.
older, people with Alzheimer's that actually have like mental
Yeah.
illnesses that they
It's
can't
crazy.
physically or mentally or financially take care of themselves, so they have someone else take care of it.
What I love about G4 is I feel like half the time I'm talking to y'all are just like educating me on shit I have no clue about. And you're all just looking
great.
at me like, I love it. You guys are, you're opening me up to new stuff.
No, it's
I
good.
love it.
And you're here to just, let the audience know that you're here for America's daughters.
Absolutely.
So I think
Yo,
it all just
let me tell you
one
something.
great symbiotic relationship.
Let me tell you something.
know?
Since the launch of G4, the DMs have been popping. Let me tell you.
Have
bro.
they really?
You would. I mean, you,
I wouldn't know because I'm married and
Yeah,
I've been married for 13 years.
Yeah, but that's a beautiful thing. Don't ever get it twisted.
Oh, no, I love it. It's great.
That's a beautiful thing.
My wife's in the chat. She's watching.
Shout out to wifey.
She's free now. We did it, guys.
Oh, okay. Wait. Oh, yeah. So she's a big Britney fan.
Okay.
So
Leave
yeah,
Britney alone.
Yeah, she's that person. That being said, though, guys, you know what this means. We're gonna go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, G4 After Dark. Welcome back, everyone, to G4 After Dark. Now, there's been a lot of discussion on the
About
internet
my shorts.
about Corey Shorts. So let's dive into it. Did you happen to get those at the small section, or were you, how?
Let me tell you something, because
How tight were you trying to get?
Let me tell you something, because you try and be funny, man. Listen, man.
I'm not trying to be funny.
I miss. You're trying. What's the name?
Baby Gap.
No, I didn't get a Baby Gap. I got these joints off of Amazon because, listen, man, I don't skip leg day, and I just wanted America's daughters to know. And like we was joking off stream, but there's some ladies texting me right now. I see you on the stream. I'm gonna get back to y'all later.
Yeah, we actually went off camera, and then immediately TBH was like, "Oh, yo, someone just hit me up." And
I'm not joking, by the way.
He's not. I believe it. You know what I mean? Strapping, good-looking young lad over here.
Somebody
You know.
I bet being married is a beautiful thing either. Don't knock that. 13 years, bro. That's a blessing. Can we clap it up for 13 years? Yeah.
I haven't really. Yeah, I have always told my wife that without her, like, this is gonna sound a little sappy, but without her, I wouldn't have been able to do this. But it's not because of love. It's because she legit like controls a lot of what I do, and I would probably be dead in a ditch if it wasn't for her. Because like she handles everything that I could not mentally handle.
She was with you shooting in the gym. That's a beautiful thing, because like a lot of times like that don't exist a lot. Like I be making jokes, but it's rough in these streets right now, bro. You don't want to hold on to that, dog. Hold on to that. You don't want to be part of this.
We did get a great question though from the chat though. Example Daniel says, "Do you crush a watermelon with those shorts?"
I mean, I could. I
With
mean,
those
we
legs,
could get
with
if
those-
we
the
could
thunder thighs.
maybe we could do that on the episode. We can get an actual watermelon and crush it.
We got a melon, put it right here, just see you just go to town on it.
Absolutely. I'm all for the meme, so I'm 100% with it, man. That's whatever, bro.
Speaking of memes, here's our next story, and this one is hilarious. Mind you, I want to preface this. This isn't meant to be political. This is meant to just sound ridiculous because it is ridiculous. So I'm just prefacing that right now. And Donald Trump was awarded the highest Taekwondo rank ever, despite never practicing the sport. Now, to be very clear, he was issued a honorary 9th Dan certificate, which is the highest rank you can get in Taekwondo. Fun fact, Chuck Norris, the guy who sparred with Bruce Lee. Oh, no, I'm not saying for you. I'm for the audience. He's an 8th Dan belt. So technically, Donald Trump has a higher Dan Taekwondo belt than Chuck Norris does.
No, I mean,
I would pay to see that fight.
It makes a lot of sense to me, because I mean, there's been times where I've seen him on TV and like his little toupee almost flew off, and like I felt like I was in danger. Like if that would have hit me in the face, that's a type of martial arts. I'm not mad at it. So do you think that since he's a master of Taekwondo, do you think there's a chance we could see him maybe as DLC in Tekken or something?
Well, maybe. I was thinking next presidential debate, just karate match. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Joe Biden sleeping in the corner, and here comes Donald Trump chopping and waving at the air like a psychopath. I'm all about it. That's content.
I remember you kept bringing up last episode. I kept bringing up Sleepy Joe. Now you're bringing up Sleepy Joe.
Well, it's more like, we got to keep it equal.
Can we get a Sleepy Joe counter in the chat? That's one.
That's one for today. That's one. We don't have we don't have the what is it, the button to keep track of things. But yeah, anyway, I thought that was a rather silly story. If you had to pick to get, if you had to learn a particular type of martial art, like what would it be? What would you go for?
I mean, I personally wouldn't even try to learn anything, because I already got a black belt in crazy. So, I mean, I'm straight off of that.
That's great.
But nah, jokes aside, if I could learn one.
Yeah, chat, what about you guys? If you could learn a skill or learn a martial art, what would it be?
I'm probably gonna sound tacky, but like I would be basic. I would just go to boxing. I've actually been thinking about taking boxing classes.
Boxing is legit.
So like I actually have a background in MMA a little bit. Like I was a wrestler all through middle and high school, and then I did a little bit of judo as well. So like, I'm familiar with that. So like I would want to learn boxing. Just in case, because I'd be in a lot of people's cities, it'd be a lot of haters, and just in case you gotta throw hands or something like that. But also
because
like,
you're going after America's daughters, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So that's the reason why.
You're on to something.
Someone shows
You're
up.
Clearly
someone's
gonna
put hands on TBH. He's like, what the? He just.
But I'm just a fan. Like I admire all martial arts, but I'm a big fan of like the sweet science. I'm a huge Fight Night fan. Just throwing hands.
Dude.
Like there's such a technicality and just a beautiful thing to boxing. Such an underrated sport. And I just think it's cool to throw hands versus like using your feet. I don't know. It's just something about beating somebody.
I've always appreciated like heavyweight boxing. It's fun.
Who's your favorite boxer?
Oscar De La Hoya and Tito Trinidad.
That was such a Hispanic answer. I love it.
Sorry.
I'm not mad at it.
Oscar
I'm
De
not
La
mad at
Hoya
it.
because he is the original Golden Boy, and Trinidad because he represented Puerto Rico proudly. So
sure.
and they had incredible clashes when they were fighting against each other in that era in like I think early 2000s. I want to say it was amazing. Like those fights were so good. It was almost like. It's like when Pacquiao and Mayweather were like going up against each other. Really at the prime, though.
There's always eras. My favorite is Sugar Ray Leonard.
Oh yeah, he was good.
He's just quick with the hands, quick on his feet.
Yeah,
handsome dude too. Like I aspire to be like that one day.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love boxing because of that. But then I also love it because I'm a troll. So like fun fact, whenever I play fighting games, all my favorite fighters are the boxers. Steve Fox.
Oh, really?
Dudley.
I was
Brock.
gonna say Dudley. Yeah, Dudley's
because
good.
it pisses people off whenever you play like a game like Street Fighter and everybody's doing all this kung fu and I'm just throwing hands like, yeah, you're trash. Get out of here.
Yeah,
boy.
Balrog. Yeah, some good stuff.
Just backing and punching.
Actually, me and Gerard, I think for Retribution, we're gonna try and do Ready to Rumble.
Okay. I love that game. Yeah.
So if we manage, because I just gotta freaking find the copy. If we manage to get it, we'll have to do like a little. Tournament of some kind. You know what I mean?
That's a Dream Class classic right there. They had the one with Michael Jackson on that. That joint was lit. That was lit.
So we have another crazy story. Now this one actually, I think we could talk about this for a long time. NASA will launch a mission to crash into a near-Earth asteroid to try and change its motion in space. Essentially, what they're trying to do, it's all part of their Earth defense systems, which insane that's even a term that we're saying right now.
There's a game called Earth Defense Force.
Earth Defense Force.
and
here's what I'm saying. Missed opportunity for the Space Force. They could have easily have been the Earth Defense Force.
This could literally be the Space Force's first mission. Why are they giving this to NASA? Space Force needs to do something if they in the budget. I guess, yeah.
NASA has the tools to do it. But now I wonder though. So it says that they're going to deflect it, right? And at that point, they're like, "What happens if it fails?" Like, or I hope they're picking a target that isn't really going to hit Earth, and then they like mess up the mission, and then out of nowhere we got to send Bruce Willis to save the world.
Or better yet, the idea of like they're crashing into this asteroid. They're under the assumption that the asteroid is just going to blow up and disintegrate. What happens if they hit it and then it turns into a bunch of little pieces and they all come to Earth?
Yeah,
Cleveland is already messed up. It doesn't need any more damage. You feel me?
Yeah. Someone in the chat said, you're going to send a satellite to crash into a meteor. How are you going to know if the mission was successful? Because you're just going to lose.
You cut everything offline.
It's going to hit and be like, and contact. Did it work?
My phone's not working for some reason.
I don't know. I don't know, Steve. Check over in comms. Poor guy.
Do you feel like we'll actually colonize space in our lifetime?
No, I don't think
And
so.
do you care?
Because we can't even have a sensible conversation about blockchain technology. So there's no way in hell we're going to be able to conquer space. And I'm not saying that in the G4 community. I'm just saying that in society in general. We can't even figure out how to agree on basic core human rights issues. There's no world that we're going to get to space. Maybe NASA will figure it out. I don't know. But
I don't
think
think
cool.
I don't think it'll happen in our lifetime either. And like, I think it's really fascinating that we are so fascinated with space for the same reason you were saying. Like, we have so many problems here on Earth. But then also humans don't even understand something as basic as like personal space, right? Mofos be all in my space, but then you want to go in this. Like, what are we talking about here, bro? Yeah. So if you can't conquer the basics of like socialization, now you're trying to colonize space and stuff. Yeah. And then also, who's to say that, do you believe in aliens?
Oh.
And if you do, are they friendly?
So, that's a tough one. I think there has to be life. There has to be. It's impossible.
For sure.
We cannot. Do you mean to tell me that we're the only possible living things in this entire galaxy? That makes no freaking sense.
For sure.
The
only thing, like, I believe that aliens are real too. But I think it's not like how we see them on TV, like the green bean or whatever. I think actually if aliens are real, I believe they live in the ocean because I believe scientists said that we haven't explored more than like 70% of our ocean.
That's true.
So I believe they're probably somewhere down there. Really?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, we're so worried about figuring out what's out there, but we don't even know what's in here. We don't even know.
One of you could be an alien.
Yeah.
I think it would be Kirby. Like, one of us could be an alien right now, a shapeshifter, and you would not know.
Bro, what if it's like The Thing? The Thing, the movie? It could be like that. Like,
yeah. Right. And she's on a Have you? No, I've not seen The Thing.
Basically, the thing is like what you just said. It's like you don't know who's the monster.
Or it could be another scenario. It could be like, have you seen Invincible?
Oh yeah,
That's like the best show of the year.
Really good show.
It could be like the Vulturemites, where it's like you think they're friendly, but they're on a mission to destroy us.
yeah, that's true. That's true.
I think though, like I think people of color will be okay though if they are like.
We'll be fine. Like I always say, just go to the Bronx. You'll be fine.
It already looks like it's been blown up, so yeah, they probably wouldn't blow it up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're gonna look at it. They're gonna pass by. They're gonna be like, "Oh, this looks bad. All right, let's just move on." You know,
The Bronx is the East Coast Cleveland, so yeah.
the Bronx will be okay. That's all I know. So yeah. So anyway, wait. So you believe in aliens as well?
Yeah, I believe they're real. I just don't think they look the way that they're presented on
Oh
television.
yeah. I feel like that's the important note here. It's like the way that South Park portrayed aliens and stuff like that. Like no, that's just I don't think that's how it is. I would actually reckon to think that it would be closer to us, like because you have to think like it depends on the organic matter that created us, right? Like that was like a very particular thing that happened, and it sparked the human race, right? There's clearly that had to have happened somewhere else in the galaxy. Like you mean to tell me that we are one in a trillion of an opportunity for that to happen? That's impossible. There's no way. There has to be something out there, or it's a multiversal thing. Who knows?
It's a numbers game, basically. Like it's literally impossible with the number of different opportunities or possibilities that there are out there, and then all these different planets too. So would you volunteer to actually be like someone? Let's say like in the next 10 years, I don't know, Tesla develops some type of technology that is able to accelerate space exploration. Would you actually like be on a
Hell
mission?
no. I'm way too Hispanic for that.
What does that mean?
Hell no.
What does that mean? No empanadas in space?
Listen here, man. Well, that different Hispanic, but still the same. But I'll tell you one thing.
Plantains, my bad.
Yeah, no, we got plátanos. That's our thing.
Platano.
I hate flying. I really do. It sucks because I'm a big like Star Trek fan, like huge into sci-fi and all that stuff. But you wouldn't catch me dead being on any of those space missions. I was watching a show on Netflix with my wife called Afterlife, which, by the way, not a particularly great show. The only reason why I'm watching is because of Katie Sackhoff, and I am a big fan of hers from Battlestar Galactica. She's awesome. But this show is basically about like a mission where like this object lands on Earth, and then they go on a mission because they know where the beacon was sent for it, so they go to it to then ask them what the hell do they want, right? And they send this crew that is like all teenagers, which I really don't understand why you would send a bunch of teenagers to freaking space. It makes no sense. And the only adult on the ship is Battlestar Galactica girl, and she's the only one that has to keep things on the rails. And look, I'm gonna spoil it, not really, but expect everyone to die except for her, and that's really, you're really watching it for her. If you like Battlestar Galactica, you're watching it for Katie Sackhoff.
Yo, okay, I got one for you. Okay, let's say aliens come to Earth tomorrow, and they're like, and we have to pick one human on Earth to represent the human race, as a diplomat to speak to those aliens.
Cassim.
Why Cassim?
Because they'll think he's an alien, and then we're in.
Okay. I would pick Will Smith, and the reason being is he's very positive, but he's also one of the most patient men on Earth. Look at what Jada Pickett's been doing to him. If he can handle that, he can handle anything.
Yeah, that's true. Well, we have another celebrity story to talk about, but that's going to be coming after the break. Here's G4 After Dark. See you in a sec. All right, we're back. G4 After Dark. Everyone's leaving, we're getting ready for Thanksgiving. We're having a conversation, though, about who would be I guess the appropriate term would be like the emissary, I guess, or the ambassador of Earth.
I'm glad you explained what that word meant, because I did not know.
Yeah, I guess we'll say the ambassador of Earth. So, chat, let us know who you think the ambassador of Earth would be. Now, I jokingly said Cassim, but someone brought up someone in the chat that I actually really do think would be a good ambassador. It'd have to be Dwayne Johnson. It'd have to be.
The Rock?
It'd have to be The Rock.
Aliens will find him like maybe he's so big.
He's bald?
Oh, maybe he's like, you think he's intimidating, like a threat.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then they probably play that little rap song that he released, and like they were like, okay, he's not that threatening. He's a good guy.
You didn't like it at all? You weren't.
It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad, but it was good. It was bad in a good way. If you mean,
Yeah. It was like one of those where like you could tell like he was like really into it. He just got this like voice, he's like this very profound voice that's like it works in certain instances, and I'm glad he did it. Dwayne Johnson is out there living his best life.
Some of these answers I'm seeing in the chat are hilarious. Like I see Michael Jordan. Like, what
someone said Bobby Kotick.
Some sneakers. Bobby Kotick. I don't know about that, bro.
We'll see if that works out.
No, I don't know about Kanye. Kanye gonna be scared. He's gonna be screaming at the aliens. I'm a god. It's like what?
Yeah. The aliens are gonna show up. Greetings. Kanye is just gonna be like, listen to Yay or whatever the fuck his album. Oh, God, whatever his album is.
Wow, Donda. That's all he's gonna say.
That's the other one.
What are you talking about?
So I have a question for you guys. What for you two specifically?
Yeah.
For real. What piece of media, music, GIF, YouTube video, movie, TV show?
Ooh, I know what this is. Will you show the aliens?
To represent the
So
human.
what piece of media would you show the aliens is what Kirby, our producer, said.
To represent humanity.
To represent humanity.
If you're the first one to make contact, what do you show them?
Damn, see, part of me wants to be really trolly and do the Mom Where's My Chocolate Milk video. I believe it was like an old Rainbow Six clip from like the Xbox or OG Xbox days. I would love to show that and be like, hey guys, this is the peak of humanity right here. I have no idea. What would
I think
any Soulja Boy music
because he's
video.
the first to do everything. I don't know if it's still on YouTube, so I'd probably have to go like on the Internet Archives. But I would probably bring up something from old YouTube from the Twerk team. Do you remember the Twerk team?
No.
Miss Twerksome?
No, I do not.
Man, she was busting it, boy. I remember that was a part of my youth, man. She's still doing it. She's been twerking since the Bush era. What's the name? But yeah, she used to buzz it open. That would be because aliens want to know about our science and stuff. So I'd be like, here's a mating ritual that we do on Earth. They'd be like, this is called twerking. So I would show them that.
Okay, so you want to show the aliens twerking, and I want to show them bad gaming videos. Yeah. I think it works out. I think if the aliens come, I think we have a good mixture there. Chat's Chat's someone made
Hilton.
some. No, I want to show them Paris Hilton.
That's hot.
Maybe some of her EDM, music, but nothing else beyond that.
Actually, you know what? BTS might work because they're part of the military. So then we show them the music, and they'll be like, "Oh,
no, they're out of the military. They got out of the military.
But the point I'm trying to make is, if we need them, they're there for entertainment as well as defense. The aliens will see BTS and they'll be like, maybe we should be friends.
Ooh, someone said Morgan Freeman.
Okay.
Okay. You know what I would like to show them, like maybe Planet Earth, the documentary Planet Earth. I think that would be. Oh yeah, someone. Yeah, I think that would be pretty cool. It's just it's Morgan Freeman, his whole documentary series that he did, where it's a nature doc.
Okay.
But I'm a fan of nature documentaries. I don't watch them nearly as much as I should, though. There are all so many. Are there any good nature documentaries that I should be watching right now, by the way? Because I would totally go home and put it on.
You ever put on the Animal Planet channel and just like voice act the animals? I be doing that sometimes. I'd be like they be documenting the lions, and like the lions just be looking at the camera, and I'd be wondering what like the lions be thinking, and be like, here go this mofo again, bro. Can somebody roar so he'll go away? Like that's how I'd be thinking. Like, do they get bothered by their presence?
Yeah, have to be. Like especially for the ones that are in the ocean and they're like right in their face, and the fish is like, come on, man, move! I'm just trying to swim. Just trying to wiggle his way out of there. Okay, here's a good one. Last alien one, and then we'll move on to our next story. If you have to give the aliens a piece of animated content to watch as like a part of our history, animated show, what would it be? What would it be, Kirby?
Midnight Gospel
Midnight Gospel.
On Netflix. It's like
Okay.
really hippy dippy animations, but it's this alien guy who's doing a podcast with different creatures, but the
Why do I feel like I've seen Midnight Gospel before?
Is the creator of this animated series is that he's doing interviews with actual like world-renowned like scientists or
Yeah.
journalists, but they're animated in this weird way where they're going on a fun adventure, so you're learning about existential life and all this like deep shit, but it's animated.
Okay, so it's like a real it like kind of encapsulates just like society as a whole, but it's like all animated, and it's like, okay, that's actually a pretty interesting one. Okay, I like that choice. What about for you, Corey?
I would pick the Avatar as my animated show because it's the greatest cartoon of all time. For
Damn, you'd be best friends with my friend Rob.
Yeah, the Avatar is amazing for a multitude of reasons. It shows like the determination of humanity, like the power that we possess, but also like the kindness, the humor of it all. You can even see like the dark side of humanity.
Okay.
Like a lot of people don't know that Aang is actually low-key a villain.
Ooh.
Yeah, so you can show the dark side of it. Explain? Yes. So
Aang is a villain. Let's go. Let's dive into this.
yeah, so Aang is over 100. Aang is over 100 years old. When what was her name? Katara found him in the ice.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they end up falling in love. He ends up falling in love with like a little girl or whatever. So I think that's a little weird.
Okay,
that
fair enough.
He's 100 years old and he was just so comfortable around children. Don't you guys think that's weird? Ooh, he's supposed to be the Avatar.
Wow.
Yeah, he's not.
He was reincarnated. He was like no, Aang was frozen in the ice.
Yeah, Aang was frozen.
So when he unthawed,
He was 112.
he was 112. Like he had no idea he was 112.
Yeah, that's an interesting. That's an interesting psychological thing, though, right? Like, you are 112 years old. Are you 112 or are you 12? Like, that's a real interesting. Like that's actually a mind bender.
You have no life experiences exactly. Change like you're 37 or 82.
Yeah. Well,
I just love that we're having a serious conversation about this. I'm trolling, Chad. I'm
no.
completely
But real
trolling.
talk though, because here's the deal. Here's the deal, right? Like I was thinking about this.
Don't take it seriously, Chad.
Dead ass. I was thinking about this with the Marvel movies, right? Because 5 years passed after the snap, so that means that like someone who was, let's say 15 is now 20, or who's 16 is now 21, right? But then there are people who came back that were like, what happens if you were in a relationship with someone when you were both 16 years old, then the snap, and then they come back, but you're now 21, and it's like,
The law is the
damn.
law.
The law's the law.
You gotta do it.
I
It's
agree.
plenty of fish
I
in
just
the
think
sea.
that's like crazy though. Like there's like,
I think it depends on like what age group, right? Like
yeah. What?
high school and like all that stuff. No, but like
Of course.
someone who you were with when you were 32, and then all of a sudden like
For sure.
like it doesn't.
Yeah. I just think it's like really, well, also speaking of Avengers and all that stuff, Hawkeye just dropped, by the way.
Oh,
on
it did
Disney
today?
Plus. It did, yeah.
Oh, I
First
know
two
what I'm doing
episodes.
tonight.
Pretty good. Reminds me a lot of Die Hard.
You watched it already?
Yeah.
When did you watch it?
This morning is my best friend came into town. Ghost, I believe, is watching. Hi, Ghost. Good to see you.
Oh yeah, that's right. After you had crashed into the Dr Pepper vending machine, you
I
kinda
did,
landed
yeah.
in
I
it.
like
he was,
soared right
he was
into
healing
it.
in the bed. He needed something
And then
to
my
watch.
knee hurt. I was like, right. And then we'd watch Hawkeye. It was actually pretty good.
Based off first impressions, what would you rate it out of 10?
Right now, I would say
First 2 episodes.
7.
7?
7 out of 10.
It's something to watch then.
Compared to the other TV series that they've done so far.
So actually, me and my buddy had this like
I don't think it's fair to
discussion
rank
about
that though, because those shows are finished.
Yeah, but
Talking about just like the span of the 2 episodes.
so if I take 2 episodes of each of the series, I would actually rate it higher than like WandaVision. I would probably rate it higher than Loki, because I think Loki really gets going after episode 3 or 4, I want to say, or episode 3, I think it is. And Falcon Winter Soldier, though, that slapped from episode 1 all the way to the end. So that one was really good. Like, and it was good for reasons that had nothing to do with it being a superhero movie. So,
Yeah, it was,
or
just a
superhero
good, it was
show.
just a good show. But that's
Yeah.
why I said it's also kind of hard to compare all those shows because like I hated WandaVision the first couple episodes. That
Yeah, that's
stuff,
fair.
It was boring. to
Especially
me.
because that was not the intended first series of the MCU for
Really?
Phase 4. Yeah, it was supposed to be. Yeah, Falcon Winter Soldier because it was supposed to pick up that storyline, and then WandaVision was supposed to come in.
Yeah.
So
even like from the beginning of the show, you could tell that there was something nefarious going on in the background because
Yeah.
they kept hinting at it. But like to me, it just wasn't interesting enough to where like I almost dropped that show. But everybody kept telling me it got lit around episode 3 or 4.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, I'm gonna stick with it, and I ended up loving the show at the end. It was rough in the beginning.
I thought the whole thing with Agatha at the end was like really well done, and you know, like I think everything was, it was paced very methodically, which I thought was like it was risky. You know what I mean? Like that was a risky.
How you
show
feel about the
to do.
announcement of an Agatha show though?
See that now I feel like we're just stretching it.
Yeah,
You
like
know
who
what I'm
asked for
saying?
that? Who asked for that?
I don't get me wrong though, love the actress. She's awesome, but like, you know what I mean? Unless there's a Fantastic Four tie-in, that's all I really care about.
Fiona said earlier, Catherine Hahn is her celebrity crush that she would ravish.
Fiona would ravish Catherine Hahn. That is such a choice word, and that is a very selective individual.
Very interesting.
Oh crap! Okay, well we might actually try Confessions.
There's just
later
certain
on.
characters that I feel like work better in a group type of thing where like
Yeah.
they have somebody help them. Like I think the Hulk works great with like Thor.
Yeah.
Versus just kind of a Hulk solo movie. Like I really
Did
don't
you
care.
see the Incredible Hulk solo movie with Edward Norton?
I seen them all.
Yeah. Did
Yeah.
you like that one?
They're all terrible.
Really? I thought that the fight between him and Abomination was like it like did a good job of like really capturing what it is to be or like you know how the Hulk brings like all this carnage and stuff. I thought it was really well done. And then I feel like after that they then took it to like times 20 for Avengers and stuff, where now he's just ripping whole buildings apart and stuff.
The problem with the Hulk is he's just a bonehead to me. Like there's not enough layers to his character outside of like the World War Hulk storyline.
Yeah.
Like the Red Hulk stuff. Like that stuff is very interesting to me. She-Hulk is that's why I'm interested in because she's
Here's
a
the
lawyer by
thing.
day.
So She-Hulk is technically the first show for the first original character for the Marvel shows. Which is like, because think about it, Wanda, right? Falcon Winter Soldier, Hawkeye, it all has some of the original casts in there. She-Hulk is legit, even though Mark Ruffalo is going to be in it, it's about her, and it's not about, like Hawkeye is about, you know, Hawkeye, but
gotta
it's
get on to
also
his family.
about Kate Bishop, you know, whereas like this one's purely about She-Hulk. And I'm not going to lie, a little nervous about that show because the first look they gave was
The
like
CG was
it was like
basura. It was
not really
basura.
vibing with it.
They changed like the logo too, the look of it from the first.
I think they changed the logo. Yeah. It's just a little weird. No, Miss Marvel is not first Exterminator. I believe it will be She-Hulk first, and because Hawkeye will lead into. I wish my buddy Ghost was here. He knows the entire MCU timeline. I believe Hawkeye leads into Spider-Man, and then Spider-Man leads into She-Hulk, and then that leads into Doctor Strange or Miss Marvel.
People are still trying to place where Shang-Chi takes place because there's an end credit scene that includes a character that doesn't appear the way they should be.
Oh yeah, Mark Ruffalo.
Disney.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look,
This
Shang-Chi,
man-
if you haven't seen it,
this man cannot
if
catch
you
a hit,
haven't
boy.
seen
Spoiled
Shang-Chi
it.
yet, shame on you.
Somebody in the chat is about to tell. I was just about to watch it tonight.
If you have, Moon Knight. Moon Knight's going to be fantastic, by the way. All right, we're going to continue with the news stories. We have one last one that I think is hilarious we're going to talk about, and we're going to take a quick break. So do not go anywhere. G4 After Dark. All right, we're back. G4 After Dark, Golden Boy, the Black Hokage here. And I said we had a story that I wanted to jump into because I think it's hilarious. As you all know, we're going to get a Mario movie. And apparently the TLDR is Chris Pratt can be Mario because they've apparently got the whole Italian thing figured out.
What does that mean?
I genuinely don't know, but allegedly what it is that one of the producers on the Mario movie said that Chris Pratt's, I guess, voice acting of Mario is going to be different. And it's not going to be exactly like what we know in the video games and what we've been playing for the last 30 years. Or 20, I don't know. But yeah, all I know is I'm going to curse right now. I'm allowed to curse one time. I have a feeling that shit's going to suck. I have a feeling it's going to suck. I'm really worried because I like, Illumination is a studio, I believe, that's doing it. They did the Minions movies, Despicable Me, right? They do good movies, but there's no way in hell Chris Pratt's going to pull off being Mario.
So here's the whole problem with this
Here's the
story.
problem.
Okay, check it out. What does that mean, the whole Italian thing figured
pull
out?
up
Because
my phone.
I could argue Mario doesn't really have that much of a personality. So what is he talking about when he says that he's got the Mario voice? Like, what do we, okay, it's me, the Mario. Outside of that, and Princess Peach, like he said, he was talking, well, no, that was actually Peach talking at the beginning of 64. He really doesn't talk that much. What else does he say?
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. She said it was SpongeBob. Does he really have a personality? He's a hardworking man. I mean, he's done a lot. He has a million
This is
different
fair.
jobs.
This is fair. And the only real benchmark we have for Mario
What does he do, The Sopranos?
was I forget the actor's name who portrayed him in the Mario Brothers movie, like way back in the day. So here's some lines from this article. It comes from The Verge. It says Chris Pratt's voice as Mario is quote unquote phenomenal. Says one of the men who has the most to gain, if that's true. But Pratt likely won't be putting on Mario's familiar fake Italian accent for the majority of the film. When asked to defend the casting of Chris Pratt, a white American man best known for the Guardians of the Galaxy Star-Lord, which I don't even know why they mentioned that, but sure, well done, Verge, as Mario, previously voiced by a white American man of French descent, attempting to sound like an Italian plumber from Brooklyn at the request of the character's Japanese creators. Just so we're clear, apparently they all put that in there. Producer of Illumination, CEO Chris Meledandri suggested to 2Fab that it's okay because, one, Meledandri himself is an Italian American. Two, Charlie Day, the actor playing Luigi, comes from Italian heritage, so they're covered there. Okay. Three, they're not going to lean heavily into the "It's-a-me Mario" fake accent in the movie. The quote is, "We cover it in the movie, so you'll see we definitely nod to that, but that's not the tenor of the performance throughout the film," says Meledandri. Okay, I'm going to be what the hell does, it's not the tenor of the performance of it's a Mario movie.
I'm thinking about it like right now, and like Mario and Luigi are the only Italians in the Mushroom Kingdom. So like, where did they even come from?
Okay, Kwani wants to give us the download.
Oh, you got the lore?
Kwani,
Yo,
come
Mario,
on up and give us the lore, Kwani. Let's go.
I see some people in the chat.
I don't have lore, but like I've talked about this extensively with my friends.
Go on, get on
Okay,
the
go
mic,
on,
get
come
the
on. We're
mic.
bringing up Kwani, by the way. one of
Kwani,
our
ladies and gentlemen.
awesome crew members here at G4. Kwani, clap for Kwani. All right,
All right.
here we go.
Feudalism.
Damn. Wait.
Feudalism.
Okay.
Think about it. You have the little toads, right?
Yeah.
And then there's just Princess Peach.
Okay.
The toads carry Princess Peach's bags around all the time.
Okay.
The toads are running the castle. The toads are doing everything. The toads are pretty much responsible for the upkeep of the castle.
That's fair. Yeah, of course. Seems like
So-
they take value in their jobs. They take pride in their work.
Yeah. There's no monetary exchange.
That we
correct?
know of.
That we know of.
Fair enough. And then there's
but-
also these coins lying around the world too.
Yeah. Okay, but is it ever in their pockets though? No. Is it ever in their pockets? Though?
Not really. It's not necessarily in their pockets.
Okay. And I feel like there's some toads that like live in the castle, right?
Yeah. There's some toads that live in the castle. Yep.
So, in conclusion, these toads are working for Princess Peach
For free.
for free.
And what do we call that? No. So, you know, I would like to think that Shigeru Miyamoto, who is a wonderful person, actually played Rainbow Six.
I gotta get you because the chat is gonna kill you if I don't. His name is Shigeru Miyamoto.
Sorry, Miyamoto.
They're
sorry,
gonna kill you if you don't.
I played Rainbow Six with him. I did, yeah. At
And you
E3.
don't know how to pronounce his name. That's crazy.
Oh my!
But go ahead.
Okay, one, I'm working on a few hours of sleep, so don't come at me like that. Never again, okay? Because I'm sensitive right now. No, but here's the thing. I don't know if that was like his intention, but I definitely can see it. I always imagine that the Mushroom Kingdom was just a bunch of people living in harmony, but maybe that was just my childhood, just really warping the perspective of this movie. And it wasn't really until I saw the Mario Brothers movie where they really went into this thing. But they've always played it off that Bowser was the tyrant, and that
Right.
Princess Peach is trying to like save everyone.
Yeah, because that's actually something I like. That's an idea that they explore in the Assassin's Creed franchise, where like once you get deep into it, you start to think like, who really is the hero? Is it the Assassins or is it the Templars? Because
Yeah.
they're both fighting for the same thing, but they're just going a different way about it. But then you also see the evils that the Assassins do. So it's like it's kind of the same maybe in the Mushroom Kingdom. Maybe she is holding those toads as slaves, and Bowser's the real hero.
Bowser's trying to free
And
them.
he's trying to free them. Yeah.
There's something sinister behind Peach, y'all.
Yeah.
Yo, stay woke, Peach. Peach is coming for our coins, yo.
But what I never actually understood is why is Mario so loyal to Peach? It doesn't really seem like she does anything. for
But
him.
think about it like this, though, right? As a New Yorker, being a plumber, streets is real out there. It's a hard gig. I never did plumbing personally. I've had plumber's crack one time.
Oh, my Lord.
Once or twice.
Let's not get that
my
on
wife
camera.
can confirm that. But yeah, I mean, by the way, whenever like we would like do something where you have to go under the sink or something, and let's say the plumber's crack shows up, my wife will always go, "Is there a plumber in the house?" And then every time without
marriage
fail.
stories
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
GB.
I don't know, man. This is tripping me up.
Yeah, you're sitting there, you're like, yo, who's the good person? Who's the bad person? And then it makes you think. Now you have to go further down the line. Is Waluigi and Mario, are they evil too, or are
Wario?
They,
Yeah.
Wario. I was like, are they evil too? I mean, Wario has his own game, and people seem to love him.
Yeah, it's true. It's
Maybe
true.
they're trying to hint. at something
Waluigi ain't never
different.
getting in Smash though.
Yo, so
Damn shame.
I advocate for Waluigi having his own game. I feel like it's time.
It really is. It really is. Okay, chat. Here's what we're gonna do. All right, we're gonna tweet at G4TV, and we're gonna tweet at Nintendo of America. Not in a bad way. We're gonna say, "Give Waluigi a game. Give Waluigi a game."
Hashtag justice for Waluigi.
Hashtag justice for Waluigi. Okay.
Yeah, I think that like Wario has had so
be
many of his
respectful.
own games. I think they should give Waluigi his own game. And it should be like a platformer where he does like a lot of evil like stuff, or they could make it to where it's not evil. They can make him like an anti-hero, kind of like the Punisher.
Yeah.
Where like maybe they allude to there's something more going on in the Mushroom Kingdom, and Waluigi is the one behind it on the
Dude,
case.
all I know is, like, I don't really need this movie. I'm not going to front, guys. I really don't need this movie to be like some, like political message thing. I just need it to be good.
I will
it's like
slander
Sonic.
this game to the 9 circles of hell if it turned into some political
It's like
stuff.
Sonic. It's like Sonic. I
First
just
of all,
wanted it to be
what
good.
story are they going to tell in the Mario? How are you going to fill at least an hour and a half of a story about a man who jumps out of a green pipe and jumps on Goombas?
Yeah, it's true.
This is what I think they may be going toward based off of what this article just was. I can't leave this seat
But
because
yeah.
I'm running it. So think of Wreck-It Ralph, how they were characters playing a game, but then they when the power went off, then they were just the regular selves. Yeah.
that'd be cool.
That can lean into the fact that Mario isn't doing the voice all the time.
So like a Wreck-It Ralph type of deal. So like he's doing. Oh,
Guess who hasn't seen Wreck-It Ralph?
you haven't seen Wreck-It Ralph? Dude, great movie.
I heard it is. I just
Yeah,
never seen
legit great movie. I didn't see the second one though. I only saw the first one. Second one was a cash grab. Second one's a cash grab. I could tell. You know what I mean? You can see the movie and you're like, oh, you got all these references
kid
to other
movie.
properties in here. You're trying to cash out, baby. I get it. I respect the hustle. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. My bad.
No, I was just gonna say I do agree with that. I think that makes the most sense. In case you guys didn't listen, Kirby basically said that what she thinks is that Mario is in a video game and that the voice he does is the video game voice, and then when he leaves the video game world, he's gonna be himself. He's going to be, Chris Pratt Mario.
I just think there's certain forms of media and like certain IPs that just need to remain the way that they are. Like
Yeah.
I think the Avatar is like a great example. Like what they did with that movie, like
They butchered it.
Yeah, it just let it be what it is. And I think Mario is just not deep enough of a character.
Yeah.
If they do it, they should make it like a comedy where they explore the idea of how many different jobs he has. But like, other than that, like I don't really care to see him jump on Goombas.
But when you look at the cast that they brought on board, though, it kind of strikes it. It's going to be very heavy on the comedy, very like, Chris Pratt, Charlie Day, right? They got a good crew in there. Keegan-Michael Key, yeah. Could be the Lego movie. You know what, though? Did you guys watch Sonic, the Sonic movie? Unfortunately, I loved it.
I heard it was decent.
Yeah, I loved it.
I thought it was decent. I didn't watch it yet just because like Sonic, I'm not gonna lie, like Sonic is one of the most overrated franchises, so I just assumed that movie was gonna be terrible.
Dude. Yeah, I
don't care who I make mad. Like Sonic 1 and 2 were great. I enjoyed Sonic Fighters on the Game Boy Advance, which is like a more random one. There's some other GBA, but like the mainline Sonic games, it's overrated, man. Like it's there's more bad games than good. Sonic Boom is an atrocity to humanity.
That actually is true. I will agree with that.
I couldn't even finish that game.
And also there's that one game, which is the Sonic
06.
Sonic 06, where he has a relationship with a human woman. That was just trippy.
Yeah. Was that the one where he was a werehog or whatever too?
Yeah, something weird like that.
Yeah.
It was legit an abomination. Like,
that's the game you give to somebody you can't stand. Like Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, mofo. I almost cussed, but
you want a Bubba Cole? Nah, you're going to get Sonic 06.
Yeah. Oh, I think my mom hates me. Exactly.
Yeah. Your mom does hate you, Timmy. Not a big fan.
Yeah, this Mario stuff, I don't know, man.
Yeah. Well, okay, let's ask the chat. Let's get a rating system real fast and let you guys go nuts with it before we go to an ad break. Do you think the Sonic movie is going to be good? Yes? No? Let us know in the chat. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to G4 After Dark.
Yes,
so
sir.
we've ran out of news stories to talk about, but I think we filled up a decent amount of time. And that's probably what we're going to be doing moving forward. So if you guys want to give us any feedback or any stories, I'm sure, like our excellent mods on Discord are more than happy to set up a channel on there so you guys can feed stories to us and we can react to it.
Fire.
Yeah, I want to know
you guys
what stories.
Can submit links that you want to see us talk about.
Exactly. Actually, you put out a tweet today, and there were some really good ones.
We got to engage the community. We love y'all. We love y'all, especially the daughters.
Oh, God. So now, Fiona and Frost did this morning, and it's called Confessions. And someone has suggested that me and Corey do this. So I figured it'd be a great idea, and let's go ahead and do this. Also, I know you guys mentioned talking about Raccoon City, the Resident Evil movie. I have to see it before I can give an opinion, so I can't really do that.
Video game movies, I just don't like spending my money on them, man. Like, it's just too much of a risk, you know.
And I'm not done with Cowboy
Netflix.
Bebop yet to give a solid like fan's opinion of it. But first episode impressions was pretty solid.
Is Sonic on Netflix?
Sonic?
I got Hulu.
Yeah, it could
I'm
be on
gonna
Hulu.
look it up. Yeah,
Could be on
I
Hulu.
prefer for when video game movies hit like streaming platforms. 'Cause I don't want to pay for that stuff.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and do this. This is part 2 of my confessions, dear God.
Let's go.
All right.
Let it burn. Gotta let it burn.
About Black Friday stuff.
Oh, they asked about Black Friday stuff.
Yeah, do you guys have any insight on any deals or anything that's going around? Or something?
Yeah, I got some insight on Black Friday. Not any specific deals. I just think that it's a very interesting kind of. Is it a holiday? Would you call it a holiday? An event?
Man. I mean, it's a holiday by America standards, so I think we'll just go with that.
Yeah, my thing about Black Friday is I've never actually participated because I just think it's really strange that people trample each other over 30-inch, 2-inch TVs and stuff because you get like a deal on it. And I think it's especially weird because it's like, yo, you guys are trampling each other over Samsung TVs, and like it's cool this year, but like the years before it wasn't because G4 wasn't on the TV at
That's
the time.
true.
So you guys were over there, stepping on your neighbors, hurting one another, and we weren't even
nothing.
on. Yeah, you guys
For
weren't even on
nothing.
the play. But now I'm not saying I condone it, but I'm just saying I understand it this
Yeah.
year. If you do it, go out there, get your little 32-inch TV, 720p, 480p, whatever it is for $9.99, and you can come watch it.
If you're buying a 480p TV for $9.99 in 2021, you just got swindled, dog.
Yeah.
Keep it real with you.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Yeah.
Black Friday, though, so me and my wife, like back in the day, we used to go to Queens Mall, and we didn't really buy anything. We just went because it was cool to walk around stores at 2, 3 a.m. That was really it. We were just like, yeah, we just want to get out of the house because New York doesn't sleep. Like legit. There was one time where me and her we were hanging out in our apartment, and she's like, I want sushi, and I looked at the clock and I was like, all right, it's 9:45. I think we could make this happen. So we took a train down to 86th Street, got some delicious sushi, and chilled out. And then we came home around like 1 a.m. That's New York. Like you can just whenever you want, like go and get something because you could just hop on the subway. So we would do that. We would go for Black Friday just to go to like the Queens Mall, see what was over there. And it was pandemonium every single time. The Best Buy was because the doors were in a parking lot, like the entrance was in a parking lot. So they would herd everyone into the parking lot. And it real talk looked like that zombie movie, Dawn of the Dead or whatever. There was just hordes of bodies just across waiting to get inside so that they could buy themselves a freaking TV. And as soon as the doors open, they just start charging in like a bunch of psychopaths. You don't want to get a New Yorker angry. And that was we avoided that completely.
All I got out of that story is GB is a window shopper. Bad. And I was not
100%. I don't buy anything.
Yeah, I've actually
Look
never
at my
bought-
outfit.
I've never bought anything from Black Friday either. I've always been more of a Cyber Monday dude, and even still, like I don't really buy stuff like
The
that.
deals
either, 'cause
just
the
aren't that good,
great.
man.
Yeah.
Like, you do need was M.2 and a NVMe drive.
Look at you trying to
I saw
participate
that.
in
I
the
saw that
jokes.
though. I saw
Look
someone.
at that. That's my boy
Can you
Ethos.
tell me the story about that? Though?
Oh, okay. So yeah, like what was it last week or whatever? When I was actually playing Battlefield 2042, I was working on the review. I was actually streaming the game, and I was playing with my boy Ethos and Kai and Tony. And they were just making fun of me the entire time because I was the last one to load into the game because I have an SSD in my PC, but it's an old one. It's like 120 gigabyte, whatever. And
You
it's
need
for my-
an M.2, dog.
Yeah, it's just for my OS. I don't even have M.2 or any of the other stuff. So then they were just clowning on me because I was the last one to load. So they just talked shit for 2 hours straight, and they bullied me into getting an SSD. So then I went online and I bought one. I bought the 4 terabyte. I think I'm doing something. I got the Samsung, and they was like, "Oh, it's not an M.2." And then another friend was like, "Oh, it's just a setup because if you get that, apparently there's something faster than the M.2." And I was like, I didn't even know.
Yeah, it's NVMe. So if you get an NVMe, which it goes in a different slot in your motherboard, but it also depends if your motherboard has it. Like I don't know how old your motherboard.
I don't think
is,
my
so-
motherboard has it because it's a couple years old now. I
Yeah.
don't think it has. I don't even think it has an M.2. I would need a new build.
No, it definitely has an M.2 in there. Like 100%. Most motherboards past like a certain year like have M.2 drives in there, so you can easily slot it. Yeah, I don't even buy SSDs anymore. Like Sometimes I do if I need to expand my memory, but for the most part, I just roll with M.2. It's so sick. You can literally put your entire computer in a tiny chip. I think it's just the coolest thing.
I dead ass thought I did something with my little 4 terabyte SSD, bro. I thought I did something.
You thought you were good. You thought you were great. You're like, I'm about to move in here, get this.
Because like I build PCs, but like I ain't gonna hold you. I don't really keep up with it until like it's time to build like a new one. Then I'll look up like the latest. And I was aware of an M2. I knew what that was. I didn't know there was something faster.
Yeah.
So like I was like, yeah.
If we can get the cameras to set up one day in here, I would love to do a PC build stream one day. We'll have our own version of the Verge PC build guy. Oh, dude. Well, no. Oh, man. Before we jump into confessions, let me just be real. When Henry Cavill put out that video of him building a computer, I like low key saw my wife like in the corner. She was like on her phone. She's like this, like looking at it.
Why was she doing that?
I was like, "What you watching, babe?" She's like, "Oh, nothing."
Wow.
And I was like, "What do you mean?" And I look by and it's Henry Cavill building a PC. I was like, "I get it." You know what I mean? Like,
never seen
I'd watch
Superman
him too. He's
do
good
that
looking as hell.
before.
You know, but damn, there's no way I could beat that. If I build a PC, it's gonna be the authentic PC building experience.
What does that mean?
Fat dude building it with a with a crew shirt, sweating and
plumber
stuff.
crack.
Cheetos gonna be
all
mad
over your
glossy.
shirt.
You know what I mean? You can see the sweat dripping off my shoulder blades.
Oh, well, make sure you touch something before you touch the parts. You don't want to electrify anything.
You want to make sure you de-static everything, so this way you don't.
Yeah, so it's going to be great. All right, but one day, we'll have to do it.
I want to hear some of your confessions, man.
All right, let's do confessions.
I just congratulating you that we got some tech talk and
Yeah.
The best damn tech show on the internet, man.
Show on G4, baby.
Yeah. I love that that's become a meme.
There's
I
the
love
blender.
it. I love
There's
it.
the blender.
I
We
love
did it,
it.
guys. All right, here we go. Confessions. Let's start. First one. I sometimes sniff my fingers.
Like, what am I supposed to say after that?
I don't know.
Yes?
Like, do you sometimes sniff your fingers? And what's the circumstances that make you sniff your fingers?
I'm not gonna lie. I sniffed my fingers before. Like, you ever? Because I
Sniff my finger right now. To be fair.
Yeah, this guy. I ain't gonna, yo,
like-
you ever eat something? Like, I'm not gonna hold you. I got a weak stomach. I gotta take probiotics. So like
Okay.
a lot of times, that's another reason I try to eat as healthy as possible. It's honestly to be considerate of y'all, because if I eat some of that Mexican food or whatever, I'm gonna tear up this whole goddamn studio.
That's fair.
So like, you ever ate something and then like it just effed you up like the next day? Like if I eat ice cream, I gotta eat it on a Friday, knowing I'm gonna do nothing for the weekend, so I know I'm not around anybody. And it's so bad, or it's like you ever just like you like get down on the chair and you put your finger, you're like, God damn, that's me. Like, God damn, I be disappointed in myself. I shouldn't have ate that shit, bro. Like, what am I doing?
For me, it's White Castle.
Oh yeah, White Castle tears me up too, and I love White Castle.
I could tear through a whole Crave case. Let me tell you.
Oh yeah, I agree.
But at the end of that, you're gonna think something crawled up my ass and died. That's like how bad. There's sometimes too where like, you know, it'll happen and my wife's like, oh my God, you know, like you should just yelling it across the room.
Your farts just smell like despair and regret, you know?
Yeah.
It's just too much.
My brother actually, he called me today and he was like, yo, for Christmas, I'm just going to send you frozen White Castle burgers, you know, as a joke. I was like, oh, I'm down with that. And he said, yeah, it's actually a lot better than having it at White Castle because it's not sitting in that grease all day. It's just a frozen
Really? I didn't
burger.
think of that. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know. So do I sniff my fingers? You know, sometimes I would say. Let me see here.
Somebody in the chat said TBH and Golden Boy go to White Castle win. That'd be a hilarious G4. Like,
dude,
like
I actually would totally be down if we can get a camera crew and just me and you late at night just going and trying to find a White Castle. I'm actually down
road
with that.
trip.
All right, let's move on to the next one. We've determined that fingers have been sniffed. I sometimes exaggerate. Do you exaggerate circumstances of your life sometimes? I think you do.
Oh, all the time. I'm a liar. I'm proud of that stuff.
That's actually. I think we just move on. That's we've confirmed that he does that already.
Listen. When it comes to these jokes, you got to maintain the lie. That's the key. That's the key to it. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, you'll know when I'm being serious when I'm talking about real life stuff. But like anything for the sake of the joke, absolutely, I'll lie. And like I say it all the time. It's actually a great defense. I say it on my stream all the time. I'm a hypocrite. That way, when something comes up, I'll be like, I told y'all.
You got the defense mechanism already set up.
I'll be ready, boy. I'll be ready.
All right, here's a good one. My guilty pleasure is. What's your guilty pleasure? I'll go first.
You didn't even answer the question.
Oh, do I exaggerate? Yeah, I mean, I'm a commentator. Jeez, of course I have. My whole life is an exaggeration.
Okay.
You kidding me? Like, I have to exaggerate every play that happens in a certain
Speaking of exaggeration, the comment that stood out to me the most, I went back and watched the stream from last week, the first one that we did, and the comment that stood out to me the most, and it got a lot of thumbs up, so a lot of people agreed. Dude was saying that, like, yo, my respect for Golden Boy went through the roof because I can't stand this Hokage dude. Like, his level of patience dealing with TBH is amazing. No. So I love that you admitted that you exaggerate when you're doing your corporate thing. Because like it didn't make me mad. I laughed at that because I was like, hey, me and him talk a lot off camera. We're cool. And I was like, if anything, I think this shines light more on who you actually are as a person. But it's like they're only used to seeing you as like that corporate Golden Boy. They don't realize it's
corporate boy.
Yeah, you know? Like, yo, this is the real authentic Golden Boy.
Honestly, like the only time I ever really get to be like, I wouldn't say I'm not like me. Who I am on camera is like who I am in real life. Like anyone will tell you, right? You've had conversations with me like off camera. Like I'm very much me, you know. But there is always the, you know, when you're on camera, you also have to present. You got to keep stuff on the rails. You know what I mean?
For sure.
So there's a method to the madness. It's something I just learned over time, and I guess too, like, you know, my voice as well, which, by the way, don't even know where the hell it came from because, like, no one in my family talks like me, right? Like, everyone, I'll go to family gatherings and they'll hear me talk and they're like, oh, you know, my middle name's Andrew, and they were like, oh, there's Andrew just yelling in the middle of the room. And like, everyone could just hear my voice. I genuinely have no idea where that came from.
You was literally just born different. Your body different. You just born with that charisma.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Maybe it's Maybelline. Who knows? So my guilty pleasure.
Wait a minute. I think I'm in the mood for some Dr. Pepper.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Man, well, guys, you better stick around because you're going to find out my guilty pleasure after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. G4 After Dark. All right, G4 After Dark. Now, we're playing Confessions. We're chatting. We're having a good time here. Of course, Golden Boy and the Black Hokage. Now, we got into guilty pleasures. I'm going to share with you my guilty pleasure.
Do you think?
Power Rangers. I'm a big Power Rangers fan.
How's that a guilty pleasure? There's nothing to be embarrassed about.
I watch all of them.
I don't care. Power Rangers Ninja Storm is like one of the greatest pieces of media
I'm not
ever.
saying like as a judgment thing, but it's just like something that like a lot of people may not know. It's just me and my best friend Rob, we just nerd out about Power Rangers. Even the Japanese stuff like Super Sentai and whatnot. Like we just love it. You know, and you don't get me wrong. I understand it's bad TV. You know, like the acting is not that good.
It's
you
good.
know, like I think I could do a better job, and I'm a freaking awful actor. So
that makes sense. Why you told me before you came to LA, you used to drive a Megazord in New York. That
I
makes
used
sense.
to.
That makes
used
sense.
to. I was
so you're
Triceratops right through Times
you're
Square.
excited from. I don't know if you saw, but Netflix is working on like a multiple I think it's either shows or movies for Power Rangers. They're doing something.
Yeah. There was a thing that I believe Hasbro has the rights to Power Rangers now after buying them off of Saban. So because of that, they're probably piloting a bunch of shows over toward Netflix. Here's the thing. I actually really liked the Power Rangers movie that they did.
I have not seen it.
I thought it was solid. Yeah.
I like the backstory, and I like the fact that they portrayed Angel Grove as a sucky place.
Yeah.
Usually in the original series, it's just super camp.
Yeah, so Kwani basically said, in case you guys didn't hear, that she liked the fact that they portrayed Angel Grove as kind of like a sucky place, and that, you know, and it kind of makes sense, right? Because when you hear Angel Grove, you know, that place has to suck. Like, it has to. It can't be a nice place.
Sounds like a neighborhood in Cleveland.
Yeah. You've been ragging on Cleveland hard. There's a guy in the chat.
Rags on itself.
Yeah, there's a guy in the chat who's like, I'm from Cleveland.
Yeah, okay. People in Cleveland don't have internet. Cut it out.
Okay. All right. What's your... That's true. What's your guilty pleasure?
My guilty pleasure. Believe it or not, I am a big Maroon 5 fan.
Oh, good band.
Yeah.
Good band. It's just not something you would expect. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Because yeah, I totally get it. Like, I like Elton John. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I remember it was specifically, I love their first two albums. When that second album had came out, I remember I was in high school and like it was on TV. This is the album of the year. You have to hear it. And I remember sitting in class hearing that. I was like, man, I gotta get at school. I gotta hear that new Maroon 5.
Yeah,
bro. Like,
yeah.
So yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I'm a little R&B thug. I ain't gonna hold you.
Oh, and there was one other one that I loved. Oh my goodness, Savage Garden.
I don't know what that is.
You know, it was like I knew I loved you before I met you. That song. I forget the name of the thing.
Yeah. Sing it.
I knew I loved you before I met you.
Somebody clip that.
I don't know.
Somebody clip that.
That's my singing voice.
Can't really say
Yeah. Savage Garden actually was pretty sick. All right.
This is not your singing voice.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Because we've done karaoke together.
I'm
not gonna front. I was a little nervous just now when you guys.
Wait,
asked
y'all
me to
did
sing.
karaoke?
We did karaoke.
Wow, and I wasn't invited. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, you weren't at G4 yet.
Okay.
But do you do karaoke?
I've never done it before.
Oh.
Yes, you're coming.
Cynthia, I know you're watching this right now. We're setting up a karaoke thing. She loves karaoke.
Can I sing whatever I want? Like I want to sing Pop Smoke or something.
Oh, you could definitely do whatever you want. There's no
Yeah.
judgment.
We may have to go to like a bar, not
Oh yeah, I 100% guarantee you that the Korean barbecue karaoke spot that we went to will not have Pop Smoke. But
Poppy,
you know,
I adore you.
we'll figure it out.
Maybe I ain't normal.
We'll figure it
I'm trying
out.
to sing that joint.
Okay, here we go. I don't know how to frame this one. I'd be willing to try most things once even. So I'm guessing like what is something that you like would you be willing to try? I'll go first. I tried I ate like what are they crickets or grasshoppers. I ate bugs.
How did it taste?
Well, it was like dried, so it was crunchy. And had nacho cheese on it, so I didn't really get
That doesn't really count.
the exact
Yeah.
flavoring.
That's damn near a chip.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, I'm actually not a picky eater, so like, if I tell you I don't like something, it's because I tried it. But like, I'll try everything.
What's
so I
the
would even
food you
try
don't like?
Shrimp.
You don't like shrimp?
Yeah, it's the cockroach of the sea.
The
No, for
Wait,
real.
what? I think that's crawfish. Ain't it crawfish?
No,
The
it's
cockroach
shrimp.
is
They
sea?
sit at the bottom of the ocean and they eat poop,
Oh,
and then y'all put it in y'all mouth.
Well, you know, you got to remove the poop liner.
Yeah, you did bang it.
Yeah, you have to devein it.
It doesn't take like I like if I
Damn,
have to.
there's
Let me put it this way: if I have to, I will eat it. But will I pay for it? Nah, it's more so if I get it for free. I'll eat it, but it's like I don't particularly love it.
Okay. So you will still eat shrimp if it like pops up in your food, but you're not going to seek it out yourself.
Yeah, because I love going to like crab boils, and a lot of crab boils have shrimp in it.
That's
and it's
fair.
Like, so
That's
like
fair.
I'm gonna eat it, you know.
Okay.
What was the question again?
I'd be willing to try most things once even. So what's something you'd be willing to try once you've never tried before?
Jumping out a plane.
Cha.
You've done. This girl's done everything on Earth.
Kirby really has.
And Earth too.
Like last couple months ago.
How was it? Kirby says she jumped out of a plane. How was it?
You loved it.
Do
Do
it
it
again.
again.
I'll do it again.
Crazy.
All right, all right. Tell me
I'm
if
too
you
brown
do
to
it
jump out of a
again. Let
plane.
me know, and I might come with you.
Okay.
I'm still kind of 50-50, you know, like.
Yeah.
There's Groupons. Don't play.
She said,
Okay.
"I'm about this adventure."
Something I would be willing to do once is probably, and I know she's watching, so she's gonna give me crap about this. Is scuba dive once.
Scuba dive?
I really don't like the ocean. I hate
Yeah,
the
I'm not
ocean.
gonna lie. I don't play with the ocean. I don't play with the ocean.
For our 10-year anniversary, we went to Bora Bora, and
Where is that?
Tahiti. It's like out in damn, where the hell is it?
Super.
Yeah,
No, I've
it's
heard
far
that.
as hell.
I hear that
It's
plenty of
like
times.
that.
I just never knew where it was.
Yeah, it's in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Okay.
Yeah. And she wanted to do the whole swimming with sharks. Or she wanted to pet the sharks. Bro, I was freaking out. There are pictures of me. I'll show them to you next time. And we'll probably, I'll bring them up. We'll put them on the laptop next time. You can see the picture. I'm legit like freaking out, man. It's like, no, they're going to come after my brown ass. I know it. I know they're going to
I don't play with the ocean. Like, I feel like people way too comfortable in it. Like, I feel like a lot of people treat the ocean as if it's like just a vacation spot and a place to hang out, not realizing like, yo, there are wildlife that live there.
Yeah.
And you should respect their space, and you can't be upset when they bite you.
Yeah.
Even you look upset in that picture. What's going
Go
on
ahead,
with
pull
you?
it up, pull it up. This is our producer Kirby.
That's Kirby right there.
Yo, this does not look like a person that's about to have fun. I'll
She
tell you
look
this
like,
right now.
oh Lord.
She don't look like she about to enjoy herself.
She's like, what did I get myself into?
This looks like one of those record scratch moments, and it's like you're wondering how I got
we're
here.
doing it.
You know?
We're doing it.
Nope.
Yo, hold on. Can we just comment on the fact that she had these pictures ready to go? By the way, like, that's so random.
Can we also comment on the fact that homie's got a helmet, but she don't? I'm sorry. What?
Kirby was ready to go splat.
No, this is the point. This is the point where she legit was just like, whatever happens, happens.
Yo, the chat is going wild. They said get Kirby. They said get Kirby a mic. They love you.
Yo, Kirby is wild. I respect that.
Yeah,
I
she
respect
really
that.
living that life.
All right, next confession. I once spent a whole day. Ooh. I once spent a whole day. That's like what? You spent the whole day doing what? Let me see.
Is that supposed to be like something negative? Or
I guess so. You know, like what's something that you spent a whole day doing one time?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm like a very productive person. So like the worst thing you're gonna get out of me is like watch TV the whole day. And like to be honest, the only time I watch TV all day is because I don't want to deal with my real world problems. That's the only time I really watch TV to just escape. But yeah, I can't say like I did something all day and wasted my time.
This is gonna be nasty, but I got really sick one time, and I went and I actually have this is a great story. So I had just hosted, I think, I was doing something at E3, and I just did the first Fortnite Pro-Am, right? So sick event, right? We were at the new LAFC, the soccer team, like their new stadium. It's really sick, right? Did the whole show, worked with Justine and Dr. Lupo, met them for the first time. Well, I met Dr. Lupo for the first time. It was great, right? And I was staying at this really fancy Beverly Hills hotel that they put all of the talent and the players in. So I was like, oh, this is sick. I'm gonna enjoy myself. So after the show was done, I said, I'm going to order myself my favorite dessert food, which is cheesecake.
Yeah, okay.
Right?
That's
love
my favorite
cheesecake.
too.
Love cheesecake.
I love it.
This
This is why we all get along.
This is why we all get along. Is that an apple pie? That an apple pie. It's like right then and there. And then right below it, depending on the time of day, pumpkin pie or sweet potato pie. Doesn't matter.
Wait, what about pecan?
Nah, I don't really mess with pecan that much.
I'm revoking y'all black cards.
So I ate this cheesecake, and I noticed that it was like a real tangy cheesecake, and I was like, all right. So I ate like half of it, and then I was like, all right, I don't know if I'm really vibing with this cheesecake, so I put it down. Woke up at 3 a.m, freaking gone. I just went straight to the bathroom, just all of it out, right? Turns out it was spoiled. The next day, I had to go and host the Overwatch League, and my voice was shot. From all that. So I had spent that whole day just trying to recover and trying to get my voice going. So the show starts and it's like, hello everyone and welcome to the Overwatch League. I legit sounded like a
Is there footage of this on YouTube?
So, oh yeah, it's
from that
probably
day?
There. Yeah, I sound like Macho Man Randy Savage. I'm out there. Oh yeah, welcome to the Overwatch League. Just like, oh, it was awful. And then like one guy came up to me, he was like, "Oh, I guess you were drinking all night." I was like, "No, man, I ate a bad cheesecake. Like, I wish I was drinking. At least at the very least, I'd have a fun story out of it." But yeah, it was really, really bad. Like a chain smoker. I did actually fatal. Yeah. That's how it sounded. It was really bad. But it was
how old
good
were you when
content.
that happened?
Oh, that was recent. Not recently,
Yeah,
but I would say like 2 years ago. I would say
acid
Overwatch
reflex.
League.
Yeah,
I guess so. Oh, this is a fun one. I once got fired.
I've never been fired before.
Oh, really?
I
Never say never.
We've had this conversation before. Like this guy.
This is for you.
I gotta go, guys.
That was a good run.
What's the name? No, we actually had this conversation. You brought it up behind the scenes, like randomly. I forgot what we were waiting for, but like you came up to me out of nowhere. You're like, yo, you get like a really stoic energy about you.
Yeah.
Like I think that comes from like my dad because he was in the army. So it's like I was always kind of taught. I have a sense of like pride and like duty towards things. So like I always try to show up on time. So I've never been fired for any job. I've always been lit, basically.
I was fired.
For what?
From Nintendo World.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Would you criticize Mario?
Well, a few things. Firstly, everyone there sucked at their jobs. Okay, like no one knew diddly squat about video games that was there, and it was actually very, very frustrating.
Nintendo Land.
At Nintendo World in New York City.
Yeah, I've
right
been
next
there,
to
I've been there. I know
Rockefeller.
what
It's
you're
an
talking
awesome place, right? Still love it to this day. So long story short, I had to organize the game shelf cases and stuff, and I was like, well, the bad games, we'll put them at the bottom, and the good games we'll put at the top. Turns out that was not the task. I wasn't told the task, by the way.
First of all, who are you to decide what's the good and the bad games, though?
Oh, it was Wii games.
Oh, yeah, they suck. Yeah.
Okay.
Outside of Bayonetta.
Yeah. So I had put spelling bee games and some of those really crappy games like down at the bottom. And, I took the quality games like the Zeldas and the Marios and whatever, and I put them at eye level because I was like, this is what is going to attract the consumer to do this. Apparently that pissed off the store manager, but that wasn't the thing that wasn't the straw that broke the camel's back, as they say. What ended up happening was they just needed an excuse to fire me, and I showed up 5 minutes late for work, which happens, and New York City subway, and then the boss was like, hey, it was my first late infraction, and I got fired. And it was also kind of like a seasonal job too. They said it was seasonal to full time, but I think they just wanted it to be seasonal, and they wanted to kick me out. Then this is where the story gets interesting because I get fired from Nintendo World, and I was really good at interviewing, by the way.
It's me. Come on, guys. Come on.
I walked down the street to an Italian tie store called Andrew's Ties. Got a job immediately after that.
Okay.
Yeah, I walked right in and said, "You guys hiring?" And then spoke with this guy named Giannis Sepulidis, one of the most best dressed guys Greek guy, one of the best dressed dudes I ever met in my life. And
guy named Giannis. Okay.
Yeah, and I showed up there looking all bummy and stuff after getting fired from Nintendo World, and I don't know what he saw in me. He hired me, and then I got a job like literally right after that.
And look, he grew up to be on G4.
And I grew up to be on G4. So eat your heart out, Nintendo World. Maybe we should have put the dang spelling bee game at the bottom. Anyway, we have a few more that we're going to do, and then we're going to wrap it up for today. But this, of course, G4 After Dark. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more confessions after this. Welcome back to G4 After Dark. This is actually right before we are going to go dark because Thanksgiving is around the corner. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody. For obviously our American audience, and for our European or Canadian audience, it's Boxing Day, right? I believe. Is that what it is?
Boxing Day.
Yeah.
Like
something
throwing
that.
hands?
No, something to do with
Boxers the dog?
the male. I don't know. I'm not really too sure.
Give it up for Boxing Day.
Give it up for
Let's
Boxing
go.
Day, everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Boxing
Oh,
Day.
yeah.
There we go. Maybe. Who knows? Happy holidays. We'll just leave it at that. We have more confessions to get to. Haha, no. Never mind then. Boxing Day is Christmas. It's after Christmas. Never mind. Okay.
I'm
so
actually genuinely curious. I'm going to Google this later. What is
Yep,
Boxing
I am
Day?
so sorry to our Canadian viewers at home, all 15 of you. I apologize.
Shout out to Canada.
We got to get out there eventually. Okay. Oh,
It's a shopping holiday.
dude,
So it's like, what is it, Canadian Black Friday?
it's Canadian Black Friday.
Except for everybody's really friendly. That's the opposite. It's the opposite.
No. Thought it originated as a holiday to give gifts to the poor. Today, Boxing Day is primarily known as a shopping holiday.
So
Shit.
it started off as a way to help out those who needed it,
Like the boxcar kids.
and then it became a way for people to just, for a corporation to just profit. That's
Yeah,
fair.
so like a bunch of people go to Walmart, they line up nice and neat because it's Canada, and they say, "Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me."
Yeah,
Look into
yeah,
the TV. Like, that sounds pretty lit.
Oh, actually, Black Friday in Canada probably is a pleasant experience.
Excuse me, good sir.
Canada's Thanksgiving was October 11th.
Oh, Canada's Thanksgiving was October 11th. So happy. Actually, that's my anniversary. So look at that. That's great. Yeah.
You and Canada.
To me and Canada.
Shout out that you remember that. Good for you.
Oh, yeah. No, it's on my ring.
I love that he remembered
It's
that.
on
This
my
is-
ring. So that's how come I never forget it.
Hey, that's
bro.
a smart man. I'll take that tip. I
Bro,
remember
because
that.
I got the memory of a goldfish. All right. Here we go. I accidentally said I love you too. I said it to the store manager at GameStop one time.
What is that? What does that mean?
I don't know why. I just got on the phone with my mom. You know, you say you love you to your mom, and I was just like, all right, bye. And I was like, oh, thanks, love you. And I was like, no, I'm sorry. And I was like, so yeah, did that.
I ain't never said I accidentally love you to nobody. I don't play with that, bro.
But I'll tell you right now, the first person who gets it, you're gonna be swept off their feet. Swept off their feet, dare
I'm
I
a
say.
picky man. I'm a picky man.
Watch out. Oh my goodness, my favorite swear word.
I can't say
We
it.
can't say it. We can't
Yeah, I
say
can't
it.
say it.
We moving on because you were gonna get canceled. I once got told off.
I once got told off 7th grade. I remember I got kicked out of class by a teacher. I used to get kicked out of class all the time, actually. But oh yeah, I used to live in the hallway. No,
Kirby just gave Corey the greatest sarcasm. That's caught the sarcastic with sarcasm.
so I've been a big body Benz my whole life. And
Go on.
in the middle school, I remember. So this was 7th grade. I moved to the DC area in 6th grade. 7th grade, we were sitting in social studies class, and it was the anniversary of 9/11.
Okay.
And the teacher went around and told every kid, like, stand up, tell your story of where you were at. So, everybody's remembering stuff. And everybody's telling, oh, I was in class. It was this dramatic stuff. I mean, as it should be. Then she got to me, and she thought I was trying to be funny because I had said, she was like, where were you during 9/11? At this time, I wasn't in school yet. I had just moved there. I've been there for like 2 weeks. And I said, I was like at home making a sandwich and watching TV. And she ended up kicking me up out of class, but it was an actual true story. And so she,
messed up.
yeah, she thought I was trying to make a joke at the moment. I was like, yo, I was dead ass at home making a sandwich. That's what I was doing.
Yeah.
So I ended up getting kicked out of class, and she hated me for like the rest of the year. But
How dare you make a sandwich?
Yeah.
How
How-
dare
how-
you feed yourself?
yeah, get those calories in. The story of my life.
How
man.
dare you be a responsible young adult and make food for yourself? I've never been told off before. I mean, people have like said mean things to me on the internet, but I've never been told off like to my face. So that's never happened. Maybe that'll change eventually.
Not
You
as
know?
an adult. That type of stuff happened as a kid. As an adult, yeah, I think it's different.
I've never even been told off as a kid. I mean, I know that like, there probably was like some weird friction with kids back in elementary school, but like I was in one fight my whole time.
You won?
In one fight.
Did you win?
Yeah. Oh, I did not win. Well, I got sucker punched, and so it wasn't really like a fight. It was more just like he. It was like I was assaulted.
Yeah, you were assaulted.
It was assault and battery.
Call it what it is.
I legit
you got
like
battered. That's great.
This kid Leo, he like called me. He was like, "Hey, Alex, turn around." I was like, "Oh, what's going on?" Bah!
What did you do to make him so mad?
Oh, I think I it had something to do with, this isn't a joke. It had something to do with a fart. It had something to do with like someone farted and make like a funny noise. And then they thought that I said it was this person. So then this kid just like assumed that I said it because again, I'm loud as hell. So they thought that I had said it. And then he like got all mad. And rather than talking it out like sensible children, he went for violence. You know, how dare you?
I mean,
choose
sometimes
violence?
that's what people respect. Because I have like a story like that, but like on the opposite end of the spectrum, where like I did sucker punch somebody because what made me so mad.
Was it you?
You know what?
Were you in the Bronx in 1990?
No, I think I reached from DC to New York and I hit you somehow.
I knew we were gonna cross paths eventually.
I had a dude stick a pencil up my nose when I was sleeping in class. And I woke.
Bad.
I hate you. She said during nap time. I really hate you, bro. Wasn't it? No, I was sleeping. You know, I was just doing my thing, and he stuck a pencil in my nose, and like I woke up in like mad pain. And then I caught him in the next period, and I just snuffed him. Like sometimes, allegedly. Well, I can say it now.
Look,
it's been over 10 years ananyway. So
that kid deserved it.
Yeah.
you shoving a pencil? I could kill someone. Like, come on,
and
man.
The funny part is, he would have got away with it if he didn't tell on himself, because like I had woke up from class in pain in my nose, and like there was a big window outside the class so you could see people walking by. He was like slowly walking, giggling and pointing. I was like, "Oh, you did it! I know you did it, bro." He later apologized, and the funny part is we ended up becoming friends after that.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, it's the way men communicate, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Going though from heartfelt stories to an interesting little side here. I once stole. I've never stolen anything physical in my life.
I haven't stolen in a sense of like gone to the store and grabbing a piece of candy, but like a technicality. I stole a gaming PC once in high school, and what I mean is they just freaking let me talk. Just let me talk, bro. Kirby
looks at him and immediately goes,
"Let me get in my bag." Just let me get in my bag,
Yo,
bro.
someone said law enforcement loving this chat. Chappelle. Shout out to Chappelle in chat.
Yo, let me tell my story. So, true story. So, when I was in high school, I used to go to a YMCA after school, and it wasn't the most like funded, but somehow we caught funding from like Microsoft or something like that, and they did an after school program where they wanted to teach kids how to be game developers. And like at that point in my life, I wanted to be a game developer before I found out how hard it was.
Yeah, yeah, ain't that the truth?
So I was like, I'll do the class. The way it worked is they ended up giving like 5 kids that they selected PCs, gaming PCs, and then you could take it home, and then you were supposed to join this online course and learn how to code.
Yeah.
Long story short, I went to the first class and I never went to class after that. You know what I did with that PC?
What?
Play Unreal Tournament 2004.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So like I held that PC for like a year. I never went to any class, and I gave it back. That joint was mad dusty because I didn't know anything about PC game. I didn't know you had to clean it or nothing like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, I gave it back, but I stole their time, I guess, or something like that.
So I'll tell my story, but it is I'm not going to say the company because I think it's important to not say the company. So I was younger and I was working at a PC store, like a computer store, but I was working for another company.
Circuit City.
No, not Circuit City. I think they were dead at that time. But long story short, I was checking into the job. The job was, I was like a rep for a certain brand. The brand doesn't exist anymore, but I was a rep for this brand. No one checked the timesheets, and I realized that I could literally just check in and out of work without actually going there because no one ever checked it. Now I'm an idiot. I'm a young, dumb kid, and I just kept, and I am an idiot. So yeah, and I checked into work constantly, and I never went. And then one day the rep showed up, and then he's like, "Hey, where's Alex?" And he's like, "Oh, he hasn't been here for like a month." And I ended up having to give a lot of money back to this company because I was an idiot. And yeah, thankfully I saved the money.
You know what's funny? I have a story that's the polar opposite of it. That's actually how I got into content creation. So like when I was a preschool teacher, my boss called me into the office and I thought I was going to get fired.
Yeah.
And she sits me down. She's like, "Corey, I need to speak to you." And I'm like, "What's it about?" She's like, "It turns out that we've been messing up your checks." And I was like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "The last 6 months, we haven't been paying you the correct amount." I'm like, "Okay." So I'm thinking I'm just gonna get like $200 or something like that, right?
Yeah.
And she's like, I was like, how much do you guys owe me? And she was like, we owe you $3,500.
Damn.
Now at the time I was like 21. That was a lot of money to me.
Hell yeah.
And I'm not gonna lie, I was living in the hood. I was living paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah.
I was like, oh shit. So then they write the check for me, and I go put it in the bank, and I had my debit card, and like I had that moment, like I was on Amazon. At this point in my life, I was going through what I refer to as the get fresh phase.
Yeah.
Where I was spending a lot of my money on clothes, hats, shoes. Like I was going broke trying to look rich.
Yeah.
And what happened was I was sitting there, I was ready to order. Like I had like a huge hat collection on my wall. I had like 50 hats. I was so proud of this stuff.
Yeah,
bro.
yeah.
Snapbacks,
Fitteds
and snapbacks.
Fitteds and
I had
snapbacks,
like
yeah.
every team, dude. And I was ready to order some more hats. And I'm sitting there, I'm thinking like, I was like, I really love entertaining people. I was like, gaming, this is 2012. Gaming was really starting to come into its own on YouTube or whatever. This is before Twitch. I said, you know what? I was like, I'm gonna take this money and I'm gonna do something positive with it. So I took that $3,500. I bought I think it was like a 2012 MacBook. I bought a Canon T3i.
No. Yeah.
And a Hauppauge HD PVR.
Hauppauge, bro.
Yeah,
I know what you're doing.
And I started making content, and like a lot of times I look back and I'm like, yo, what if I didn't make that decision?
What if you just bought some hats?
Yeah, I just bought some hats. So it was like, the point of the story is invest in yourself, kids.
Yeah,
it
it's
paid
true.
off in the long run.
It's true. Invest in yourself. That is a valuable life lesson. And we have our last. Santo Dios mío.
It's very disappointing that the Puerto Rican can't catch. You're supposed to be the baseball expert, man. What are you doing?
I'm falling all over the place here. It's been a long day. We're gonna go to an ad. Be right back. G4 After Dark.
Skirt.
Welcome back, everyone. G4 After Dark, Golden Boy, Black Okage. And also, want to give a special shout out to a good friend of mine who's in the chat right now, Epos Vox. If you haven't checked him out on YouTube, do it. If you are ever interested in streaming tutorials, masterclass guides, all that stuff, Epos Vox is 100% the guy to check out. So much love to you, brother. We're continuing confessions here. We had some great conversations. Here we go with the next one. If I knew that I wouldn't get caught, I totally ...
So, my mom texted me before the show, and she said,
What a setup! What a setup! For
I don't know if I should tell this story.
Don BT's just gifted 21 tier subs to the community.
You said Don who?
Don who?
Don BT.
Shout out to Don BT's with the 20 big bomb of subs. Okay, we see you.
Thank
We
you so much.
appreciate you.
Appreciate it. By the way, if you guys have Prime on Twitch, go ahead and use it. And if you're on YouTube, make sure you just subscribe to the channel so that you always get up to date content for G4 because we have a lot of good stuff coming up. All right,
Repeat
go
the
ahead.
phrase again.
If I knew that I wouldn't get caught, I'd totally ...
I'm gonna get context. So my mom had texted me like before the show, and she was like, they got family in town for like Thanksgiving, and they're gonna be watching and whatever. So I was like, should I tell this one? But like, I mean, I'm an adult now, so I whatever. So this is another weird. It's weird that I've done this twice. This actually happened during 9/11. I remember. I actually lived right next to the Pentagon, so I actually saw it hit the plane.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
Really?
yeah, and we were so close, the earth shake. So
wild.
like, and I was 11 years old. We had just moved there like 2 weeks. But here's where the story is going. My dad busts through the door. He's in the Army, and he's like, "Oh my God, we're under attack!" It was crazy. The very next day, he prints out a picture of Osama bin Laden, and he's like, "This is the enemy. This is the enemy, man. We need to get him, bro."
Whoa, yeah.
And I remember sitting there thinking, I was like, I really wish I had someone to talk to about this whole situation, because I'm like, why is my dad so gung-ho about all this? Because my dad was a cook in the Army.
Yeah.
So I'm like, dude, you're a chef. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like, we got to go get the bad guys. Like, what are you going to sling some powdered eggs at them? What are we talking about, bro? So, like, I guess I wish I could have been able to confess that to somebody, because that's how I was feeling. I'm like, yo, you're my dad. But, like, dude, chill. What are you talking about, man? Like,
Fair enough. If I knew that I wouldn't get caught, I'd actually love to attempt to count cards at a casino. I'd love to give it a try for blackjack. Like, just watch. Our producer Jason says he knows someone who got kicked out of a casino for counting cards.
You dabble in gambling?
I mean, whenever I'm not like, I don't really do it that much because I'm not a big spender, as you guys could tell by my wardrobe. I don't really, I don't really like spend money like that. You know, like the only real things I spend money on are like PC parts, random gaming things that I buy. Like I just treat myself to those things. That's it. I don't buy like the latest shoes, or you know, like the shoes that I have. I bought those on a splurge, and that was it. Right. I haven't bought anything else since.
That's usually how people with money operate.
Yeah, well, I just don't. Well, it's mostly my wife. If it was up to me,
You
like
sure
I
you
said,
want to? You sure you don't want to retract that statement?
No, my wife is the one who controls the.
Oh, I thought you meant your wife is the reason you can't buy nice things.
Oh.
I was like, you sure you want to say that, dog?
That too. You know, like come on, man. 13 years of marriage, you can say whatever you want.
As soon as this man come in the house, you're gonna get bopped upside the head with a newspaper.
What did you say, Alex?
Why are you talking crap about me right now?
She totally doesn't sound
She's gonna
like
be
that,
like,
by the
Pokey,
way.
you're not funny.
Oh, she says that to me all the time.
If this wasn't G4, I'd say the real thing. You're not funny.
She says that to me. Like there are times where I would make a joke, and then she's like, "Oh my God, you totally stole that from me," and I'm like, "No, I made it up myself." She's like, I made that joke up, and it's just this big old argument. Anywho, so yeah, that's what I would do. I'd count cards. I think it'd be pretty cool. Okay, having tried it once, I'll never again. ...
If I tried it once, I would never again. I had this at a Mexican spot. The food was really good, but they were like laughing and giggling and snickering because I was like, what is this? I forgot how to pronounce it, but what it ended up being was cow brain.
Okay.
Yeah, and then what is funny? I actually liked it. It was really good.
Yeah. It's actually not. Is it like? Well, I think they just call it. No. That's cabeza. That's different. I actually went to a taco spot today that had that, but not the cow brain, but it had the I guess the meat from the head of a cow, which is like kind of freaky. But yeah,
it ended up being really good, and I liked it. The only problem was I had that when we were at PAX East like years ago, like 6-7 years ago. And I had a bunch of interviews lined up with like game developers and stuff, and like I had the shits all throughout the day. So like it was like every hour on the hour I had to take a shit break, and it just felt like it was hard to be productive that day because
and that's something that you did all day. Just take a dump.
Oh, I guess I did. Yeah, you're right. I did it all day.
For me, have you ever had Rocky Mountain oysters?
No, but that sounds like an aphrodisiac. What is that?
Well, close. So I went to a restaurant in Denver with my friend who lives there, and we went to this like real weird restaurant. It had like a bunch of like what do they call them in the oh my goodness, taxidermied animals and stuff like that. It was really odd.
Taxidermy animals.
Yeah, when they stuffed animals, like the animals that they basically put, they pump like foam and stuff like that.
I thought you meant like a deer did your tag. Like, what are you talking about?
No. Yeah, it's just a it's like for animal displays and stuff like that.
Okay,
right?
okay.
It was a really weird restaurant. So we went there, and my friend Christopher, who is from Denver, we were going through it, and I saw Rocky Mountain oysters, and I was like, Rocky Mountain oysters? They don't have oysters in Denver. landlocked, you know? And then my friend looks at me, he says, hey, GB, do you want Rocky Mountain oysters? And I was like, yeah, sure, that sounds great, whatever, let's try it out. I'm always down to try something new. Well, it turns out it was bull testicles.
Ah, so it's all a trolley thing.
Yeah, it's a super trolley thing.
So why do they call it Rocky Mountain oysters?
Because there are no oysters in Denver, and it's the Rocky Mountains from Colorado, so it's just Rocky Mountain oysters, and they show up and they're like these meat rings, right? So it's like meat chips. So I ate one and I was like, oh, it's just it's like solid. Like I wouldn't say it wasn't like the most offensive thing I've ever eaten. Like the grasshopper definitely is up there. Liver, pretty bad. Chicken gizzards, hate it.
Frog legs.
But frog legs, But that one was definitely one of those like, I had it. Cool. Time to move on. Because that was not particularly,
Finished a level 5 hype train at 190%.
Wow. Congratulations for our Twitch audience. The level 5 hype train. Well done. Well done. Way
I
to
see
go.
y'all in the chat talking about my shoes bigger than my shorts. Thank you.
Yeah, I do love that a majority of our chat today was about Corey's legs. It's great. Best
No,
leg in G4.
I'm not mad at it. It doesn't make me mad. It's great for engagement. Analytics love it. I'm pretty sure they're going to bust in here just ecstatic. Yo, we had over a gajillion different comments.
Tell you what, next G4 After Dark, I'll rock the leg. Austin Creed's in the chat. Basement
WWE
Boys.
Superstar.
Hashtag Vix. Can we get a hashtag Vix spam?
Hashtag Vix.
Austin Creed gifted 50 subs. Actually, and I'm almost certain they just stomped out Roman Reigns on SmackDown the other day. So I think overall wins across the board. What's up, Austin? We miss you, buddy. And this is a good one to end the show on. And I think this would be great for everyone to chime into. If I could have any superpower, I'd choose. Chat, join us. ... What would you go for? Let's start first with Jason. What would be your power? Super healing like Wolverine is Jason. Kwani. Reality bending abilities. These are really good. Okay. Kirby.
What is it? Telekinetic?
Telekinetic.
With your mind.
Also move myself around.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Telekinetic. And we also have a new viewer with us. I forget the name. So sorry. Kyle. I know it was with a K. Kyle. He's our... Kyle, our new studio intern, who you guys probably saw in the beach house, by the way, dragging Avali away during one of our esports streams. Kyle, what would be your power? The ability to fly. Okay, simple. All right. For me, I'd probably go with, well, I always make the joke that I would really like to have the power to, because you ever seen Mystery Men?
Nah.
Oh, dude, Mystery Men's a great movie. The guy who plays Pee Wee Herman, he's in that movie, and his power is extreme flatulence. Okay. I always found that to be hilarious.
I mean, he's like Caustic from Apex.
Yeah, exactly. It's Caustic. You know what I mean? I always thought that'd be funny, but everyone went with really, really good options. I think I would go with the ability to actually predict the future.
Why would you want to know the future? Wouldn't that upset the timeline?
I guess so. But I think about Night Eye from My Hero Academia, and I liked his whole because I would like to be able to predict it, but maybe even change it. You know what I mean, or something like that. I don't know. I think that'd be pretty cool.
Golden Boy wants to play God. Confirmed.
I guess so.
Just play The Sims.
Raven. Oh yeah, dude, I forgot that That's a Raven was a superhero TV show. All right, Corey, here we go. What's yours?
I would want the power to teach people how to mind their business.
Super strength.
Super strength.
So super strength.
Nah, everybody just be in everybody's business, be nosy. That or the power of to pass on common sense, because so many people just lack that, bro. At this point, that is a superpower. Common sense.
That really is. That really is a superpower, to give common sense to those who don't have it. I want to say that is the end of our show, right? Right? We're around 7:58. We have 2 more minutes left.
You can talk to the chat.
We got one more. Let's just lightning round. The best compliment I've ever received.
Oh, actually, you know what? When we first moved into this building, Felicity, she was like, oh my gosh. She's like, I don't really need to work on you that much. I was like, what do you mean? She's like, your skin is amazing. She said, what's your routine? I said, stop playing with me. Come on, I drink water.
She said the same thing to me. I was like, all I got to tell you, girl, Puerto Rican. That's it. I was blessed with some beautiful skin. What can I say? Best compliment I ever received was about my ass. You know, again, Puerto Rican.
That was from your wife?
No, it was actually from a guy, and it is actually a great compliment. I feel like if a dude gives you a compliment about your ass, you're doing it right. You know?
Nah, actually, one of my favorite compliments I get from people is I'm very like consistent.
Okay.
Like I'm reliable, basically.
Okay.
I take pride in that. So I appreciate people that notice.
You
as
are
well.
reliable, Corey.
Thank you.
I can always rely on you to have just a good zinger, just right to the
And
gut.
I can always rely on you to just put out jokes that don't land.
Yeah, it's every time. You know, we rely on each other for those reasons and those reasons alone. All right, guys. Well, that is going to wrap up our show. By the way, on Monday we're going to have an IRL stream with Kasim G and Fiona Nova. That may or may not. May or may not be a dumpster fire, and I'm really looking forward to it. So you guys better tune in for that. We hope you guys had a good time. If you want to give us some feedback, join us on Discord. The G4 Discord is a great community. We got great mods, great folks over there. There's probably going to be a feedback channel. We always love to hear it. And if you want to drop news stories for us on that channel, feel free to. We'll react to it next week. What are we thankful for? Man, I'm thankful for G4 being back. That's it. I think that's the only answer you need, baby. It's been G4 After Dark. I'm Golden Boy. That's the Black Okage. And we'll see you guys next time. You said something bad.
Peace. No, I didn't say anything. Look, this man is ready to blame me.
I'm ready. All right. We love you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.
Peace.